And welcome everybody to the Wild Rift Summoner Series, brought to you by Riot Games, Wisdom Gaming, and Nerd Street. I'm Kangas, I'll be your play-by-play caster through the day, and I'm joined once again by the man that I just found out died 3 times to bots before we went live here. We got Alkbattery as my color caster. Care to defend yourself?
Nah, man, I got cheated. The people who are playing those games, I had an Aurelia at level 1 coming to my mid lane. There's an Aurelia in Soul and Dragon lane. I don't really want to talk about it.
All right.
I want to talk about the games today.
Alkbot games aside, we find ourselves currently in day 2 of our third series here, the third circuit for the major points. Looking at the graphic, let's catch everybody up on how we got to this point. Alk, already there were qualifiers for the first circuit and second circuit that led into those majors. Top teams were qualifying throughout the tournament event itself. Where we're going towards is the regional championship, but where we are today is in this third circuit. What is on the line for the teams competing today?
Well, for today, it is top 2 make it into the third major, and everybody else is going to have to wait till next weekend to be able to play in the next qualifier for this third circuit. It's the last one before we get to the last chance qualifier, and this is basically, hey guys, this is the last train before we're heading off to the regional championships. Everybody's got to get aboard, get your tickets signed and punched. This is going to be really big for them.
So a reminder from Major 2, we had Tribe Gaming and Enemy qualify for the regional finals. We have Immortals, Cloud9 Sentinels, and Grilled Cheese already qualified for the third major. 2 more teams will qualify for that third major today, but we also have the prize pool on the line here, Alec. A lot of money coming into the Wild Rift esports scene.
Another $10,000 ready for grabs for the best teams at the third major, and we're so close to the regional championships. I mean, that $70,000 has never looked as good as it does right now. When you're looking to be in the last 2 qualifiers, you gotta make it here.
Exactly. The rosters are getting more and more competitive. The top teams are not in this circuit, though. That's important to note. We will have new teams qualifying. So let's zoom in a little bit closer on the teams that will be competing today. Yesterday, we got through the top 16, through the group stage, round robin. Now we're into the elimination bracket. Our top 8 teams: Musketeers, Tilt City Banditos, Chili Midnight, Jodo is Cuter, Yon Team Celestial, and Nia Van Hua versus Dino Nuggets. Looking at this bracket, where do you think who do you think like the favorite is to run the whole bracket here? If you had to pick the top 2 teams you're predicting to make it all the way.
Now, I want to say that it would be Joto is Cuter and Musketeers, but since they're on the same side of the bracket and Musketeers have a sub in the jungle for their game, I have a ton of questions. Nia Van Hua is the team that I'm looking at as kind of this weird team that we haven't seen on air yet, but have been making waves throughout the top 16.
Exactly. We haven't gotten to watch them on stream yet, but they did take first in their group coming out against Joto is Cuter, who is a team that you're saying you're a favorite to make it all the way. So already that gives them a lot of street cred, but also just the fact that if you look at the level of elo of their roster, it's all masters and above. So we can expect a lot coming in from this team. I think that they should be making that run on the lower side of the bracket. But the first match that we're going to watch today will be Chili Midnight versus Joto is Cuter. So looking at these 2 teams, let's remind everybody, Joto is Cuter. We've talked about them a lot yesterday, so we'll save them for a second. Talking about Chili Midnight first. This is kind of a combination of 2 separate rosters that we've seen throughout previous qualifiers.
We had talked about it yesterday when we got to see them on the stream. Chili X Midnight, neither of them had been able to make it on 2 separate rosters, 2 separate orgs, able to make it out of the top 16. And now here in the top 8 in quarters, this is a pretty tough matchup to start. Apex is Cute, otherwise now known as Joto is Cuter. They have been on a run, and I think Chili X Midnight, they had some really sick games from them, specifically coming out from Zhao, their mid laner. For Chili X Midnight, very impressive stuff from them, being able to play multiple different styles. Now, I just need to see their team kind of band together, because we have carry Baron laners, we have junglers that can be hot or cold, and I think Dragon duo lanes that are very, very spicy. So I'm looking forward to see this matchup.
Yeah, Tsuki played 2 games of, or rather an Akali and then a Lee Sin, and on the side of Gobos, it was Darius and then Riven. So yeah, carries in the top lane. We'll be excited. But Joto is Cuter showed us a completely different look from what we expected going into yesterday's games. When we were talking before the match, Alec, you were saying Joto is usually the primary carry. We look at Joto as the player to be the big carry and win them games. Not necessarily what happened yesterday.
We did not get to see super carry Johto. This guy is usually the guy that is always putting in the work, trying to be an insanely mechanical player, and everybody else on the team is there to kind of just follow up or facilitate the plays for him. But this time around, they put him a little bit on the back foot. You had a game of Akshan, you had a game of Sona. The Sona game, they even sent him in support, so maybe that's not necessarily a true test of raw skill, but still.
They played Sona Pantheon bot with the Vayne mid lane.
Yeah, they were definitely flexing their muscles a little bit for the show versus Dojo's Ninjas last night. But when you look at this team and you think of the evolution of them, they dropped their Baron laner. They now have a new jungler as well. There's so many different moving parts here that I still think a different style for Johto is cuter is cool, but I still kind of want to see it. I want to just get one game. Give me one game of Johto on a super mechanically intense champion. Maybe give him the Akali, just so that I can be like, just so we get the truth. We'd be like, okay, cool. Still available to do that, and you can go back to your multiple different styles of not playing through this guy.
Holding that in their back pocket is a fantastic tool for them, though. As we're ready to hop into pick and ban right now, they have so many options that they can utilize. Do they want to pick early, like Akali, and then flex a Kazuki and Johto both play that pick? So if they grab that early on, big power tool for them. I feel like pick and ban is going to be pivotal, more so for Johto is cuter here, because they have a chance of hard winning pick and ban. Whereas Chili Midnight, if I'm being honest, based on what they showed us yesterday, they might be a little more one-dimensional in their playstyle. So let's see what Johto is cuter wants to come in here with, as we are loaded into pick and ban. Chili Midnight on the blue side, Johto is cuter on the red. When we're looking at the champ pools, if we had to get a little predictive with the bans, Al, are there any big pocket picks that these teams need to be looking out for based on what we saw yesterday?
Wukong's probably one of them. Akali, which we saw from Suki, was really, really sick. If we're taking just like the temperature from yesterday's games in the top 16, it was Camille, there's a lot of Wukong, and kind of intermix a couple of other champions. Xin Zhao saw some play, up and downs, I think, for me. I'm still interested to see what we get from these teams. There's still a little bit more that they have, I think, in the tank than what we were able to see. And obviously, we only got to see one of their games out of the, what is it, like 3 or 4 that they played yesterday? 2 or 3?
One of the matches,
numbers are hard.
out of all the different games that they played. But okay, this does make sense. The Akali ban right away for Chili Midnight. I think if you got to identify, like I was saying, a flex pick for Johto is cuter, might as well just take that away. But it also does show that Chili Midnight might not be willing to blue one that as well. So we'll have to keep that in mind throughout the best of 3 series. Johto is cuter banning away the Riven. If they ban the Riven, do they also ban the Darius? Because Govos did play both, and both to great success yesterday.
Riven has the same problem that I don't think has a weird problem that Darius does, where one of these champions can 1v9, the other one cannot, and the other one is called Darius. So,
all right,
I'm cool with Darius not getting a ban. The champion, I will say, I got a quadra kill today. We were playing ranked. That was cool.
Okay.
I was also up against Akshan top, so maybe I was playing against Johto is cuter from yesterday. They were just putting in so many different champions into different areas. I really don't think we're going to see a Vayne mid. If we are, then I think that'll be a gift from Johto is cuter for us.
Well, I'm just going to be honest. I doubt that you're playing any members of Johto, because based on your win rate against previous players that have been in the qualifiers,
all right,
I don't know if you would get a quadra kill against them. But they do ban away the Jhin. From Hi Don't Hurt Me, Xin Zhao banned away from Johto is cuter. One more ban left for each of these teams, and we still have that Wukong. We still have that Camille. Johto is cuter. I mean, I don't hate the Jhin ban, but now one of those big priority blue 1 picks will be left up, as of course, long as Chili Midnight doesn't ban it.
I think they both recognize, both of these teams see that their dragon lanes are not really huge carries. They're more so there to provide extra damage or some kind of utility, and I like the answer of Jhin. It also sets them up for a potential Ashe, which I know, at least tier list for solo queue wise, a lot of the content creators around the game have not really been a big fan of Ashe, but me personally, this champion is super flexible, can play for more of that damage style, but when you use the Ranger's focus and just the slows plus her ultimate, it's really, really awesome. So I'm waiting to see if that's their answer, or if we get to see a little bit more of Zyra or Khan, because those two are still incredibly strong right now.
Ashe provides damage, but she also mostly provides utility with the slows and the stuns coming through. So you can draft a lot of unique compositions around that, having essentially engaged in the AD carry role. But Johto is cuter, not worried about the Wukong. They banned away the Yasuo. Chili Midnight banned away the Camille. So if Wukong's up, I mean, I'd say go for it. Now, Dragonfire, if we're looking at the games yesterday, did play Wukong in one game. Actually, no, that was Crazy Cat when Crazy Cat was in. Dragonfire played
the subs.
Played the Kazakhs when they subbed in. So, but it is still Wukong. I still think that you have to. Like, if Wukong's up on Blue 1, you just gotta take it.
Wukong is way too good. We talked about the build yesterday. The build is just too free. If you can play a bruiser in the jungle, you get the stamp of approval for competitive play. You can go ahead, do whatever you want in the game. With Yasuo banned, I think this may mean Twisted Fate. Oh my god, I have to ping smacks. Instantly continue Kangas. We've got Thresh and Varus now.
Thresh and Varus locked in, so the Dragon lane for Johto is Cuter is their focus here in very early in the draft, which means that Isherboa and Osiris, they want to play through them. Now, Isherboa was popping off on Vayne yesterday. Now we get to see him on something new, something different. The Varus provides a lot more range and a lot more lethality, kind of upfront burst damage, whereas the Vayne a little bit better in those prolonged fights. But Chili Midnight, they're answering right away with their Dragon lane too.
Okay, very dangerous lane to play right now, because with Varus you have a lot of poke, and Thresh, at least from what I've heard from other players, isn't as super lane dominant. Now, they probably are not as playing as psychopathic as me and Smacks are in our lanes, but when you walk at level 2, that Thresh auto attack with the Flay, as well as utilizing the ability, is very, very dangerous. It's so key for them. And with Chili Midnight, they have a low range composition in their Dragon lane, so getting poked out is going to be key. And we're seeing the picks fly on through Kangas. This is awesome.
This is now Repoussoir's second game of Aurelion Sol. Played that yesterday as well, and they get the Darius too. So, I mean, Chili Midnight showing a lot of their comfort picks, but the Katarina very quickly locked in by Johto. All right, yeah, there you go. We were asking for it. We wanted the Johto carry today, and we get it game 1.
How cute can Johto be, though? How cute can you get on this Katarina? Katarina usually is more of like a beautiful champion to me, but the Sinister Steel probably could get away with a cute look, I think.
Depends on the skin you're rocking, right?
True.
See, I feel like the cute Katarina is the one that like is really silent in lane, but then pops off in a team fight. You're like, I thought you were harmless. I thought you were just like a cute little like puppy hanging out in lane, but then you turn out to have quite a big bite. That's the way Katarina is. Like, if she gets fed, she's insane. But even if she's not fed, she can still pop off if she gets the right resets. And Johto, what a player to pilot it.
It's Battle Academia Cat as well. This is the silent but deadly type. This is the one at school. It fulfills the anime trope. It's perfect. They're getting early wards onto this red buff, wanting to track where Dragonfire is. But look at the rest of this team. It is, we have great facilitators. Varus has a slow as well as their ultimate that makes it very easy for Katarina to get away with things. Suki on this Gragas, no longer in a very hard carry position, but can be more of that tank frontliner. This is the composition that I've been waiting for, that I've been trying to tell you about. Johto, let's see if he can do it against Zhao, who on the Yasuo and the Aurelion Sol, just perfect.
But keep in mind that this is, looking at Suki's build, AP Gragas to start off here. Now, probably we'll just get that Rod of Ages. Maybe we'll get some armor after that, because you are still looking at a Darius and a Wukong, and even the Kai'Sa as well. But there's a chance that Govos can actually take over this lane as the Darius. So you look at the Ghost and the Barrier, very combat-oriented summoner spells. So my eyes are immediately looking at that top lane, thinking, okay, can Chili Midnight actually play through it? But bot lane, Don't Hurt Me, has to pop the heal, or the Barrier and the Flash a little early.
They even get the heal out from Nami. This was an adaptation that we've seen throughout the series, all of the top 16. A lot of the Dragon lanes were taking heal and barrier on the marksman and support. So really interesting to see this already taken away. It allows for a little bit of a safer laning phase, especially when you can lean on those honey fruits to sustain you in the laning. But really awesome. That's what I was talking about. It's all about the level 2 when you're looking with Thresh. It can be very dangerous, and already we're seeing some of the effects of it.
So with no summoner spells in the bottom lane, if I am Sparkle here, I'm thinking, okay, bot is gankable. I can actually go down there, but also can go for the invade and a gank into mid lane. Aurelion Sol has to flash away, and that should be a blue buff secured. It's traded. Dragonfire will take it away here, so some counter jungling from both junglers.
Now, was it, though? Because he's down 200 gold. I don't know if necessarily, if we could pan really quickly, observers, over to the blue buff for Chili Midnight. Just want to make sure that the blue buff is actually there, or you could just check Lee Sin. Either or. I don't know if you actually got it for themselves.
I'm not sure. Let's have to take a look if Observer's going to show us. Yeah, it looks like...
You didn't get it.
Oh, wow. So blue buff is still... Interesting that you didn't just commit to that. So at the end of the day, Dragonfire gets a blue buff takeaway, and Sparkle does not. See how that affects the jungle clear speed going forward here, because Dragonfire on the Wukong can also look for ganks. But speaking of ganks, Johto roaming up here on the Katarina. They see that Govos is actually pretty low. Tsuki does a good job of, winning these trades against the Darius. Not something that I would expect out of the Gragas.
We are in this is a weird kind of just Cloud Fiesta right now, Kangas, because I'm seeing Katarina outroam Aurelion Sol. Many things are wrong already from what I'm expecting out of this matchup, but important when we get to these team fights. We're at 3 minutes, 10 seconds, so we have about 45 seconds before both of the objectives are going to spawn. All of these ultimates are key to stopping Katarina ult. Obviously, you have the Breath of Light coming out from Aurelion Sol, but everybody else's ultimates can't stop them sub the Kaisa. So very, very key to see how Johto is able to position themselves in fights.
You really want to wait out all those abilities to be used early on. So that means, unfortunately, Sparkle, Tsuki,
someone has going to die.
Probably going to be your job. Go in there, distract them, make them use their ults. Sparkle contesting for this River Scuttle here. Does actually get it. Johto's over the wall. They're chasing out Dragonfire. Wukong has to pop the ultimate. Johto continues. Sparkle gets first blood, and under the turret, Johto will follow up. Nice stun coming here from Zhao. Voice of Light comes out. Can he get one?
Barrier?
Can he get two? Not even gonna get a single kill. Are you kidding me? Oh no! All right, Sparkle jumped into his death, and Johto also went down. So 2 kills go over to Zhao on the Aurelion Sol.
What is this? How is Zhao able to do this? Aurelion Sol should be a useless champion, but makes out like a bandit almost. Gets 2 kills for themselves, has the Rod of Ages pretty early on, and now will continue to stack HP. And this is a winning trade here for Chili Midnight. Johto is cuter. They're going to have to concede this dragon, and that is massive for them. Yes, you got some gold onto your Katarina, but Aurelion Sol being able to match is key.
Dragon's taken by Chili Midnight at the tail end of that play, and they basically equalize the kills as well. So Zhao on this Aurelion Sol. If you read the name backwards, Zhao Super. Love that. Has the Rod of Ages completed. Already stacking this one up, so a little accelerated in the build path right now, and can now control mid lane that much better. But we still got to keep in mind that Johto can get these resets. Got 1 kill for himself, as Johto is cuter. Do also start off the Rift Herald. So it's really hard to tell who kind of walks out ultimately on top after that series of plays. But with Johto getting this Rift Herald, there's a good chance that they can explode this gold lead into something much bigger than 1,000.
Oh, and I love this right now from them. They know, hey, we have to play a little bit weak side here on the Dragon lane.
Chain of Corruption out early here. Diving under the turret. Is this wise, though? Great answer from Johto is cuter for now, but the bubble from Safety! Beautifully played right there.
Thresh.
But now the collapse, Sparkle, Osiris, both here. Sparkle's over the wall onto High Don't Hurt Me. And that request will not be answered. Sparkle flashes a bubble. Sparkle on a safety.
Oh my god.
Gets a double kill as Johto cleans up another. Nice answer from Johto is cuter.
There you go, Kangas. We may have cast a curse at it immediately. We said, oh, we don't know who comes out bigger on the trade there, but that is basically a whole ton of unanswered kills. Now going over to Johto is cuter. Almost every single member out playing individually. Sparkles, Johto, and we got to see a little bit of the utility of Thresh there. Going for Rocket Belt. I'm going to have to ask Smax his idea on this. I do like it for just how aggressive you can play with it, but definitely something new. We've been seeing, specifically in some of the SCA regions, they've been playing with a lot of the I think it's the ghost enchantments where you get to send out the little the twin shadows ghosts. They have been abusing that on every single champion, and interesting to see just more adaptations from boot enchants here.
Yeah, I still love the spooky ghost. Whenever I play support, that's always my go-to, just because it feels like you just get so much more utility in your kit from that, and also vision, which is super important for supports to think about. But this lets you get more aggressive, so I still like it as well. I think Osiris, we're going to see a lot of aggressive plays, pairing that with the Ignite. You can go for the Proto Belt for plays. Okay, I was about to say plays like this, where you just Proto Belt forward into the brush and throw out that flay, but not finding it quite yet.
You know what I just noticed, though, Kangas?
Yeah?
Johto has Barrier Ignite.
Yeah, no, I've noticed that from the beginning.
Okay.
But I guess, yeah,
it
just didn't come up. But yeah, you got a lot of mobility, and this will help you get those resets so you get even more mobility. And speaking of mobile into this bottom lane. Johto looking for the roam. Nafy throws out the bubble, hoping maybe somebody would step into it, but not going to happen. Suki has been still silently winning this top lane, but now the junglers, the top lanes, they're duking it out right now. And look at Zhao joining in earlier as the Aurelion Soul, but Johto jumps in, gets stunned. Are you actually going for the resets? I don't think you get them. Oh, the flash body slam! Almost saves Joju's life. Suki trying to play the hero, but now they have the damage onto Zhao. Osiris picks up that kill, and Johto is cuter yet again win a skirmish.
Instant flash coming out from Chili Midnight onto Katarina with no flash, no defensive summoners available. The barrier is just a moment in the wind. Gets taken down. Johto finding it a couple more deaths, but important to note here, I was wondering where this Rift Herald was going to go and who was going to be allocated the gold, because it seems like they want to crack open this mid lane, and a lot of it is going to go over to Isdraboa, not going to be going over to this Katarina. And now with mid lane down, we're gonna have to wonder, what can Zhao do on this Aurelion Soul?
I don't know if Isdraboa was close enough. You're standing in the middle of the lane. I think you need to be a little bit closer. I didn't see the gold pop up overhead, so I think he was actually too far back. I believe you have to be at least on the wall between the kind of like river dividers there if you want to be in range of that gold. But regardless, it's still first turret down. Jojo's Cuter get that. They're now onto the dragon. This would be their first of the game, as Chili Midnight got theirs earlier on, but Chili Midnight do not want to contest, it looks like. Although, even as I say that, they are now looking for it. Govos in the front line. Darius walking forward. Explosive cast. Buys some time. The team fight has started. The Wukong Grinder doing massive damage. And even though Aurelion Soul's trying his best to get that damage out, it's not enough.
No!
To his Cuter arc, wipe this one. Even with the fancy feat of High Don't Hurt Me. That is a team ace. 1 for 5 trade.
That is just devastating for Chili Midnight. The ultimate from Darius, the guillotine, landed onto Thresh. It was an almost execute onto Johto. Just a small bit of misaccuracy ends up absolutely turning this fight in favor of Johto as Cuter. We saw Katarina just turn. You're talking about the grinder for Wukong. We got turned into mincemeat because just the first one to die. There's no way out for them. And once they commit to that fight, it is all over for them. Chili Midnight now find themselves at an 8,000 gold deficit. And Kangas, this is the game that I wanted to see. I wanted to see Johto is Cuter put a little bit of resources into this main carry in the mid lane. We're seeing it time here again.
So often when we see Wild Rift games, it's close until it isn't. There's always that one big objective that everybody throws their resources at, and then suddenly the game's wide open, and that was that fight. Now Johto is Cuter have a sizable lead.
Oh,
they
look
might
at
even
this.
get Govos your Osiris. Proto belting forward still has the lantern and hits the death sentence. Rampage for Sparkle. I am absolutely in love with Osiris's build right now. The Proto Belt into the Dead Man's Blade, and they dive another. Oh, even Dragonfire's not safe under turret.
Can't get that anywhere else. It's a Thresh exclusive. Bring in multiple members, making it an odd numbers fight. And they're going to start with the Baron immediately here for Johto is Cuter. Not much they can do on the response here from Chili Midnight. They're going to take the tier 1 turret in the Dragon lane, and it's going to be a consolation prize for them.
Maybe the wave gets it, but High Don't Hurt Me didn't stick around. I think if you're Kai'Sa there, you stick around and you take that turret. So maybe a misplay coming in from Chili Midnight because the wave doesn't get it. The wave does not get the turret. High Don't Hurt Me needed to stick around and auto a couple of times. When you lose a play like that and you know that the enemy team has that many players in the Baron lane going for the Baron, you just trade objectives cross map. So slight macro misplay coming in from Chili Midnight. Johto is Cuter, not punished. I mean, it wouldn't have even been a punish. It just would have been the trade. But they get the Baron and they keep their turrets alive. So they are just off to the races right now. The precipice of a 9,000 gold lead. And again, they still have the carries. They have Johto pretty fed here on the Katarina. I'm not seeing a pretty easy avenue for Chili Midnight to come back in this one.
I'm very sad. That is the saddest 53 HP on a turret I've seen in a pretty long time. Very, a little bit upsetting if you're probably one of the members of Chili Midnight. But look at this. Osiris screening them away can at any moment pull someone in with the lantern. So I love what they're doing. They're diving Nexus! Johto!
What are you doing, buddy? I mean, it was impressive, but it's very deep. As even Govos goes down. There's just too much damage from Johto is Cuter. This is going to be the end of the game. They got the Baron buff. And they can keep diving under these turrets. That Super's in the mid, Super's in the bottom lane. Dragonfire going in with a huge engage. The Hail Mary play, will it be enough? No, Sparkle's
Look at the
unstoppable.
hooks!
Dragonfire's dead. The hooks from Osiris are too clean, too calculated, and too accurate. Hi, don't hurt me. Blasted back to the fountain and sniped with the arrow. That is an ace for Joe Cuter, and that will be game one in this best of 3.
All right, we get to start both of our days on the Summoner Series qualifier matches with Katarina carries both times.
Wow.
Now let's see if they can replicate the success that we saw in game 2, because I mean that's a smash hit there for Joe2 is cuter.
We gotta see at the damage charts. That's the stat I
That's
care
just not
the
even...
most about. This is the slippery slope. You can see where that dragon, the second dragon on the map there, boom, that's when the gold really explodes for the side of Joe2 is cuter. But production, let's take a look at it. Let's see what Joe2 was able to do right here. Not the most gold in the game, actually.
Diff.
Sparkle has the most right there. Interesting to see. Okay, but the damage charts, that's where Joe2 comes in.
Okay, well, honestly, I'm okay with this. I was kind of, you know, I wouldn't have been super mad if Osiris would have got MVP, because that was one hell of a Thresh game. I know, Smacks, if you're watching this, buddy, you are popping off. You're feeling rather vindicated, because we've been hyping up this champion. We haven't seen a lot of it. The pros don't seem super into the champion. And it's performances like those that kind of just give us one last glimmer of hope to be like, yes, champion is good. We were right.
Yeah, I've never seen that build on Thresh before. I'm not going to lie.
I have never. I haven't
just
either.
Thinking about it, it's like, I like it. I mean, if you're trying to roam around and get out in the map, yeah, Protobelt for the extra movement, you can jump in. Now, maybe I just missed it, but I never saw a time where they Protobelted and then threw out the hook, but I definitely saw Protobelt flay, and that's the big one, is, you know, you can just get that extra engage range, and then also the Dead Man's Plate, so you're even faster, you can get up at their face even quicker. A lot of cool stuff coming in from Osiris.
I just love what we've been seeing from the support pool as well, because yes, there's been some Janna plays, but Osiris had pretty good games yesterday as well. Not to mention, every single one of these members seems to be really trying to pull their weight in every single role. So excellent to see. Now, Kangas, we're at that sad point in the in-between of match 1 and match 2. Chilly Midnight, they need to make some adaptations. They need to do something. They need to switch gears if they want to find a success here in the first match. And
the tough part is that they felt like they got comfortable picks. I mean, when we look at what they've been playing throughout the qualifiers yesterday, they played the Darius, they played the Wukong, they played the Aurelion Sol. Now, they do still, I mean, Raven was banned away from them, Jhin was banned away from them, so clearly Joe2 is cuter came in here with an idea of what they didn't want to play against. But now if you're Chilly Midnight, you got to start thinking about, okay, maybe we can't pull off the Wukong without the Yasuo as well. Like, there were plenty of times that we saw Dragonfire go in for these big engages, but there wasn't a big enough follow-up. So if they're going for wombo combo composition, I think they need to full commit to that wombo combo composition, because we never really saw like all 5 pieces gel together in a way that can play to the strength of Chilly Midnight.
There was one time that I saw semblances of a great team fight there for Chilly Midnight, and it was the dragon that ended up going the way. The second one that we saw on the gold graph that exploded the lead for Joe2 is cuter. I will say, I like most of this. If we're looking at bans to get rid of, I think Xin Zhao is potentially on the table. Even as strong as they are, you got to think, what are we going to do about mid lane? Because every single time that we saw Joe2 is cuter on the map, it was Joe2 moving first. And usually what you want to do, especially not only against Katarina, but especially when you have an Aurelion Sol, push that mid lane, get to a side lane immediately. Either invade, look for a dive. It's so easy with this champion. And when you have Wukong, who makes dives basically a dream for you, I have to wonder, how much more can we put access in the hands of Zhao in the mid lane? How can we help them with Dragonfire there as well?
And it was working up until that second dragon. We did see Zhao get around the map, notably in that in the Baron lane, getting a double kill, kind of turning around a play that was going sour for the side of Chilly Midnight. But yeah, it really, you can track everything that happened and just bring it back down to that dragon fight. So, because we gotta know that that's how the meta has shaped out here in the Wild Rift Summoner series, it really has come down to these big objectives. I'm starting to look at Chilly Midnight and say, yes, double down on the team fight composition. I want to see them go for full combo here because yesterday, one of the big reasons they got their wins, Govos was able to hard body Baron lane. Govos was just ahead by himself throughout pretty much the entire series.
Agreed.
And I don't think you're going to do that against Suki. So you need to approach this in a different way, saying, okay, let's not hard win through lane. Let's look at the 5v5.
I will, you know, a small caveat, a small asterisk. I don't
Mhm.
think Suki is the player to try out Kaisa in the Baron lane. That,
Probably
you know,
not.
that
Probably not
is
gonna play
one
Kaisa
moment.
into
That
Riven.
is definitely something to. I don't want to say Riven is uncounterable, but she's damn hard at doing it. It is hard to get to try to nail this champion down, especially when you look at her itemization. She can go. She has Death Dance available to her. She can build Guardian Angel. It is so hard to kill this champion at a certain point in the game, especially as you get further and further on. Now, most of the games haven't gone that long, but still, I
It's
think the
also why
point
she's
still
banned.
stands.
I
Exactly.
think you're still gonna ban her
Yeah.
out if you're the side of Jodo is cuter right now. Now they're on the blue side, so they'll get that first priority pick. Remember, Chili Midnight banned away the Camille on blue side. I feel like you have to do it on red side if you're not willing to blue one that yourself. But then Wukong's also a threat here that Johto is cuter could always pick up. Looking at what they played yesterday, they actually don't have a Wukong game because it was Rammus. I forgot about the AP Rammus game.
You know, I also that game was deleted from my memory banks as soon as I could get it out. Yes.
But Riven ban from Jodo's Cuter, of course. Like I don't think that they need to change too much in their ban approach for this game.
It ain't broke, don't fix it. I won so hard, and we're switching sides. Chili Midnight, they're the ones on red side, like we were saying. What do they change up? I think they want to try and answer, like you were saying, let's attack the Baron lane. Let's do something a little bit different. We think that the Zhao matchup kind of got out of hand, but what can you do? It's Katarina. She's a slippery fish like that. So let's just go attack the Baron lane, try to get Suki on something uncomfortable, take away those tanks, try a carry matchup.
I mean, sure, that's the strategy. Just be ready for the Suki carry then, because we saw Suki also pop off on carries yesterday. So I actually would have been fine saying, okay, keep Suki on a tank and not ban that away. But clearly, Chili Midnight were not comfortable with that Gragas. They didn't like that. And they do still ban away the Akali, which was banned in their last game. Again, that's a flex pick for Johto is cuter, so makes sense there too. I don't hate the bans from Chili Midnight, just not the approach that I necessarily would have taken. But meanwhile, Johto is cuter. Same first two bans here. I would not be surprised. I'm trying to remember what their third ban was last time around.
It was a Yasuo. Get rid of the Yasuo. Make sure that, I mean, yeah, you're not going to have Zhao on like this insane carry, and especially with how Wukong is so strong. Johto is cuter. What is their first pick? Because now with these bans, we're going to probably expect the same set of bans coming out from Chili Midnight unless they want to rock the boat here. For them, do they pick the Wukong? Do they try to pick a flexible matchup that is able to go multiple lanes? Camille has not been taken away, and I know Sparkle probably wants to get their hand on it. It's going to be the Xin Zhao this time. So, all right, guys, let's see it.
If you're
Camille's not banned.
Camille, Wukong, or Lee Sin. I think any of those three could work for them. They like the Lee Sin pick. Sparkle had a really good game on that. You know, now we've seen him twice piloting that champion here throughout the qualifiers. Is it blue oneable? Maybe not, because again, I don't know if Dragonfire is a Lee Sin player either. But oh right, they're going for the Varus first pick.
All right, I like this. Varus is just so strong in the Dragon lane. You might as well just take it away. It makes the Dragon lane very polarizing because Varus is so clearly ahead of a lot of other competitive Dragon laners that you got to look at what else is available. Kai'Sa's been very popular, but still has very short range. Finally, we get to see Xayah Rakan because this is just such a dangerous duo. Even by themselves, Rakan has put up great numbers here in the Wild Rift Summoner series. So
even Xayah
I'm
alone
very
has won
excited.
a couple games, but the pair together obviously is where they're strongest. They kit synergize off of each other, and they can be an offensive or a defensive Dragon lane. You can try and play through them, or you can just let them be weak side and play through a different lane. But Johto is cuter. Camille was still up, so they just lock her in, and they get the Thresh for Osiris again. Thresh Varus 2 games in a row here for Johto is cuter, and I mean, we saw what happened last time. This is already looking like a pretty good draft for them.
This is a popular counter pick against Rakan. At any moment in the game, Rakan can never engage on this bot lane. If Thresh is keeping an eye out, you can't do it. They're going to pick Kennen and Fizz. Those are special, because we saw a little bit of Fizz ban last night, and Kennen, newest champion onto the patch to get a huge amount of changes. Excited to see this. What is the AD jungler here for Chili Midnight, and what's the response?
Yeah, that's a lot of AP damage, and but a lot of team fight. I mean, you look at all these champions. Fizz can assassinate backliners, so Iserbo has got to be very careful now. Kennen has insane engage and just team lockdown. Same with Rakan. Xayah can self-peel. this is the style of comp that I wanted Chili Midnight to index towards. And now we get to see their final pick here because Garen and Galio are the answers from Joe2 is cuter. So we get a Kha'Zix for Dragonfire. Did pilot this yesterday, did pick up a win with it.
Did also have some suspect jumps on the Kha'Zix. I am not high on this champion in this draft because who is Kha'Zix going to kill? You have a magic damage shield on Galio, which is like whatever, but like trying to pop the stat bruiser stat stick that is Garen and Camille, who can just one-shot you in return, I think is very dangerous. This is a high execution bar here for Chili Midnight. If they win this game, it is going to be because they play so much better than Joe2 is cuter. Whereas for Joe2 is cuter, I mean, it's much easier to play this team composition.
Yeah, they got the Galio plus Camille combo, so engaging backlines also pretty easy for them. You said it, the stat stick of the Garen, like the front-to-back team fight is so much easier to execute for Joe2 is cuter. So even though I was happy with the first 4 picks from Chili Midnight, yeah, I'm not convinced on what this Kha'Zix is meant to do because you're just going to try and like extra assassinate whoever Fizz is already trying to assassinate. But let's see if they can pull it off because the backline will definitely need to be careful. Joe2 is cuter. We don't have the same start that we've had the last couple of games where everybody groups mid and tries to get the shove there. Everyone has actually gone to their respective lanes to start this one out. So I guess tempo is not as big of a priority for the teams here in this game 2 of this best of 3, but junglers starting on opposite sides can path in opposite directions and focus on opposite sides of the map.
And usually when we make the comment of quality over quantity, we're talking about, people are putting too many, but look at the wards from Joe2 is cuter. They have a ward not only on the blue buff showing Gromp, but also on the Raptor camp. So they have better quality, they have more wards out on the map, and they can basically have God Vision turned on for Dragonfire. As we see already, Joe2 is cuter. They want to fight for mid priority, something that we talked about. You kind of mentioned it there a little bit. The Fizz, you have a lot of access to jump right into the backline with Rakan. I'm going to hold that.
They just walked at them.
My God. Okay.
All right, Joe2, I see you. They popped the Ignite as well, hoping that they could get more. But look at the Dragon Lane. The power of Xayah Rakan pushes his Draboa back. That means that has to be the plant. But yeah, Joe2 flashes away, Ignite ticking down, and that's first blood for Zhao.
Important there for Chili Mountain. If they can grab the kill in mid lane, it turns this entire game, I think, on its head.
Sparkle's going for a gank into the Dragon Lane. Daffy jumps very far forward. She might have made a mistake right there. Flash away from Hi Don't Hurt Me. The Feather Recall keeps him alive. All right. Chili Midnight survived the onslaught in the bottom lane, but I guess top lane does not because Dragonfire picks up a kill.
All right, they're winning solo lanes right now, and that is massive. Being able to survive the Dragon Lane gank as well. Joe2 is cute. All of their punches are not landing against Chili Midnight in this game 2 here. And now that Fizz is a little bit accelerated, now that Kennen is starting to feel some of those effects. Same thing with Kha'Zix. This is, if we kill Isturbo in this composition, you're hurting for damage. You are going to be like, okay, well, we're still waiting a little bit on Sparkle, maybe on this Galio, but I mean, as soon as you get rid of that consistent DPS in Isturboa, this team, I think, falls apart. So, really like what they're doing.
Especially when you consider that the secondary, like, DPS would be Camille, who's trying to combo with that Galio, but Xayah can just press the ultimate ability, and then, you know, doesn't have to worry nearly as much about that. Okay, Fizz ult goes out. Chum the Water seems to have missed Joe2 in the mid lane. But yeah, this is an ideal early game for Chili Midnight. To kind of summarize the points we're making is because the things that they needed to go right have gone right. But what's the next step? Now that they found this early 2,000 gold lead, what do they need to be focusing on now?
Now it turns into, does this win us the team fight? Because we're going to look at some early recalls here. Dragonfire kind of contemplating whether or not he wants to go for this gank, but important to see what the first items are. Already
Sparkle trying to lock down Govos, but it's out. Okay, wow, the Kennen just hard outplays that.
That's good. That's actually really good, though, because 30 seconds here until the dragon is spawning.
Govos, you're too clean. Govos. You're too clean. Oh, that was beautiful.
Oh, man. Kangas, we will not have the Kennen Slicing Maelstrom available for this next fight. So unless Chili Midnight can make some kind of play where they're stalling out the dragon long enough, this should just be a trade for them. They grab the Rift Herald, and I like what Joe2 is Cuter is doing, grabbing the Scuttle on the top side. They want to control this entire river from top to bot.
Little early on the Dragon lane control of the Dragon pit, though, because they left the lane, they got some wards down, but they don't have their jungler nearby. You said Slicing Maelstrom not available, but neither is Hextech Ultimatum for Sparkle. So Dragon's already started up by Chilly Midnight right now. They're going to go for Jump the Waters. Lands directly onto the target. Isherbo is out. Dragon secured. Kill secured. Osiris barely gets away under turret, but is secured as well. Zhao gets that one. Big plays for Chilly Midnight.
All right, Osiris, you may need a little bit more tips on the Thresh because we threw the Lantern to get vision, and I like the killer instinct coming from Chilly Midnight. Zhao sees the Thresh Lantern come out and says, oh, it's a free kill. You can't escape. You have no free mobility to get further away from me, and immediately executes on it. They're able to kill Isherboa, find another kill on to Sparkle. All right, I don't know what else to say here. Zhao is now fed. You have Chilly Midnight in a really nice advantage, being able to get the Dragon and some kills under their belt. Gotta feel nice. This Rift Herald is still available, and I wonder if Johto Scooter is going to try to really heavily prioritize for this.
Look at the items right now. Chilly Midnight have a completed item on everybody save Safi. And yes, Johto is cuter. They've opted for boot enchants, so that's delayed them a little bit, but like it's just night and day. The combat ability right now of Chilly Midnight. They are still 2,000 gold in the lead, but with these big power item spikes, they can assert themselves here in the Baron side of the river here. The death sentence misses as Dragonfire does get out. Sparkle actually starts up the Rift Herald. I don't think Johto is cuter actually want to fight this though, so it seems like it might just be a bait.
They don't have eyes on Zhao. They don't have eyes on this Kha'Zix. They need to. They basically just need to give this up for right now. Maybe they can return to it now with Suki getting back out onto the map. But come back to mid lane, push it out with the support. Important things to see here, Kangas. I mean, I like this sight where we're getting from Chilly Midnight. They're playing really well. And most importantly, Johto's cuter, not able to find any advantage of some of their play. Sparkle, no hook shot. Both teams getting a little antsier on this Rift Herald.
It's all about controlling the lanes. Both teams want to control mid and Baron at the same time. Neither team has gotten it. It's either control of one or the other, and that's meant that neither team is willing to actually commit to the Herald. Meanwhile, Isherboa and I Don't Hermine just been hanging out in the Dragon lane, just farming up down here. So, end of the day, we will still get resets, and neither team will hard commit to the Herald just because they haven't quite found the windows that they're looking for yet. Can delay the game, and that might create a more, trade-oriented game state where Dragon and Herald are up at the same time yet again, because that Dragon will be spawning shortly.
Really what we're looking for here now for Johto's cuter is what they do now with the interim, because the past couple of minutes have been rather quiet ever since that Dragon take. They've been trying to farm up, trying to find something. I say that, might try to find a hook, try to find an engage on Osiris, but just glancing blows, I think, from either team. They need to farm up a little bit of gold, and I think that the fact that they've kept the gold so even is doing them some favors, keeping them in the game.
Yeah, it has not ballooned out of control. Last time it was the second Dragon that did that in game 1, so I would not be surprised if we see the same thing here. But the thing is with Chilly Midnight, they were the ones that lost. They were 2,000 behind and then lost the second Dragon fight. Now they have a chance to win the second Dragon fight with that gold lead, or if they lose it, it might not be game breaking because they still have a slight lead for themselves. So they got a little cushion room right now for Chilly Midnight, which is where you'd want to be in a game 2 when you're already behind in a best-of-3 series. A reminder, this is the elimination stage. This is Chilly Midnight's last chance here to qualify as Osiris caught out here. Zhao, what a pick! Finding Osiris on a warding path through the exhaust.
Oh, it's Isherboa?
By Isherboa. You're absolutely insane.
That's not happening.
There's no way. Galio ult comes through, keeps Isherboa alive for now, but you just go back in, the re-engage, the Assassin's getting onto the backline, and Isherboa's down. Johto as well, just trying to save his AD carry, and misplays from Johto is cute. Give Chilly Midnight their second Dragon.
Okay, that may have been the window that Chilly Midnight are looking for to close this one out. It's only 4,000 gold and another Dragon, but to think Isherboa flashed forward thinking they were going to be able to find that kill is game-breaking, I think, for them. Govo's just trying to clear this lane out, doing a lot of damage in the meantime, but still, they're going to get Dragon. They're going to get another turret for themselves. A lot of gold just was immediately injected into Chilly Midnight, and I think Johto's cuter feeling a little bit desperate there, get caught with their hand in the cookie jar.
And keep in mind, we still haven't seen Chili Midnight's full comp come online. They haven't gotten the big Kennen engage with the Rakan engage and Assassins jumping on the backline. Like, it's been more scrappy. And honestly, that's probably where the comp is more comfortable, not in the full 5v5s. But the fact that they still have the Kennen for those means that Johto is cuter. They're going to have to find a creative way to get themselves back into this game. If you're on the side of Johto is cuter right now, Alk, what are you thinking? What is team communication right now in the game? How are they strategizing what to do to get back in this?
Well, you have some avenues with Istrobo as poke build because how inexpensive it is relative to everybody else's items. You can kind of keep them a little bit on the budget end here. You want to play through Sparkles, and I say that. Sparkle flash down, Dragon Fire.
It is just Dragon Fire with the isolation damage on that Q. Suki under turret, you're a stat stick, but that's 4 champions. How many stats do you need? Just goes down a rampage over to Chili Midnight, and they will claim another turret. Both of the outer turrets from the Baron and Dragon Lane are down.
Oh man, it's falling apart, Kangas. Johto is cuter. They put him on. They put him on like this. Like, hey, we're gonna play with Galio in a more supportive role. Gonna be there to play through Sparkle. This is not happening. It's not going the way that they would have thought. All of the lanes have now collapsed, and with mid lane being the last tier 1, you see all of Chili Midnight here ready to siege.
And Isrobo's got to be careful. Govos is right there, has the flash and Slicing Maelstrom available. So Osiris nearby with the lantern, but you got to be fast enough to actually click on that lantern. And Osiris is even using it just to get vision down. Johto is cuter there, struggling so much to just track where Chili Midnight are approaching from. So now they're on a warding path. We have a slight lull in the action here, but even as I say that, I don't think that'll last long because Baron's already on the table here. Both teams can look at that, and there's a 7k gold lead for Chili Midnight. So there's a chance that they can get a pick and then just take this objective.
At Chili Midnight, they never really want to start the Baron. If they do, they're using it more as like a fulcrum to cause Johto's cuter to come to them. Say, hey, we're doing Baron, you have to come fight us. And immediately turn off of it and look for a fight. But they're putting a lot of resources in the mid lane to try to crack open this mid-tier 1. A lot of this, I think, is going to have to come down to a flank from Safi and Govos. If they can find that, they can take this tier 1, find a good team fight, and wipe Johto's cuter. They're going to grab that tier 1 in the Dragon Lane for themselves and look good while doing it. They're super fast. Holy. Yeah,
Suki was taking the Dragon Lane turret, so Chili Midnight say, all right, well, we see people mid. We see somebody bot. Let's just take the Baron. Yeah, they take it incredibly fast with this Xayah, and securing that objective means that Chili Midnight have a massive tool to use to start cracking these turrets. They still haven't cracked that mid-outer turret, but with the side lane outer turrets already down, should be a walk in the park to get lane priority there and then start sieging mid. But currently, it looks like they're just trying to control
come back,
the
guys.
river. They're a little early on the Dragon, but now Slicing Maelstrom comes in here. The big engage with the triple knockup, comboed with Jump the Waters. Absolutely beautiful from Chili Midnight, and that's a massive team fight win. 3-for-0 trade to start this off. Dragon's up in 8 seconds. That is all but secured for them, as the Herald will charge into the mid lane. But yeah, that's Chili Midnight. That's what their comp can do when they group up as 5.
That's the game team fight win that we were looking for, and that should just be it, right? I mean, I like the call from Johto's cuter. They try to punish this. Suki.
Suki, all alone, just trying to get to the bottom wave. Does get to the tier 2 turret. Back to safety of Suki's side of the map, but wow, yeah, this game's pretty much over. Chili Midnight have such a massive lead right now, and I'm just not seeing Johto finding the tools, finding the answers, finding the strategies to get themselves back in this.
Yeah, Johto is not given the tools to be able to do that. And look, they're just fishing now, no pun intended, with the Fizz Chum the Waters. Anytime that it's available now, it is a pick available to them. Chili Midnight, that was a really iffy situation there because you saw them all recall. You saw Johto's cuter, like, okay, if they're going to make this recall, if they're going to go for Dragon, they're going to commit too many members and we can just take mid lane, turn it right on its head. And basically now, 4 different members of this team are fighting for table scraps. They're fighting for jungle camps, for minions. They're trying to get as much gold onto correct members as possible. We haven't seen the execution of the Camille Galio combo yet. So interesting to see Sparkle 2 levels down. Can they do it?
Dragonfire fighting Sparkle. Suki's there for backup, but so is High Don't Hurt Me. It's literally the 80 carry and assassin jungler fighting the fighter slash like bruiser jungle Baron lane combo, and they're hard waiting it right there. That's just the lead that Chili Midnight have right now. And Jodo is cuter. They have to group up. They're walking around clumped as 3, clumped as 2. No one is sticking alone because they know that there are 2 assassins on the enemy team. That makes it even harder for Jodo is cuter to come back in this one because they can't just have people isolated in side lanes getting their solo XP and solo farm. Because then you risk the
Sparkle
just dying. Sparkle
combo
finds out Dragonfire. That's a pretty good start to it, but the slicing Maelstrom from Govos does way too much work. Now the rest of the team's joined in here. Zhao onto the back line, gets 1 assassination, but it is being turned around right now. Govos goes down. Zhao went into the stasis, and now might have been a mistake because that bought time for the enemy team to come back in. But now joins the 80 carry. Look at I Don't Hurt Me running in as the Xayah. Dragonfire as the Kha'Zix is able to take down Osiris. And that means that Suki's the last member left. Is Jerboa as well under this turret here, but I don't know if they can actually stop it. There we go. The can with the last auto takes down the turret, and Chili Midnight yet again walk out on top.
Okay, so now with 3 kills to 2 on that trade, Joe2 is cuter. That's pretty good for them. They got a lot of kills, and specifically they put it on carry members in both Joe2 and Istroboa with shutdowns to boot. That's gotta feel at least a little bit nice. Now they're not the only ones kind of just sitting back waiting to farm up a little bit of gold. Istroboa is going to have to put on the biggest carry performance that we've seen from them to this date, because you were saying it before. This is the elimination match. This is every match in this top 8. If you lose out, if you lose 2 matches, you're done. You're waiting until next week. You're waiting for that next qualifier. And every last one has to be feeling more and more anxious as we're running out of qualifiers for the regional championships and the majors as well. So
now Joe2 is cuter. At least they are still up 1-0 in the series. So even if they lose this game, they're going to a game 3. They will have another shot, but they wanted that 2-0. Most of the time, you don't want to give your opponents a better shot of coming back here, but Chili Midnight, we thought this would be a close series, and they are giving us a close series right now with a dominating Game 2, turning around their fortunes from Game 1, showing that really it was just that dragon fight throw. But now with a better early game, more control, they are honestly also just like the better team with rotations in this mid game here. This game's going much later than we've seen a lot of them. Okay, nice steal there from Mr. Boa. But we see that Chili Midnight, they're just in the right lanes at the right time. They're setting up these objectives in pretty good timing as well. Now we got an Elder Dragon on the map here. But even as I say that, they have lost some control over the mid lane because Govos is just hard shoving at Baron lane instead. Maybe this is an avenue for Johto to go for Dragon.
He gets it. Look at how much damage. That's 1 auto attack from Govos. It's just 500, 600 HP off. Now, Dragonfire is actually doing this dragon, and it is not on wards, from what I can see.
Yeah, not spotted.
Jotu's cuter. They gotta make it. They gotta flip it on this one.
All right, Isherbo dropped to ward. Sparkle's looking for the flank right now, but from the water's lane immediately. Teleport coming in. It's a split fight. Jotu is cuter. They actually hard target down onto Govos, the lone cannon who teleported in and says, "Where's my team?" Goes down, but did a lot of damage. Bought a lot of time. Maybe the rest of the team can clean it up here. And Chili Midnight, they're doing it, but can they get Suki? The Garrett, the stat check goes down. High, don't kill me, barely alive. Gets the triple kill. Sparkle dives in, at least takes him down. But a rampage for Dragonfire. They didn't get the dragon, but they didn't need it. They can just walk this wave down the mid lane, at least crack an inhibitor turret.
No, this is it. I mean, look at how much damage right now that the Fizz does.
Seconds.
They've got so much HP.
That's game.
There it is,
we're going to
Kangas.
game 3 out. Chili Midnight bounce back in the series and have a dominating performance in game 2. GG to Chili Midnight.
It all breaks down from the mid lane there. Because Zhao was able to get started off in this game, the rest of it kind of just fell like dominoes for Chili Midnight. The game was always in their hand. And we saw there the Baron fight gets a little bit dicey in the gold lead afterwards. They get a few more kills. The gold sends a swing just a tiny bit, but not enough for it to really matter. 20-5 feels about right for the kill score there, right? I mean, Dragonfire had a pop-off performance on this Kha'Zix, a pick that we had big question marks, and I myself was doubting. I still maybe not the biggest proponent to it, but it won. Results-based analysis reigns true on the day.
It didn't do as much damage as Govos.
Huge.
Govas did just a fraction more, but look at how close Zhao was as well. Also sporting an insane 13 KDA right there, coming in from the Fizz player. I mean, I think everybody from Chilling Midnight stepped up in this game too, and we see that reflected in the damage charts, in the KDA, and of course, in the victory screen here. We're going to game 3, Alk. I think this is the first game 3 that we've had so far this week. All the games yesterday were 2-0s that we got to cast, so we're getting a close one, and it's exciting to see because these are two teams that have been fighting. A lot of players returning that are continuing to fight on their way to qualify for the 3rd major. We're going to be sent into a short break before we're back with game 3 that will decide who continues on to the semifinals right after this. Hello and welcome back, everyone, as we're preparing for Game 3 to decide who continues to the semifinals and who has to try again next week through the qualifiers to make their way to the third major. We got Chili Midnight versus Johto is Cuter, and these games have been back and forth. Out game number 1, it was Johto is Cuter getting the lead after that second dragon. They won the team fight, and the gold just ballooned in their favor. Then, game 2, kind of a similar story, honestly, but just the opposite team. This time around, it was Chili Midnight that were able to do that. What's your read of this series right now? Do you think either of these teams is looking better than the other, or do you think this Game 3 going to be a straight coin flip?
Mid jungle is so important, guys. I didn't think we were gonna get this far. I didn't think it would be this early in top 8 to be talking about it. But mid jungle is a key part of Wild Rift. You need to be paying attention to, and we've seen it now and time again. We were looking at it in game 1. The Aurelian Soul did not get off to a good start, and in this time, Dragonfire was able to help out Zhao to have a fantastic laning phase, and from there, the games went their separate ways, right? So you need to be able to focus this, and this means that the champion pools need to be under scrutiny. Does Jin go back to being available, and we start looking at heavier kind of scrutinization of these champions?
Interesting to note is that Red side has won both games. Johto is Cuter chose Red side this time around. So interesting results-based analysis. Congratulations, Johto is Cuter, for winning the series. But let's see. I mean, obviously they still need a draft. They still need to get the team and then also pull it off. But let's see if there's any adaptations in pick and ban from Johto is Cuter's side, because obviously the double assassin comp was a little tough for them to deal with. It felt like they didn't have an answer once that got rolling. So maybe you ban it out. Maybe you just go into this game and say, let's play a cleaner early game to not let those champions get fed. But either way, we'll get a little bit of insight in that with the bans. So far, same bans, though, for Johto is Cuter. They banned Riven. Jin and Yasuo would be the next two if they keep the same from the first 2 games.
They want to keep it stuck, though, with Chili Midnight. They're getting rid of Gragas. They're getting rid of Akali. Xin Zhao was their last time answer. What is Johto is Cuter's adaptation? Because now you have a bunch of options, I think, available to you. If you're once we start to getting into the draft, is Varus going to be a problem? Do they want to get rid of Varus? Because it has been a pain point for them in the Dragon lane. But this time around, Johto is Cuter. They're getting rid of Dragonfire's Kha'Zix.
Interesting to note right there. Yeah, Dragonfire had a pretty good game in that last game on this Kha'Zix. Played it with a victory yesterday as well, so clearly in the champ pool, in the comfort level for Dragonfire. I also think that if you're Chili Midnight, Varus is an option. I don't hate that ban, but you know that the Xayah Rakan, like, you were able to win that lane with Xayah Rakan, so you could just run it back saying, okay, well, we got a comfortable answer to it now. We know what we'd want to play into that, so let's take away the Katarina. Johto popped off on this in game 1. I still like this from Chili Midnight. I think the Varus, while it is still very strong still, now that they know that they have a bot lane that they can play into it, no longer as big of a priority. But that Katarina, yeah, you gotta get rid of that thing.
Remember, they didn't ban Katarina in the last game either. So this is something they are trying to save. They're trying to protect the mid lane pool for Zhao in case they want to play something really specific. I don't think they want to play a Galio matchup into them. They don't want to play a kind of more supportive mid laner. So what is it that Chili Mountain is hiding from us? Because is it another Aurelian Soul potentially from Zhao? Because now with Yasuo banned, we get to see another new look. Is it another assassin that they have kind of lined up?
Is it Jin? I mean, Jin's been banned against them the last 2 times. Are they confident enough to blue 1 Jin? I mean, it's pretty easy to draft around, so it might not be the best idea, but I mean, that guarantees you get it, and that Johto is Cuter can't take it away from you then.
We've got 3 seconds, Kangas. Is it gonna be? But it's the Xin Zhao. We don't get. Oh man. Okay, we are 2 picks away from getting a really dumb meme popped up on the show. I don't want to spoil it yet, but if it goes through, I'll share the meme. Anyway. Johto's Cuter. Are they going to pick Varus Thresh again?
We'll come back to that one later. See if that grows on anything. You're right. Johto's Cuter. Last time they were on red side, they went for Varus Thresh right here. Locked in that dragon lane early on. It worked for them in game 1. Game 2, not so much. So I don't know if it's still that same priority for them this time around. Now, obviously, the dragon lane was impacted by things outside of just the 2v2, but they weren't winning that 2v2. So they do opt for the Braum this time around. We're getting away from that Thresh pick at least. and they still get the Lee Sin as well, so most likely Sparkle piloting that one.
Okay, all right. We have seen Suki also play the Lee
Yeah,
Sin.
Suki did play that one yesterday.
They got fancy with it, and Suki looked pretty good. But for Chili Midnight, with Lee Sin on the table, I, at least myself as a marksman player, I'm a little bit afraid to play Jhin here against Braum as well. Kind of just makes your champion null and void. But this time, they want to pick a strong support.
Ooh.
Good for Nami. Is a good counter matchup as well support-wise. And the mid lane 2v2 is dangerous now for Chili Midnight.
And now that you know it's not the Thresh, I like this lane a lot more here for Chili Midnight, because Nami can just kind of bully a Braum around. There's not much he can do to stop that. So I think that if Seifi's going to play her signature Nami pick, this is an ideal support to play it into, and it will also be the Varus there. So, all right, we're going with the Jhin, even though there's a Lee Sin and Diana that we'll be diving onto, and it's the Braum lane. Okay, let's see if this works out for Chili Midnight. It's a bold move to pair that with the Nami.
Woo! We get Aurelia!
Oh.
Okay, I'm super excited. All right, I'm back to being excited. Now, I want to see where this Aurelia is going, because it's probably just going to be Baron lane. All right, it could have been a little bit spicier. It's an okay jungler, but you need to have a lot of practice on it. We haven't seen a lot of Aurelia. Same thing with Riven. I'm super excited to see these highly mechanical champions come to North America. When we've seen them pop off, it is so good. And against someone like Kennen, you can build that Wit's End. And against Fizz, same thing. These are awesome matchups for her. But the mid lane matchup needs to not fall apart. If Fizz is ahead, this Aurelia matchup doesn't really matter at this point. Suki's not going to be able to contribute anything. And Kangas, I got the meme set up. We've got Jin Zhao. That's it. If you're a Twitter user, you know what it is. Yep, you got Jin Zhao.
That was the meme you're trying. I thought it would be something much. When you said we're 2 picks away, I thought you literally meant 2 more picks, not just
no, just
2-pick combo.
Nope, just Jin Zhao. That's it. Isn't
there a third one that somebody found, like another Jin name?
Probably not for air, not for airtime. Probably.
All right.
Just gonna,
we're gonna Jurelia. Maybe that one works.
Well, they're on opposite
throw it in with any name. They are on opposite teams. Let's get into the topic at hand here, Alk, and bring your attention actually into the game now. This is game 3. Elimination is on the line for the team that loses, and a semifinals round. Best of 3 will be on the line for whoever wins here. So how does that pressure affect these players? That's something we haven't really talked about yet. But in these high-profile matches, these high-profile games, pressure is a big factor in how players perform. You got to be able to manage that stress.
Well, for Johto's Cuter, they've played in a major, so I'm expecting that this has to feel, a little bit of sweat down the back, but nothing too out of the ordinary for them. Whereas Chili Midnight, this would be their first time breaking into top 8 and making, keeping their run for trying to make it into the major. Remember, it is top 2 here. We are long gone from the days in the first circuit it was top 4. So with such small slots and so few of them available, really important for them to keep streaking wins.
You have to get to that finals. That means you got to win this game and then another best of 3 afterwards. Govos and Suki duking it out in the 1v1 in Baron lane. That's Ignite down on Suki, but Govos did not pop the barrier. The flash forward by Dragonfire. Oh, Suki goes down because the roam from Zhao as well. First blood over to Chili Midnight.
So important to try to protect this matchup, but it allows for Diana to cannibalize a little bit of the jungle, make sure that she's putting down wards. And now that they know this, it's super key. What is the counter punch here for Johto's Cuter? What do they get on the opposite side of the map? Because really what just happened is they got Suki's flash, they roamed, and they lost a little bit of HP on their mid turret. If that turns into a plate, maybe it's a little bit better, but even with the first blood gold, it is even because of what they lost.
Exactly. It doesn't feel like much was gained there, but the important thing, gold onto Zhao here. So Fizz does come back to this mid lane, at least even here with Johto. Didn't have to burn a summoner spell either, so can be just fine. But with both of these AP assassins in the mid lane, being at the same power spike can be rough for either one of these teams. Whoever's able to get onto the map and roam earlier or more effective will feel great. Oh, ultimate used by Tsuki. Vanguard's Edge, and here we go. Ultimate
not a lot of mana.
Gobos. Suki's in trouble because the backup from Dragonfire. Gobos barely survives.
This matchup is now over at this point. Aurelia is at the mercy of Kennen. It's really dangerous early on to try to face off in a melee versus range matchup. They want to try and stop the backs here. Just barely missing out on the Sonic Wave. It's
Very
huge
close
for them. Oh.
But yeah, Govos getting that kill, like you were saying, means that this Baron lane matchup will be that much harder. Tsuki to start off game 3, 0-2. Again, the mental aspect of the game. You got to make sure you're not tilting at any moment now. I know it's rough, but you got to find a way to recover, find a way to stay alive long enough here so that your team can get other stuff done around the map. Because we talk about momentum, we talk about mentality. It's rough to start these pivotal game 3s in this kind of position, so let's see how
burning
Tsuki's
ignites.
Able to
That's
recover.
a flash from Govos.
Oh, Govos has to
a
get
solo
out.
kill.
Wow, what a way to turn it around there. I was building up the storyline so much I didn't even notice that Tsuki was doing just that, going for the plays onto Govos.
They're fighting
does
bot lane.
not get the kill, so bot lane as well. 2v2 going on down here. Curtain call pulled. They already got one. Can they get another? Chili Midnight with a double kill onto I Don't Hurt Me. Go to Sparkle, the combo! Sparkle with the kick, absolutely insane. Can Jotu get more though? Does get one kill, but a triple to I Don't Hurt Me. Jotu's right on top of him. Double kill to Jotu. Zhao will clean it up, but Jotu off of that play keeps Jotu is cuter in this game.
Wanting to put the namesake team on his proverbial back. That was a really great team fight, but still, Chili Midnight coming out ahead. They have push in mid lane. They're getting more and more kills, and now with so much gold into the back pocket of Jin, they've completely warped the matchup in a lot of these lanes. Chili Midnight are coming out clean. I don't know if it was game 1 jitters or if Jotu's Cuters are just stumbling here in the match, but every time now we're seeing them come out just slightly ahead, eking out advantages, and it is those small edges that is winning them this game so far. Can Jotu get out? It's going to cost the flash.
Flashes away, goes back in. Doesn't have the moonfall, but just buying time. Buying space for Sparkle to join in. Jotu, you're nuts! Oh, bought so much space for Sparkle to follow up and pick up that kill, but that was all Jotu right there. Absolutely insane. And Tsuki gets a solo kill out of Govos.
All right, there we go. And Jotu's probably going to get solo here.
Oh, right after that insane play. Zhao turns it around. That's rough.
It's time to get walked down. Every single one of these lanes, you're not safe. Jotu is cuter. They're fighting back, though. They don't want to go out whimpering. They're getting the Rift Herald. They're finding solo kills in the lanes that I thought were ruined. But so far, doing a fantastic job. They're going to trade it for this dragon. I wonder if they'll drop Rift Herald here and just try to make a massive influx of gold.
You
I think they'll just take the turret even without it.
They did take the turret without the Herald. I honestly think you drop the Herald and take a tier 2 at the same time. But they're not going to opt for that. Instead, Sparkle's holding on to this Herald. But Jotu back into the mid lane here. Under turret. This would be aggressive from Sparkle. Stunned up because Govos was there and goes down. Oh, Sparkle not expecting the Kennen backup.
Oh, Sparkle. Going a little too aggressive there, buddy. I'm okay with this Rift Herald not going down only for the reason that if they take this tier 2, it is a short-term amount of money for a long-term deficit in favor of Chili Midnight. That wave, that lane is never, ever going to be pushed out, and it's always going to be on the side of Chili Midnight, and as long as they're able to hold this tier 1, that is a dangerous spot for Aurelia to be unless they're covering that side of the map, in which case they're going to lose access to the next couple of Drakes. So I like this. It allows them to set up for another play. Now, with a few minutes in between the next Drake here, we'll have to watch where the Rift Herald goes. Are they going to set up for mid lane? Look at how they're linking up with Osiris and potentially Sparkle here. Are they going to make a play for topside or mid? It looks like a Roman for this.
Tsuki wants Govos, but again, back up from Dragonfire. Tsuki says, what Dragonfire?
Oh my.
Runs right past his Injao and gets the kill. Now with backup from the rest of the team, Sparkle and Osiris are in tow. Another kill over. Tsuki will go down. Zhao diving back onto the Aurelia, and Jotu just completely whiffs the Moonfall, but might still be enough. Zhao cannot get back to safety, but Playful Trickster out. Not enough. Pickup of a kill for Jotu. 9-8 on the scoreboard. Gold only 1.5k in the lead for Jotu is cuter. Alk, this is such a close game. Chain of Corruption.
They're fighting.
Used. Hi, Don't Hurt Me running forward.
Oh my god,
no! No! Can't get the damage! Oh, if
Here it
this
is.
snipe hits, is your boa
Let's
one?
go.
Ability, one arrow, and one solo kill to Joe2 is Cuter's 80 carry.
It's just take my bow at this point if you're Istra Boa. And my axe now coming in, maybe, I don't know if there's a shield replicant, but they're not able to go for this. This is such a good play. Every single team member on Joe2's Cuter willing to fight it out. And we saw it last time. There's a Chum the Waters, a half health Sparkle, but just a little too far over the wall. Look at now Suki just playing, just fishing around in the jungle, trying to find a pick. This is insanely tense, Kangas. This is both teams fighting for that spot.
I mean, yeah, you could not ask for a better game 3 in the quarterfinals. The winner of this still has to win another series, but they're playing like this is the grand championships right now.
Oh.
And talk about the early game, we said laning was over for Suki. Govos with a couple kills early on, Suki dying twice in lane, but look at the comeback of Suki now with Wit's End completed. The Aurelia's fully back online and a full item up over Govos. The script has been completely flipped in the Baron lane.
Good luck now trying to face this guy in a long lane as Kennen. Look at how far Kennen has to step up. They have wards behind them as well. So they know exactly where Kennen is at all times in the map. And Govos, I think correctly so, has made a really good choice, recognizing, hey, I might not be useful in the 1v1s, but I'm here to simply pick up, collect the waves, and I will utilize my TP when we need to go for team fights. 30 seconds before the Drake. This has to be where the game will break open. They're summoning the Rift Herald in mid lane. They want gold now. They want mid priority immediately. And I mean, Joe2 is cuter, looking pretty good right now, Kangas. They're in prime position to take this one.
Crack another turret. That's the outer in the mid lane here. As the rest of Chilly Midnight will at least take down the Herald, but Dragon in 8 seconds. And Chilly Midnight have not gotten flank wards down for Govos, so I don't know if you can even contest this. I mean, they're walking up for it, but honestly, I would take this moment to just push out waves. Get control over all the lanes, give over a Dragon. It's not the end of the world, but they say that Joe2's Cuter is actually not on the Dragon either, so neither team fully prioritizing this. But look at the mid lane. Like, Joe2's Cuter have pushed in a full wave here, and Chilly Midnight are just losing an entire wave of XP and gold.
They're not able to really respond to this. I think they wanted to try and get... Did Xiao just take red buff? It may have been to get level 11. Okay, doesn't have the red buff. I was wondering, because they were fishing for it, but so many wards from Joe2's Cuter is just making this impossible for the Assassin Fizz to do much. And Kangas, we are at that time now. Dragon is spawning. A lot of gold is in the back pocket of Fizz. 5-1. Can Zhao win this team fight for them? Or is Joe2's Cuter going to be able to slam home a victory? They don't need to fight for this, but they're in position for it.
Zhao needs to get onto Izurboa, but it's tough when Varus is flash and heal. Otherwise, maybe Sparkle's a great secondary option here. Is while yes, the Lee Sin has Guardian Angel, you can at least take away the Lee Sin threat from the fight to start off. But Dragon started by Joe2 is Cuter. Teleport used here by Govos. Teleport's available.
They're gonna have
Suki.
to fight.
Has not blown it yet. And Joe2 is Cuter. I love this. They just back off the Dragon. They say, okay, well, they committed teleport. Look at where Tsuki is, right back to the Baron lane. Can push this in and keep pressure on the turret. Govos
They're going to get Dragon Turret.
They'll get... Okay, Dragon Turret picked up by Chilly Midnight. That's nice. But Govos, hard commits onto the turret, sets up Zhao for Chum the Waters. It's onto the Lee Sin. They haven't gotten Izurboa, and that's bad news for Govos. Kennen goes down. Curtain call pulled. Look at Dragonfire on the flank right here, corralling the members of Joe2 is Cuter right onto Tsuki. Can you take him down? Tsuki's down! Big win to start the fight, but Sparkle with the wall will trade right back. Look at I Don't Hurt Me. Very deep in this fight as the Jhin. Insane, but Zhao's the cleanup crew. Fizz will get another one. Sparkle chasing down Zhao into the river. Osiris just makes it not fun, though. The slows of Braum. And Joe2 is Cuter will come out on top with a 4-for-3 trade.
That is so awesome for Joe2 is Cuter to take control of this game, because it was looking dicey there. Govos with a massive slicing Maelstrom onto 3 under the turret as well is looking rather dicey there potentially, but they're able to turn it around. The rest of the members are able to come into that fight and tear it up for Joe2 is Cuter. Now they'll be able to finish items, take this Dragon, and they took a tier 2 turret in the mid lane. So all of these other turrets are going to start to look very, very juicy. And Chilly Midnight, what is their response? We still haven't seen an amazing team fight with all 5 members at once in one area. That is their bread and butter. And I think Joe2 is Cuter correctly so, pulling them around the map and making it difficult for them to group.
We haven't seen Chili Midnight be able to get a massive 5v5 in any of the games so far. It seems like they just struggle at this point of the game. They're better in these skirmishes and making these side plays. But now Baron's on the table. It's all about controlling this big objective. One dragon to each team. Johto all alone up here. Goes for it. Has the moonfall. Pops 3, but doesn't get a kill. Now trying to get away, but just dies to Hi, don't hurt me.
Stop, Chum the water.
Fight here from Johto is cuter, but Chum the water lands. Looking Zhao over the wall. Just gonna blow up Sparkle, but doesn't actually hit him. Vanguard's edge. Suki, can you make it happen? No, into the Guardian Angel. Sparkle's back in the fight. Also has GA. And look at the position of Isherboa. Varus positioning perfectly throughout this fight. Almost untouched. Birding down.
Got him.
Zhao still alive.
No!
Zhao back in. Sparkle will trade it. Isherboa's down, but Suki was alive the whole time and gets a double kill. What a team fight for Johto is cuter. I completely lost track of Suki, but clearly Johto is cuter. We're playing around the Aurelia through the whole fight, and they will win it 5-3.
Now, this is some great team fighting here. Finally, from inside the Summoner series, Johto is cuter. There's so many different fights going on. Isherboa walks up at the end, trying to find that kill, but with the Sonic Wave available to Sparkle, they finally get that. It is 4 for 5. And nothing really can come of it. It is more gold in favor of Johto is cuter, and maybe some camps going away, being taken away from them. But now resets are going to come in. They're going to finish another set of items, and Johto is cuter are going to look to come back out of the map, try to take control of the river. We have Elder spawning now at 15 minutes. And this is huge because this is basically going to be that game-deciding team fight for us. We still have not seen them group. Chili Midnight, please, group S5, Brute Force. The start of that was good.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. Chili Midnight, their damage is up front. They have the Kennen ult. They have the Fizz ult. They have Nami ult. Even Jin as well. A lot of upfront burst damage. They're not as strong in the extended fights, specifically Kennen and the Fizz. But Suki doesn't get blown up at the start of that fight, and with the Conqueror procs, with this build, can just lifesteal through the entire fight. And I think that we're starting to see that Johto is cuter. They want these lengthened fights. They don't want to get blown up right away. Chili Midnight, they need to find a big engage,
dead.
And now they're getting engaged on right now. Safety in the bottom lane.
Look at the kick!
Sparkle with the kick! Using Safety as the bowling ball, and I don't hurt me's just a little pin, but it will be traded right back. Guardian Angel. Oh, Sparkle's out! Sparkle gets away!
Oh my god, he's out. He's dead.
Zhao hard chases him down, but what happens in the rest of the fight? Suki absolutely popping off yet again. And okay, Zhao, I see you trying to get back in there, but you forgot about Suki! The Aurelia, massive in this fight. Johto as well. Hi, don't hurt me will go down, and another ace for Johto is cuter.
It is backbreaking how many fights that they have now lost. Chili Midnight, they are 0 for 3 in the last couple of fights. They have lost it time and time again. Johto is cuter. It is 30 seconds before the dragon spawns. But you see already the main members, the squad, some new players being added to this roster are making their way to the Baron, are going to try to make this final push to put them in the semifinals.
Such a close start to the game. The pivotal game 3, you need to win this one to make it to those semis. But the last 3 fights, like you said, have just been going to Johto and the squad. With Baron empowered minions, now they can start sieging. Dragon spawning in a second, but I don't think Chili Midnight can make it there in time to take it away. So they're probably going to lose this dragon as well. And in the most pivotal game, potentially, of Chili Midnight's entire season, they're 1 win away from getting into top 4 after they've made it to top 8 for their first time. Still a success for them. Still a success for these players compared to their previous placements, but they were right on the precipice, and now they need to find a miracle play. They have a Death Brush set up right by the Raptor Pit. Look at Govos here. Kennen could look for a flank, but Johto, they're not taking the bait. They're just pushing the wave mid.
They need to do something here if you're on the side of Chili Midnight. With the dragon available and with Suki pushing in, all of these waves are going to be more and more dangerous. As soon as that one inhibitor goes down, whether it be in the Baron lane or in the mid lane, it's doomed. And this dragon is basically dead. Dragonfire.
He was looking for a potential steal, but Johto's over the wall. Sparkle as well. Dragonfire's dead. And now Johto looking for even more. Yes! One shot. Hi, don't hurt me. All right. Somebody call
Back it up.
protective services, because I don't hurt me. clearly not getting the better of this trade here. Joju
Oh my
continues
God,
to dive
Jotu.
further, looking for even more into the stasis, and that's just going to be game. Jotu is cuter, hard committing. Govos tries with the slicey maelstrom. Isherboa survives
Wow.
through the stasis and the flash. The Nexus will fall. Jotu is cuter. Remain victors, and we'll move on to the semifinals.
They have made top 4. It is sad to see Chili Midnight gone already, but we'll get to see them next week. Wow, that was a game. Look at how even this game is. Even at the 12-minute mark, when there's 2 dragons, it is still within about 5,000 gold. And it's just, it gets blown up after that. Everything past the 8-minute mark is all Jotu is cuter the entire game. And it is basically a carry performance. I don't care what it says on your screen right now, ladies and gentlemen at home. Jotu had a great end of the game there where they just basically one-shot the Jhin, but Sparkle, time and time again on this Lee Sin, was such a disgusting performance. I mean, everybody at home, if you're a jungle player,
look at
it's
the
time to take
damage.
notes.
Look at Jotu's damage.
God.
Oh my goodness. I mean, props. Mad props to Chili Midnight for showing up in this series. That game 2, dominant. Game 3, close. You saw the gold graph at 8 minutes. Pretty much dead, even 12 minutes within 5,000 gold, and then it just got away from them. But they were in this game for so long right there. And Sparkle, Jotu, Tsuki are just too good. I mean, my goodness. There's a reason that Jotu, the name is named after, or the team is named after him, but a 2-1 series nonetheless. Jotu is cuter. I'm starting to see starting to understand why you had them as potential favorites in this tournament. As soon as you saw them in the group stages, you're like, all right, this is the team to watch.
They've got fire, and it's all about keeping that momentum for them, because I know these guys can be a little coin flip sometimes. We saw it in some of their games, even in that second game, you see a little bit of it. They're not the most consistent team. When they're on fire, they're running hot. It is really awesome to see. And now here, they've gone into the semifinals. That's going to be our next. It's going to be one of our next matchups. But when you guys see the bracket, it's going to be pretty sick. They're going to go up against Musketeers. Oh man, we got the only game 3 in the entire quarterfinals, by the way, which just
really,
thank you everybody who voted on Twitter, by the way. You voted the right match.
Good choice. Good choice. We did leave this one up on a vote for social media, so make sure you're following the Twitter account in case you're not already, GiantSlayerWR. But with that said, we will be sending it to a short break. A crazy quarterfinals, but can you believe it? We still got the semis right around the corner, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this. Hello and welcome back, everyone, as we're preparing for our first semi-finals match of the Wild Rift Summoner Series. Day 2 qualifiers for the third major, brought to you by Riot Games, Wisdom Gaming, and Nerd Street. Up first, Al, because we will be watching both semifinals throughout the day, but the first match, we do have Yawn, who is in Group 1, auto-seeded into the top 8, so we haven't seen any of their games yet, and we finally get our first look at Nia Van Hua, the team that took first in their group, surprising over Joe2 is Cuter, who just also qualified for the semifinals in the quarterfinals match that we watch. We get our first look at both of these teams.
Who would have thought that Group B is actually going to be the group of death, right? They came in out of Group 2 like bat out of hell because they have been tearing it up, and this is going to be our top 8. Every other team got 2-0'd. You see this, Chili Midnight and Joe2's Cuter was the only one that was close, and it's kind of sad, Kangas, that the people that I were looking to be one of the favorites has to get knocked out because they're on the same side of the bracket. Musketeers and Joe2's Cuter, the other matchup on the other side that we will get to watch after this one of them's going home, and the other one is continuing on and will qualify for the major. So really awesome things to see here, and we get two teams we've never seen before. So, whew.
We get to learn a lot about them together, everybody, but one thing we do know about Nia Van Hua is that they are all masters or above, and almost all grandmasters on top of that. So just elo-wise, this is a terrifying team to go up against here in the semifinals. So let's think about Team Yawn and their chances. When we look about this team, what's the history of them, Alk? Because obviously, Nia Van Hua, we haven't really seen a lot of them throughout the events or any of the previous series. But what information do you have on Team Yawn?
So for Team Yawn, this is a team that has kind of been sitting around, they've made one of the majors. I think it was the first major they made it in, and they were one of the teams that sadly got preyed upon. They had really tough matchups going up against some of the better teams, the ones that we will see who have already qualified for some of the majors. They have not found a lot of success. Obviously, you see on their screen, it's Dawn. This is a new jungler. They've moved Zenith to the mid lane, their previous Baron laner. And now we have Joey and Huang in that Dragon Lane duo. So they basically have revamped this roster from head to toe. They've moved one player around. And on the opposite side, for Nia Van Hua, the only player that I've seen that has played in this tournament so far throughout the entirety of the Summoner Series is Not This Time, who has had some success in the Dragon Lane and has played for some other teams, but really hasn't quite made it into top 8 in such a convincing manner.
Now, I did actually get a chance, looking at the other side, Nia Van Hua, to chat with That Way, the support coming in for the roster, and I heard that they've only been playing together, these 5, for 2 weeks. Only 2 weeks of playtime. And, obviously, when you're this high of elo, we still expect a team to not need that much playtime to be able to pick up wins. But the further they go along in the tournament, the more that might hurt them as they're up against teams and rosters that have been together for much longer, have more experience in the competitive circuit. But on that note, That Way and Babe Nam have both played in previous qualifiers too, so they do have some competitive experience on top of the high elo placement. But we're ready to hop into pick and ban here for game 1 of this best of 3 for the semifinals. The winner of this series will auto qualify for the third major. That is big. They also get a bigger prize pool, and they have a chance at winning the entire event here for this week. The qualifiers going into that major. That'll help with seeding in the major as well. But let's see what they bring to the table. Team Yawn on the blue side to start us off. Nia Van Hua over on the red. Right off the bat, Yawn are banning away the Jarvan the 4th here, focusing on that jungle champ pool. Makes sense for Babe Nam. Again, also a player that according to That Way has hit Challenger this season. So, good player to target the champ pool.
We have got it confirmed. I wanted to make sure. That is Tony in the jungle there for Yawn. Tony has played on this team for a bit, so really they kept 2 players, and everybody else, they just said boot him, send him next. And I wonder also if this is the same Dawn that has played previously and was playing stuff like Pantheon and Vayne Baron Lane. Because if that is the case, Kangas, you're in for a wild ride here, buddy. You're gonna have a lot of fun on this one. So
I'm
actually
excited.
good.
I'm hoping that is the case now that I've learned that there's a chance for Pantheon. Pantheon's one of my favorite champions in all of Wild Rift, so anytime somebody likes it, and I get excited. But the options from Nia Van Hua, also jungle focused, taking away Tony's champ pool with the Xin Zhao and the Camille prioritized away. Now Wukong's still on the table. Lee Sin still on the table, so there are still priority junglers that these teams can be looking at, but that pool still might even get more pinched here as Nia Van Hua do have another ban. But there's the Lee Sin coming in from Yan. Wukong's looking juicy right now.
It's looking pretty good, but we're seeing so much jungle focus, and from what I remember of watching Tony's games throughout multiple qualifiers in the major, is that this guy is kind of a psychopath in the jungle. Like, was definitely a much more bloodthirsty jungle, and we saw a lot of Jarvan, so I'm surprised to see it taken away here. We might get an Olaf game, which we haven't seen in a little bit, but Olaf is still one of the early game engines that is just can be very bruiser-esque when you have stuff like the Sterix and Stunplay. But
gotta go for the Wukong. It's up.
Throw it out.
We've talked so much the past 2 days about the importance of Wukong and how strong it can be. Absolutely a blue winnable champion, so it makes sense that Yan would go for this one, prioritize. But what does Babe now want to respond with? Because of course, I mean, like, there's a good chance that they have something planned as well. A challenger level player here on the highest ranked elo team in the event so far. Let's see what their answer is going to be. And actually, it's Bape Nam on the Olaf. Let's go.
Okay, and we're seeing more Thresh. This is just like the last qualifier that we did, Kangas, where day 1, we were seeing a bunch of just random stuff as people were playing it. And day 2, we saw Janna in particular really start to rise up and become like this like sleeper pick that Tribe were picking a lot of. We saw that they were putting in a lot of time in, and eventually started being very contested between them and enemy. So really cool to see it here, that we're starting to see the rise of Thresh as more people have time to play it, more people have time to put some games in. To see what it's like against Nami should be like, you know, it's easy hooks, but still got to wait and see how the performance is, as Corki and Nami are here for Yan.
I don't like the Nami pick into the Thresh. Once you already see that Thresh, I want something that's a little more aggressive and can also survive if you get hooked. I feel like Nami kind of loses out on both of those. Pairing it with the Corki, we'll see, maybe that's the lane combo that they really want here, but Corki also can't take little bit of time, like not a champion that I think of as like, oh, you win in lane with this champion. It's more about you scale up, you get your 1 to 2 items, you get those package plays, and now a Draven locked in. All right, I'm a fan. I'm now a fan of Nia Van Hua. I don't even know what their final pick is, but I'm liking this. Especially because they also pick Arya, and you apparently hate this champion, so this is even better.
This is, oh man, I was like, the Draven drew me in, and I didn't even see the Ari. It came out like a blocked piece of text on my screen. Okay,
you just out at this point. You just don't even recognize it when you see it.
Anytime I see that champion, I get like a little, I start like tremoring a little bit. Okay, the Draven is cool. I like it a lot. It's probably got to deal with how much early success they have found, but Ari still, I'm still yet to be impressed by them. And I think with Darius here now for the top lane, oh man, we are fight here.
This is literally just like let's win every lane and win the jungle matchup and just kind of like use the first 5 minutes to close this one out. If Nia Van Hua do not get a sizable lead by like the 10-15 minute mark, or just haven't even end the game by then, their comp can struggle, but my goodness, do they have a lot of early firepower to play around, which means a lot of pressure now over on the side here of Team Yan. The triple Z's, of course, you know, a play on the fact that they're tired gamers. But do they have enough energy to get one more series win? A victory here, 2 wins,
Zenith, no.
2 game wins means that you're into the finals. Zenith survives, as we did see Draven hanging around in the mid lane here, helping get that early shove.
Okay, so a couple things to see here. We're going to see a lot of action in the Baron lane. Aurelia versus Darius is another hard matchup for Aurelia, at least early on, but can very easily swing in the direction of Aurelia if they play well enough. You see how aggressive they're able to play with the flash, with the Flay coming out from Thrush. But, you know, the cool thing about Draven and Wild Rift is he scales pretty decently. I mean, when you're able to kind of just like skip that item hiccup point, you can be very dangerous, especially with how much lifesteal he tends to build and how kind of a lot of his damage is up front with an AD steroid. So I like Draven. He's a huge nuisance and definitely a champion that I know a lot of people are favorites to ban in solo queue.
One of the big things about him is just the fact that you can take over lanes with him, especially if you have an aggressive support. I would say Thresh is in that kind of pool of champs that can play well with Draven. Maybe not the absolute best, like the end-all be-all, but I think it's got the tools that help it out. But they don't have priority in the bot lane for right now. We do see a potential 3v3, actually a 4v4 down here as already the cage comes through. And look at that, that way gets the first kill. Now it's turned back around, though. Wukong's putting in some work here. Buddha's joined in, and a double kill over to Tony. Beautiful play here from the Wukong, actually turning the play in favor of Team Yon.
And AD carrying them on this Draven. They weren't able to find a kill on this Draven. They flashed forward, and they end up burning due to the Corki Valkyrie that is on the floor there. So getting a little bit dicey here, guys. Playing very aggressive in the early game. And, I mean, the gold is literally dead even because of that play. And while it's a lot of gold onto Wukong, junglers with a lot of gold can be very hit or miss when it comes to their impact into the game. So we'll have to see how Tony's able to execute on this one.
But I would much rather have 2 kills on my jungler than 1 on my support. So I still feel like Yon coming out very ahead here. But nice, babe. Nah, I'm taking away the scuttle from Tony. Secures that up a level. Surprised you didn't just commit the Ragnarok, but I guess you don't have a mid laner.
Oh my god.
But look at the bot lane. Dragon lane.
Get the kills.
Double kill, or 2v2 kill rather for AD carry. Corki jumping forward. Joey picks up that one. Might get another one under that way. Flash away from that way. Dodges the rocket. 1-for-1 trade, but Joey can stick around and catch this wave.
I've played so many Corki games that basically a lot of the damage that comes off of this champion is either on the rockets or the phosphorus bomb. And if you miss the phosphorus bomb, the trade can go sideways. We saw there the Gatling gun on Corki makes a massive difference, especially with how much damage and the amount of durability that can shred from you. So good trade from them. They got the kill onto Draven, which is the most important part. Even in a negative trade right there, they're still coming up huge.
Hugh Vietnam flashes away. Flash by Dawn? Okay, interesting use of summoners there. Hugh Vietnam does not have summoners, and neither does Dawn, which means that this is very careful, or very dangerous. Babe Nam is in the Baron lane currently. Could look for a gank through the lane. Dawn sniffed this out. I'm not sure if the observers can look at topside. Does not realize this is happening. It cannot get the kill. Hugh Vietnam claims that one with the help of Babe Nam.
Good setup, and I like the patience there from Nan Van Hua, because you know immediately when you see that jungler sitting in that bush, tries to sneak in through vision. I wonder, I didn't get to see the pathing, so maybe if someone were to clip it, I'd be able to see it. I don't know if they walked through the tri-brush or just walked along the lane, because there was a yawn ward in the tri-brush there.
I think it was just through the lane. I'm pretty sure it's like literally under turret, yeah.
If it was under turret, then, you know, congrats. Bravo to them. And this is going to probably be their dragon. This is like 4v5. They brought everybody here.
All right, Joey does have package actually right now. So this is a pretty big tool for the team fight. 5 members of Nia Van Hua. They just hard commit right now onto Zenith. Got to get the flash out, get the barrier. Shockwave is used. Dragon still focused right now. The bubble lands. This is a big play. There's the ultimate, or the package used by Joey. Just shredding through them.
Oh my.
High side for Dawn to get a double kill. And wouldn't you believe it? A 5-for-1 team fight wipe in favor of Team Yon.
Holy crap, Joey, that was pretty good. We have not seen a Summoner Series Corki package that has done probably that much damage. And that right there solo carries the fight. The Valkyrie on top of it as well, so it's like a X marks the spot, and they hit treasure immediately for Yon. A huge team fight victory this early on into the game. Gets them the dragon, gets them all of those kills. And, I mean, this game is now kind of, it's starting to feel, the gas is starting to get going. Olaf needs to find something.
Getting a little desperate. Yeah, I mean, like, when you're this far behind in gold, you just try to force out the Wukong, who hasn't reset after the play. That's actually really rough for Tony right now. Wants to stick around, doesn't want to give over a free Rift Herald. And with the help of Huang and Dawn, I think that they can actually push Noah Van Hua off of this. They're on it themselves.
They're bringing 5 members.
Very dangerous from Tony. Look at AD carry him. Draven's in the bottom lane. So this is a 4v5 for Noah Van Hua. And yeah, you can't take it. That's a Rift Herald secured here by Team Yawn. Not only do they win the fight at Dragon, get the mid turret, now they have the Herald to play through. This is a very dominant early game coming out from Team Yawn.
In 2 minutes now, they have flipped the gold lead. They've made it 3,000. And with that Rift Herald, you have to expect that the gold is only going to climb for this team. Yawn, in a short amount of time, their line of play has been perfect, while Nan Van Hua kind of feels they're a little bit dizzy right now. They were put on the back step, and they still haven't found their solid footing into this one.
And I will say, that goes back to the point that I made earlier. Noah Van Hua, yes, very high-rated players, each individually on the solo queue ladder, but they've only been playing together for 2 weeks, and I think some of these mistakes we're seeing from them, they seem like mistakes that a team would make that doesn't have a lot of team play coordination, not tracking the Corki package, not communicating, okay, well, we need 5 people on Herald so we can actually take this, because Yawn is not going to give it up. Yawn are moving around the map as 5 and taking these fights as 5. And I think that's really been a boon for them, even though it's a roster that hasn't been together for too long themselves either. Having that competitive experience definitely helping them out right now when they're, ranked very far behind in just terms of average elo. But it's not all about that. And Noah Van Hua will need to find a way to get back into this one. 1v1 in the Baron lane here as Dawn gets flashed out of Vietnam and goes back in. Killing spree to Dawn. And now even more here in the bottom river. Committal from Team Yawn. Shockwave on to 2. And gives 2 more kills over to Team Yawn, but they're not done. Flash over the wall. Tony wants the play to continue that way in some trouble. The Thresh has the Aftershock pop. 80 Curium running forward, trying to get the Dragon Dam, trying to get the restacks, but cannot do it. And even more kills to Team Yawn.
Okay. Now, for a little bit of, some hopium for Nyan Van Hua, another team has still lost to them even despite 1 victory. And it was Johto is Cuter. They went 2-1 against them, and they still were able to come out as the first seed. So they are slated to lose this game. There's nothing around that. But they still can come back. They still have another 2 games that they could play. Exactly. They can play it back, and they have lost before. This is a team that is not untouchable, and while the honeymoon phase is nice, you still got to work through those kinks, and losses are where you can improve the most.
Let's see how they approach this one, though, because you're right, it's looking rough. It's looking like this is a lead that Team Yawn can utilize to get a victory. Dragons on the map, and Team Yawn are there early. Maybe Nia Van Hua will approach from the mid lane and try and take a team fight right now. Teleport's being channeled now by Dawn, and there's again the package used. Same play from Joey, but this time could be in some trouble here. The Nami ultimate used as well, still on the Dragon, hard committing for that, it's secured. Now do they go for the fight afterwards? Tony finds the engage, and the rampage for Dawn! 1 kill traded back. Buddha will claim Tony, but I don't know if that's worth it. Joey's over the wall, jumps forward.
Shockwave kill.
Shockwave hits a double kill over to Zenith. And there we go. 1 more falls. Joey does die, but it's not enough for Nia Van Hua. Team Yawn are just too dominant in these team fights.
That's it. I mean, they're trying to fight and claw back into this game. But the gold is just too massive right now for them to face. They got the Dragon. They're continuing to find teamfight victories. And this time around, it wasn't even a package diff. It was literally just a 5v5 playing head-on, and they were able to find more and more of these victories. Yawn trying to make a statement, trying to say, hey, we may have skipped out and gotten really lucky from yesterday being able to auto-qualify into day 2, but we want to show that we have deserved our spot, and we have earned our spot here in the Summoner Series.
Clearly not a fluke. The Dawn are here right now. I mean, bringing this level of play today. They also went through Team Celestial to get here through the quarterfinals. Another team that's been in previous qualifiers. Potentially one of the favorites to win this event as well, but Jan says, nope. We are the better team on the day with a swift 2-0. Now about to be up 1-0 in this series. Almost caught. Dawn in some trouble right there. Avoids a whirling death, but still goes down. It took 5 members of Nia Van Hua to do it, though. And that means that the Dragon Lane is just hard shoved in from the side of Yawn. I think they'll get a turret and trade, but if Nia Van Hua can get more, they can actually get the kills and the Baron. They caught Tony. They take him down. Shockwave used by Zenith God. Does not find a kill. With no jungler, with no Baron laner here. Really tough for Zenith to do much. Doesn't have the ult either. Nami ultimate will go through. That's a lot of damage. It's a lot of knockups. Baron's doing damage. That away's down. Joey's in the pit. There's no way! Yawn cannot be stopped.
They got it!
They steal the Baron, and they wipe Nia Van Hua off of Wild Rift.
That is a Hail Mary play if I've ever seen one. They had so many things going up against them if you're on the side of Nia Van Hua. You have a Rift Herald slamming your mid-tier 2. You have now tried to find a pick into the Baron lane, and the good gold does go on to Draven. But I like the idea of it. Go for Baron. You need to get something. You need to find a way to flip this game back in your favor. And it was super close, but the Baron damage acts as a 6th member for Yawn. And now they get the Baron. They lose another huge team fight. And this is just like breathing down the necks of Nia Van Hua. Yawn are looking to dominate this game.
And what a call from Joey and Huang to come back from that bottom lane. They were pushing in that turret. I thought, okay, maybe they just give the Baron. They say, all right, we're going to eat that bullet and just trade for turrets on the opposite side of the map. But they say, no, forget the turret. We think we can take this fight. They walk up even without Shockwave. The level of just trust on this team is astounding that they all committed to that play. And again, it's a play that the team commits to. The team with the better coordination is the team that will win here in the semifinals. We're already seeing Yawn having an advantage in that department. With the Baron empowered minions now, they can start these sieges. Death Sentence lands here onto Huang, but Joey jumps onto the backline with the Valkyrie. No, he goes into stasis. Joey's still alive. He flashes, repositions, Shockwave used, double kill to Joey. And Nia Van Huang lose 2 members. They're about to lose Hien Vietnam as well. The Darius is in trouble here, trying to just dodge out all the abilities and get back to the safety of the turret. All right, the bottom turret is still alive. The inhibitor turret has not fallen yet, but you look at Team Yawn, you look at their positioning, and they want this one the entire time. Tony pushed in the tier 2, so this is about to be supers in 2 waves if Nia Van Hua cannot stop this.
They can't right now. Look at where they're positioning. I mean, that's
Dawn,
good for them, the ultimates, but...
All right, that's going to be it. That's just going to be the final fight here. Unless Nia Van Hua have anything left in the tank. They do get one. That's Joey down. Maybe they can actually solve this out. They'll have supers to contend with, but if they can get a couple kills here, Dawn turns it around, gets a kill in trade. 80 carry me, trying to run forward. That way misses the death sentence. 80 carry him cannot find a Buddha behind the wall. Zenith God with the damage. 80 carry him, just can't do anything. Kited away. Legendary for Zenith God, and that's going to be game. It's only that way left alive. 3 seconds on Hugh Vietnam. But you look at Team Yawn, you look at these supers, they can walk this way forward. Hugh Vietnam and that way are going to have to mount the miracle defense of the Nexus. But they're just not even a threat. The Shockwave is back up. The Wukong ult is back up. Focus on the Nexus. Game 1 to Team Yawn.
Team Yawn want to make it back to the majors. They were in the first major. They went swiftly out of it. And they want to say, hey, put us back into Major 3 and let's test our chance at making it to the regional championships. That was a sick game. That last team fight that we saw in the Dragon Lane, that was between Inhibitor Turret and the Tier 2. They were diving in between. They were between 2 turrets and they were able to find massive wins. Look at this gold graph. I mean, it's minuscule gold in favor of Nia Van Hua. And everything else is just the way of Yawn. They played excellently. New team set up for them. And they're looking good.
Zenith God is insane. Joey is insane. I mean, these are key carries that Yawn can look to play throughout the rest of the series. Get them on these types of champs, and they will win games. Like, look at that damage from these two. 29,000 from Zenith God. That is absurd.
Now, I'm gonna say, Ari really feels bad this game. That's it. No, that's all I'm gonna say about it. Dude, Ari has not found enough success, not only here, but even globally. This champion is regarded as a do-nothing. We sit in lane, we be farming. That's it. That's all this champion does. And it does not pair very well when you have an Olaf there. So I need to see something else, especially when you're going up against an Orianna. You're going to get outscaled unless we find a flank, and that has just not been the case.
Well, we looked at this composition from Nia Van Hua and said they need to get an early lead. They need to dominate through their lanes because that's what they drafted for, and they did not do that. Bot lane. lost. Baron lane, lost. Mid lane, lost. Not the ideal situation for this 5v5 composition. So if, I mean, it almost felt like an ego check. I'm not gonna lie. That's kind of the read that I got here from the all, masters, almost all grandmasters level players here from this roster. You need to give respect to Team Yon. They have a lot of team coordination, and we saw that to its full effect. Nia Van Hua have selected blue side for game 2, so they will be off of red side. They will now be on blue side for themselves. Maybe that will help them out because they can get that priority pick, but that means that they will not get the counter pick, which is important to note as well, as Alkbattery
I need to ask
everybody's
Grace.
favorite analyst. Grace, what do you think? Is Nia Van Hua going to take this game too? Do we got another series?
I need to ask Grace. Grace, what do you think? Give me your thoughts into the mic here. Into the mic. You got to talk into it. It's not a condenser, so you got to do your...
Did you just let Grace lick your mic?
No, she has not licked the mic yet.
All right, well...
All right. She's
Yeah,
not...
spray some Febreze on that. Spray some
Yeah, well, I'm not...
bacteria,
Yeah. Anyway, anybody at home, clean your gaming setups. You'd be surprised. Good can
True.
of condensed air will do you good.
Well, regardless of Grace's opinions on the match, Yon are up 1-0 in the series. One more win means that they're going to Major 3. They're going to the finals today in the qualifiers, and they will have a shot at that prize pool. Really big stuff for Team Yon to make it into another majors. Like you said, they got dropped out fairly quickly their first time around, but if this is the roster that they're bringing in, pretty good looking roster. Like, again, Joey absolutely popping off on that Corki. That was some of the most impressive Corki play that I think I've ever seen in a Wild Rift Summoner Series game.
That was definitely one in the books you got to put down, because I don't know. I don't care what anybody else says. That package was pretty OP. That was just like literally back-breaking for them.
The number of times I remember, I know this was like 2 months ago now, the last time I was on one of these shows, during the first qualifiers, literally the first week, and we saw a lot of Corki, but not a lot of package plays. And I kept saying, where are the package calls? Where are the engages from Corki where you dive past the front line, get on the back line, and disrupt the whole fight? And Joey did exactly that. So I think that's a serious ban consideration now coming in from Nia Van Hua on the blue side. I don't know if you would pick that, but you gotta respect the fact that Joey will probably just play it again, because, I mean, even winning, like, the Draven Thresh lane here, it's, like, at that point, you can probably feel comfortable playing it into anything, so I strongly think that you should take that away from him. You don't want to give a player like Joey that momentum and that ability to kind of jump back on that same champ twice.
I would say that while I think Corki is great, and I like the idea coming out from Nia Van Hua, where they are playing for early game. That is the most volatile point in the game, like we've seen in all of these series. If you can get an early lead, you tend to just win the game out right there. So I like the idea of it. Smash the Dragon lane, get a good matchup in the Baron lane, and kind of just roll over your opponent. The mid lane matchup can kind of just be left to the wayside, and it did not go their way. We saw Dawn in the top lane was just kind of smurfing it on this Aurelia, and the Dragon lane, as we saw, completely fell apart, especially after that Dragon fight. So if there's anything I want to change up, maybe I think the Draven is still fine. Draven is so strong, but it needs strong setup, and I don't know if Thresh is the champion. It provides a lot of setup. If you need to be able to cheese a level 2, and if you have Nami, if you have Corki, they can play incredibly safely. So I don't know if that's the matchup you really want to go up against. If you're Draven, you need to be able to abuse it if you're going to, though.
Would have been a little happier with something like a Leona. I mean, something that you can just hard engage with.
Maybe,
or, honestly, even like getting the Draven something like a Nami. I think it can be fantastic, because then you can speed them up, give them the extra damage on the autos. A lot of tools there that work with it. Lulu's another example. I think like Enchanters plus Draven, I actually like that combo too. It's just more of the Draven running in front of the support rather than the support starting things off for the Draven. But, I mean, obviously, there's a lot to look at for Nia Van Hua. They have a very complex decision tree to make, because as soon as they change one thing in their draft, which is all focused on the early game, that affects every other aspect of the game, because they're so far on one extreme here with having to win in the first 5 minutes, essentially. And we have not seen teams mount comebacks yet in this entire series. Not even like the series that we're in currently, but today or yesterday. Every single gold graph has gone this way or this way.
And
there's really no like moving around in there. Wild Rift is a very momentum based game.
Yeah, man, this is so sad for me. Yavanhua, I don't know if you're listening. I want to see it. I want to see you guys win a game. I want to see how you guys do it, because it may not be as special as some of the other teams, or you may not have a incredibly unique style. But to think that you guys smashed your group yesterday, you 2-0 Dino Nuggets today, and you go out in a whimper and 2-0, I can't believe it. I don't want to believe it. It's not a universe or reality that I want to be in. Kangas.
We'll see what they bring for game 2. And I you know what? I actually will say this is, to me, a pretty unique draft. I mean, maybe there's been other teams throughout previous qualifiers that you've been casting that I haven't seen yet, but I have yet to see a team index to the early game this heavily. So I actually do think that they're showing a style. Maybe this is how they stomped their group. Maybe this is how they stomped their quarterfinals, was just, you know, skill checking their opponents and just winning the early game. And without that, like, kind of information bucket that we can pull from here, looking at the past history of Nia Van Hua, it's tough. It's all conjecture, but they might be realizing that, okay, we're hitting a wall here. Got to try something different. So it's exciting as a fan, as a caster, to see in the moment how teams adapt. But let's put you in the hot seat, Al. I'm going to put you in the coach's seat. Okay. If you're coaching a team like Nia Van Hua, all Masters level and above players, and they just have this kind of loss after playing an early game composition, based on either performance of individuals or just kind of your general thoughts on the game, what do you want to change going into game number 2?
Well, it might be hard, because I heard, you know, word on the street for them is everybody on the team has to be able to speak Vietnamese, so that might be a problem for me. Not very fluent in that. So assume you have an international translator as well. Yeah. Okay. We're in a draft. We're in a pick and ban. But, you know, quickly talking on that, I noticed that my mid laner is having a hard time. And I don't want to grill him in the middle of a series, but hey, maybe we want to change up the mid pool, or help make the solo laners or the side laners be able to help the mid laner. Whether that means we put Buddha on Seraphine, we'll have to wait and see, but it would still be a good vehicle when you're playing with an Olaf, or if you're going to play with a Xin Zhao later into the game. Of course, Alex says the thing about the Ahri player. Big surprise right there, Coach. Yes. Love your insight. Appreciate that. But now Nia Van Hua, like we said, is on the blue side. They'll get first pick. They will not have counter pick. Jan on the red side do get that counter pick. Camille still banned away by Nia Van Hua. Jan, let's see what their option is here. If we're taking a look at the last game, they banned away the J4, Twisted Fate, and Lee Sin. So interesting to see that Xin Zhao is banned away, but I guess Nia Van Hua did ban that on red side themselves with the Camille and the Varus. So far, I mean, the same 3 champs that Nia Van Hua banned last game have been banned in the first 3 here. So let's see what Jan wants to pivot to now. They realize now when they're on blue side that they don't have to really get rid of Xin Zhao, because if you're not going to ban it, I'm going to take it. That's what Nia Van Hua is saying, because we've seen various levels of success throughout the past 2 days, but still a rather strong champion within himself. Jan, what is their protection pick? They're going to continue on with the Twisted Fate, still very good, but what does this do for the mid lane pool? Because we've seen it time and time again, it's been banned. Are they trying to protect for another pick? Are we going to go for a similar mid lane matchup? We saw they picked mid laner on the last pick for Jan and 3rd pick here for Nia Van Hua. If you're going to do that, then that means they're willing to kind of early pick this and give priority to their bot laners. So kind of like you have a lot of priority here for your Baron and your Dragon laners. You got to actualize it. You got to turn it into something realistic, and they're going to be the ones change adaptation or he's gone. It's not the Corki. I thought it might have been the Corki adaptation here, but they saw Orianna. You also identified the mid lane not having the best time in that game number 1. It seems like Nia Van Hua are identifying that as well. They take away the mid lane matchup that they had to go through. Zenith God did pop off on this pick last time around. As Lee Sin is the final ban here from Team Yan, so still a lot of junglers taken off the table here. J4 on the table, Wukong still on the table. Nia Van Hua have a decision to make, and they go with the Wukong. Is it ever really a decision if you're forced to pick Wukong every time? It's not a decision. It is just like, all right, we're on blue side. We're going to have to pick Wukong. which can be a trap if you have something prepared for it, which Jan seems like they're ready. They automatically lock in this Janna and this Olaf. So they've taken the jungle pair that we saw from Navanhua the last time.
You teased Olaf for Tony in game number 1. He played the Wukong. Now on the Olaf into that same Wukong matchup, but the Janna's the bigger one because now they have a jungle that can match the Wukong early game and a support that can just say, nope, when Wukong tries to go in and engage later on in the game. And also Janna's fantastic against the Aurelia as well because, again, Aurelia's a champ that wants to jump in onto top of a key carry, and Janna's just so good at peel. Galio might throw a wrench in that, though, because you don't need the champion to still be on the point once you press R. Can throw a wrench in the plan of Jan, but here we go. Back to the Corki. I love this for Joey.
Okay, still flexible as well. Zenith can play it. Joey can take to it. We're seeing Ari again. I'm not going to repeat myself. You have an Ezreal Galio lane. I like this only because this means now that Ezreal can free farm. You can leave him alone. He shouldn't die by himself. And that means that Galio can roam with Bape Nam on this Wukong. And you have a potent 2v2 with your jungle support.
So, where's this Gragas going? Is this oh, it's Darius mid?
It's Darius mid. Oh, wow.
Interesting.
Well, this leans into
Olaf,
Zenith God as a Baron lane.
It's now the J4 instead of the Olaf. So it looks like that might have been just a bug on our end.
It happens.
But J4, it still works. I mean, this is now more engaged tools for the side of Team Jan. Olaf has that early power, but J4 can actually like hard lock down members. Maybe not all the members because, you know, Wukong, Ari, and Ezreal all have tools to get out of that Cataclysm. So we'll see if that actually works out for them. Okay, no, it's back to the Olaf. Cool. So it is the original Olaf pick. But Darius mid lane, let's talk about this. Zenith God matched up against Buddha. Does Darius have a good lane against Ari? I can't imagine this being great for him.
Well, not like this.
All right, Buddha did take the char, but just held it for quite a while. So Zenith God takes a rough trade, but still fine.
Okay. That is one way to change the mid matchup, is just send 4 people at him and say, live. I dare you. Darius mid. Now, this leans into Zenith God as a player from previous qualifiers and previous circuits as the Baron laner for multiple teams. But I don't know if this is necessarily the best matchup you want to play. Darius is going to have a hard time trying to sustain through Ari's poke and has a better time into Aurelia, but I guess they just want to neutralize this matchup. They don't want to have a coin flip like we saw in the last one where Aurelia just took advantage of Darius early on. And Gragas is essentially the ultimate nullifier. Like every lane matchup, he doesn't lose. You have to like really bungle it for that to happen. And he's just a great tank as well.
Can be the front line, can be the engage, and opting for, again, more of the AP start for this lane, probably that Rod of Ages early on. Vietnam does hit level 3 early and gets a good trade onto Dawn, shoving out this wave, but already some potential action in the bottom river. Bunch of people grouped up here. Joey dodges out on the charm, missing that. And look at Tony flashing forward, taunted up, knocked up, goes down. First blood, but Zenith God with a massive engage comes through here from the mid lane. Joey jumps forward, in some trouble, has to flash away. AD carry him, flashing as well. Double kill to Ezreal. Wong has to flash away, and disaster for Team Yan. Yahavwan do come out heavily on top right there.
They get so many free kills for themselves there, Kangas. I mean, the Ezreal can be a carry. We'll have to see how heavy he can go into his itemization to finish off his build, but that was just, I think, over-aggression coming out from Yan. Yes, you have an Olaf in the early game, which is great, but flashing in so early, that's just a solo kill from a top laner, baby.
What? Dawn! Hard outplaying Hugh Vietnam. Absolutely insane right there from the Gragas. He talked about him just isolating matchups. Well, how about just straight up winning 1v1 versus Aurelia?
It's a saving grace now here for Yan. The fact that Baron lane matchup just goes so awry so quickly. Dawn on this Gragas. I said it was the ultimate nullifier, but that's one way to take the matchup.
That, in fact, has the electrocute, has the ignite, and for sure has the damage there. Nicely done, keeping the gold lead about even right now. It was looking kind of dire because Nia Van Huad, they didn't get that early lead last time around. And yes, I don't think their comp needs to win early game nearly as hard this time around. They do have some scaling options, but still feels good in those early games. But now back to a state of fairly even. The big lead right now for Nia Van Hua is, of course, in this AD carry. AD carry on the Ezreal is 2-0-1. Already has that first item completed. Will be stacking up. And in a point of power so that this dragon could be where Nia Van Hua choose to put their attention next.
Every time you say Ezreal's name, I always think it's like a mineral or some kind of substance to use. Adicarium. I like to use it for my... you apply it to your wrists right before you're about to play Wild Rift.
Yep.
And you have increased
Apply
gains.
80 carryum to the tip of your fingers so that you can do this. Let's see if Ezreal can actually outplay this one right now. The gank comes through, but the response from Babe Nam. Huang in some trouble here, but it's actually Joey that goes down first. Huang will follow. Babe Nam gets out. Buddha's in. Tony does not dodge the charm, but another solo kill in Baron lane? What? And Tony gets away with 40 health. I don't even know what happened in that solo lane, but somehow Yan don't actually come out that far behind at the end of the play.
Yes, their bot lane is getting ahead, but Dawn is just smashing Hue Vietnam right now in the Baron lane. Back-to-back solo kills. And you look at this team now. I like some of the mechanics we saw there. Instead of using the Galio ult to get in, they escaped on pretty low HP numbers there by just using it to get out of the fight and trading places with Vapenam on this Wukong. We're going to see another fight here, Kangas. It's time for the Drake.
Yan are on it.
And they
get it. And can they get out? Vapenam does not commit, doesn't have the ultimate available. So, yeah, just a good timer from Yan right there. Realizing they had an opportunity to just sneak the dragon away, bum rush it down. Joey has the Valkyrie available, the package available. Might look for something with that, but currently it just seems to be catch this wave in the bottom lane as everyone's positioning around the Herald. That's now been started up by Nia Van Hua.
Watch them moving, and because Ezreal is not moving, a lot of the gold differential that is in favor of Nia Van Hua will not be here for this fight. So if they want to go for it, this is a little bit dicey. It's going to be a 3v4.
There earlier. That way, Babe Nam jumps in, looks for the engage. Vanguard's edge right onto Tony, and he goes down. No jungler for Yan means that is a Herald secured by Nia Van Hua. Dawn's still alive, though. Getting some damage back onto this Aurelia. Babe Nam jumps in. Dangerous proposition here. Janna's nearby to help defend the Gragas, who does have a lot of the gold from the side of Yan, so... No more kills at the end of the play, but again, objective secured by blue team.
Still, they are pushing in waves on the side of Yan. You saw that mid lane. That was kind of a really nice bit of respite for them. I think obviously they went a little bit too ham on the call. Maybe they got re-engaged upon by Nia Van Hua and they were like, ah, damn. But Darius is now ahead in gold, has a little bit of an experience advantage versus their counterpart, and they've made up for some of that gold differential. So still very close between these two teams, 6.5 minutes in. We're looking at it now. Remember, a lot of that gold is still in the Ezreal, and it is on Adicarium to really be that kind of last touch before they win this. This Wukong is definitely putting in work, though.
Ezreal's still scaling up right now. Really wants the 2 items, but look at Tony jumping right onto Buddha, flashes the wall, gets away from the Galio ult, picks up a kill. That way, following up, gets a nice engage right there. Tony's still alive.
Too.
Mystic Shot will get the kill. Rampage, though, coming in for Babe Nam on a killing spree. Zenith God, can he shut him down? Oh, misses the Darius, resets, flashes, decimate for the kill! Still goes down, but wow, Zenith God keeping Yan in that fight.
I'm telling you, man, this stone plate build for Wukong is so broken. You saw it right there. You get to basically play a whole second fight with a ton of resistances and another shield. How do you ever kill these champions? It takes a whole lot of fighting for that to happen. Darius gets full bleed stacks, gets a ton of healing, and gets the Noxian Guillotine. But, I mean, again, that entire fight predicated and started by Tony looking for a solo kill onto Buddha, and kind of drags Yan into a really desperate situation here.
Speaking of Buddha, could be in some trouble right now. Tornado doesn't land a knock-up. Zephyr lands the slow, but the scuttle is secured. Buddha was looking to just poke away Tony from that, but the Olaf player keeps his head cool, posed, focus on the mid lane now, as that way just runs forward, misses the taunt on the old members. Charm goes wide as well, so turret just goes down. Now you gotta get out of here. The double pullback! Oh, disaster for Nia Van Hua as Jan get the turret and 2 kills.
They're trading right now on the opposite sides of the map. Look at them. Nava and Hua, they are trying to get some more damage onto these dragon lanes. But from that mid turret, you're going to see Jan move into the Baron lane. And they're going to take a second turret as well. They're not quite out of this yet, Kangas. And despite what we've seen with the fights, it's been back-to-back losses for Jan. But they are staying in this game, and they're keeping it competitive as well.
Very close game number 2 right now. At this point, last game is when we started to see that 5,000 gold lead come in for Team Jan. But it's dead even, Elk. 9 kills to 8. 1 turret to 2. 0 drags to 1. Cloud Drake just spawned on the map now. That is where I expect these teams to put their attention next. I've been keeping track. Does Joey have package? If he does, I'm heavily favoring Team Jan in these 5v5s right now, but not to get caught out in their own jungle.
Oh.
Wong in some trouble here, has to get away. There's the package over the wall.
Look at the package, though.
The fight. They did it! Absorbing the pressure on the engage from Dawn! Absolutely not necessary to turn the fight and insane to pull it off. Dragons focus next. 4 have fallen in trade of just Joey, and I'm at a loss for words right now, Al. Team Jan are doing it.
Oh my god, Team Jan, this was the turning point here, Kangas. It is where they have found success now. Time and time again, it is on the Corki package, and Joey, while he sacrifices his life, wins his team the fight, wins them this.
Oh,
now,
Vietnam.
Oh, Vietnam.
Oh, nice stun right there, but it's not enough. 3 champ flawless duet can't even save his life.
Kangas, this is like a bad movie now for Nava and Hua. We saw the climax in the early game, and now it is the rising or the falling action for them. They're going to try and start at this Baron. Another Hail Mary. No one's in answer here. TP's not coming out.
Oh, the TP actually pushes them away.
Oh, no, wait, they leashed it! No!
Oh, wait, Tony made it in there as well. I don't even know how that one happened, but now here we go.
TP.
The fight started. They're going right on to Babe Nom. He has to flash away, but can he make it? No! Tony follows up with the chase. Joey now chasing down 80 carry and pushes the Ezreal out. The explosive cast is huge right there from Dawn. A double kill to Joey as Huang also gets a kill. And that will be a tier 2 in the mid lane. That will be Baron over to Team Jan.
And they did it again. This has been a small adaptation, but seeing junglers take TP so that they can always show up for fights. They're in the base, and they pick it up. I mean, that right there has to be the lynch, the clinch point here for Jan. That's it. They don't have any more gas in the tank for Nava and Hua. The Ezreal is not able to carry these fights. Wukong is becoming a non-factor, and without that damage coming in from the mid lane, they are so far behind, and this Darius is just constantly, time and time again, doing a little bit more damage, getting more decimate strikes. You have to be careful of the bleed. And, I mean, they got rid of the Orianna. You got rid of the wrong carry, everybody. It's Joey's Corki that is putting in work to get his team over the finish line and win them the game.
I'm just going to say it too. Dawn on these Gragas is nutty with the full AP build. Rod of Ages into Rabadons, still has that Electrocute Ignite. It's just blowing people up. And even Huang on the Janna, the lowest ranked player in the entire lobby right now, but still popping off. Like, it's ridiculous. Just what we're seeing right now. Jan is a team that is playing so coordinated, so well. You can tell the communication in these plays. And it just feels like there's just no response. There's just no answer here from the team that's been together for 2 weeks right now. Baron's still on the table here for Team Jan. They can still utilize this to siege these turrets, and they are cracking all of the outer turrets. Once they get this mid one, it's only inhibitor turrets left alive, and Nia Van Hua will have to just make the miracle defense now, but Joey doesn't even want to give them the chance. Getting aggressive, misses the rocket.
He's dead.
Into the stasis. He dodges out on the Galio ultimate, gets taunted up. Joey's down. Big turnaround play, but look at Tony. The Olaf with the Janna shields is still too much. Unstoppable for the Olaf as the siege continues. Zenith God and Dawn are in the mid lane here. Vietnam looking to push them back. 80 carry them as well, but they cannot defend the turret. That Super's pushing mid lane now. Flawless Duet lands. Charm lands as well, but Dawn goes for the engage. Almost just blows up.
Oh my!
Got him!
It's a 3-pointer.
Gragas just absolutely assassinating this Ahri, and Super's pushing mid, Super's pushing Baron lane. Zenith God almost gets Super's pushing in the Dragon lane as well. Oh, what a semi-finals treat, everybody. Team Yon are looking dominating right now.
And Kangas, I don't know if you could hear it during your call there, but I just heard the howl of a Corki package being picked up.
Wow.
And with a Dragon here, this is the last stand moment. If Yon win this game, they'll be waiting in finals. They will be making it to Major 3 after making a disappearance in Major 2. And they will be waiting to see who between Musketeers and Johto is Cuter will be waiting to fight them. Navanhua, they made it here. They've only lost one game, and it was to Johto is Cuter in their groups. But going out in an 0-2 fashion in semifinals, in what is almost basically a stomp at this point, this has got to feel a little demoralizing, and I want them to come back. I need to see, we can see the flashes of brilliance from them, but it's just not coming together.
Oh, package over the wall. Joey actually just ran right into his death. Okay, well, maybe we still got a game, everybody. Gallia looks for the engage off of Bape Nam. They're following up here, but again, the damage coming in here from Tony. The damage coming in here from Zenith God. Aurelia on the back line.
They
just
win
gets
this.
blown up by the AP Gragas of all things. Zenith God frontlining, explosive gas of Dawn. Does so much damage. Zenith God getting the reset.
He's going for
kill. Go for the triple kill. The quadra kill coming in for Zenith God.
There it is. He's made it come true. You bow down to the guillotine, the executioner from the hand of Noxus. That's it, ladies and gentlemen.
Yon have done
that
it.
is your series.
Yon take down their opposition in Yan Van Hua. They will qualify for another majors, and they're going to the finals.
Oh my god. It's happened. Yon just did 2-0. They're there. And even with a little, we do a little mild amount of trolling here on Yon, because Joey's last two Valkyries have been slightly questionable, but still the rest of the team able to pick it up where they left off. And you see right there, it is that one last peak in the gold for Navanhua before it is all red, all Yon, all game. Much closer game than we've seen all series long. It's still not enough. Man.
Wow.
Yon are pretty good.
Every single dragon.
Wow.
Pretty much every single fight as well. And okay, yeah, Joey, a lot of deaths, still setting up the plays. Look at Dawn. Look at this. Gragas, full AP, 5, 1, and 10. Zenith God and Tony as well popping off there at the end. And topping the damage charts as Olaf. Actually, not quite as AD carry him. Did his best to actually carry the team on the Ezreal. But still, wow. I mean, impressive performance from Yon. Hell of a team to send into the finals today.
And they were so close to potentially kind of maybe coming back there for Navanhua. At the end, you saw that fight. They find Joey. They get another kill. They are looking kind of poised to do it, but the team splits up. AD Carrium on this Ezreal, again, a front runner for their damage, goes after Janna. And while all that damage is away, Darius is like, well, you have a bunch of dead melee champions. I'm playing Darius. Oh, it's awesome. Here's all my executes. Here's my resets. Good luck. Have fun. So, a split call, and it is in those moments where you need to be able to find the correct call, find the correct play. Navanhua, they get lost a little bit in the game of it all. They end up going down, and I really am hoping we get to see them next week in the second qualifier for this circuit, because this team, I don't think they're quite done yet. They got a lot that and especially with those 2 weeks, I'm hoping. I'm a fan.
Now, what's crazy to think is that Yon was technically the second seed coming into the quarterfinals from their group. And Musketeers, the first seed from that group, is now going up against Johto is Cuter, who lost their first seed to Navanhua. A lot of storylines between the teams all in the semifinals. We're going to send it to a break here before we're back with our second semifinals match. Musketeers taking out Johto is Cuter coming on after this. Hello and welcome back, everybody, as we're preparing for the second semifinal of the day between Musketeers and Johto is Cuter to see who will be taking on Team Yon in the finals, and also who is qualifying for the third major. The top two teams will make it in, so all you have to do is win one more best of three. Still play-by-play, still Kangas, still joined by Alk. And Alk, let's take a moment to relook at the bracket and catch up on all the teams and how they got to this point. Musketeers went through Tilt City Mandinos. Johto is Cuter went through a little tougher Chilly Midnight.
Oh man, and they were close matchups too. These are two of the people, Musketeers, first seed in their group, and Johto's Cuter, the second seed now. This is supposed to be one of the matchups that I was kind of hoping that we would dodge out. Maybe it would have been a quarterfinals one, because these are two teams that I am super invested in and that I'm hoping to see more from. And it means that only one of them gets to make it to the major from this qualifier. Now, they can continue on and they can play in the next qualifier, but we're not going to talk about that right now because it's not even my show. We're going to talk about this matchup here. Johto's Cuter versus Musketeers. Teams that have both changed names, both changed players, and are trying to find spots back into the major.
So we've seen Johto is Cuter yesterday and also even earlier today in the quarterfinals. So let's talk about Musketeers. They've been around the scene for quite a while now. They've been in a couple of the qualifiers. Why should we be excited about this team?
Well, for anybody who was watching the last major, this is actually Brawl Stars Pros coming in. They've changed their name. They've also changed out a few players. OG is no longer playing the Dragon lane. They're now sitting in the mid lane. They have a new jungler, and the bot lane has obviously had to pick up Cold. So a couple of things have changed. They also had Suki, if I'm correct, on the last time around. I could be wrong on that one, but this is a Brawl Stars Pros that, with a relatively new Baron laner that they played throughout the last major, this is a really hot team. We didn't get to see too much of Super Carry Suki in the last series that we caught from them, but against Hitman GM, I'm expecting this matchup to be on fire between the two.
And that's the thing about Johto is Cuter. We talked about it earlier today. Let's remind people today, or again, as we're heading into draft, that Johto is Cuter has multiple lanes that they can carry through now. It's no longer just the Johto show. We saw that this morning, earlier today, rather, when we saw the first games between Johto is Cuter and their quarterfinals opponents. But now we could maybe see the Suki carry. We can maybe see the Izurboa carry as well. I'm excited for Johto is Cuter. They're a fun team to watch, and I'm also equally as excited to watch Musketeers for their first streamed match as well. We're in the pick and ban. Johto is Cuter on the blue side, take away the TF early on. Musketeers now on the red side. They got a couple of options what they want to take away from Johto is Cuter based on what we've seen, but it really feels like they got to focus on one lane at a time. Seems like they still want that flex pick in the Akali, though.
They said, nope, we're getting rid of that. Suki, you did well. You did too well. We're not seeing that ever again. So kind of sad, you know. It was a good showing from them, and it was a good set of plays. It's like, it's a little bit punishing for us as well here on the broadcast. We don't get to see awesome Suki on this great champion, but this is a really awesome matchup between these two, because now we get to see a team that has seen a lot of airtime and another team like Yon, who got no airtime because they auto-qualified. And let's see if they can still smurf it up, because Yon came in, basically busted down the door in that last semifinal, and are now waiting and watching this game.
There's a chance that we get both of the teams that were in Group A, Group 1, that we didn't get to see on the first day because they both auto-seeded in. We can see both of them in the finals if Musketeers take down Johto is Cuter. And I just want to shout out a crazy stat here. Looking at the scorecard from the quarterfinals match that happened before this for Musketeers, up against the Tilt City Banditos, they went 43-15 across the two games. So they were over doubling their kills. That's very close to tripling the kills, kill to death ratio. Impressive stuff. But Johto is Cuter, banning away the Xin Zhao and the Senna. Senna was played in game 2 there, 6-1-10 for Cold, so it makes sense you take that away. Musketeers, they also ban away Izurboa's Varus. They're taking away Suki's Jarius as well.
Okay, taking away the Darius from Suki. What is the matchup here? Now, Kangas, this is another team. Both of these teams can flex a Lee Sin. So they could put the Lee Sin into the Baron lane. Hitman has found a lot of success. And they could even play a fun matchup of like Fiora versus Lee Sin, which we saw in one of the majors. It was a huge skill matchup. And there we go. They're picking it up for themselves. Galio, a lot of flexibility between these two.
So the Galio was played by Karibo in game number 1 of the quarterfinals match against Stilt City Banditos. Hitming played the Lee Sin in both games and actually opted for a lethality build with the Black Cleaver into Duskblade. So kind of assassin Baron lane Lee Sin here. Let's see what Joe is Cuter wants to draft into that. Thresh plus Gragas. Interesting.
Yeah, so the Gragas has to just go into the Baron lane, right? You have to be able to face this. I'm hoping from Suki this is not going to be AP Gragas, because you're not going to have a lot of fun trying to match the damage output of a Lee Sin in a 1v1 scenario. And there's the super carry Johto. Everything else, who cares about the narratives? Who cares about these other picks right now? I'm seeing multiple knockups for a Yasuo on Johto, who literally made their name on the Wildrift Summoner Series first game playing Yasuo. And I can still hear the call from Rafa and Smacks. They were losing their minds. And every game, they would tell me, this guy is sick. This guy is so nuts. And we get to see it now.
I'm excited to see it. Interesting that they went with the J4, though, and not the Wukong. Wukong was up. I would have expected the Yasuo Wukong combo just because how well the Wukong can set you up for that. But I guess Schroeder's Cuter did not want to give the Galio J4 combo over to Musketeers. So we kind of have a split combo between the junglers and the champions that pair best with them. But what a way to start off the semifinal series between these two teams. Explosive compositions from each of them. And you can tell they both came here to win. Loaded onto the Rift now. Johto is Cuter. They get one series away from making it to the majors right now. Musketeers, same can be said for them, but they've had a little easier path to get here, only having to play one best of 3 so far. And already getting that mid priority here, so Johto slightly behind. Let's see what the vision control looks like from BS. Doesn't actually drop a... Oh, no, did drop a ward down.
Oh, yeah, got the ward and got the Scryer's Bloom. So we'll be able to just see where Sparkle will be. Sparkle has a few choices here. Is going for the Aftershock on the Jarvan, so not too much damage as maybe something like a Conquer would be. But has a few options. Now that they know they basically will be spotted and their pathing will be known, you either can try to do something else, and we already have seen it every game now. It's time to fight for mid lane, try to get some scuttle action. Let's see it. Sparkle, you gonna help him? You gonna find a kill? Maybe do a flag and drag combo?
Templates here too. It looks like, yeah, realizing, all right, so the play is for priority in the mid lane. Sparkle will go towards the top scuttle. Template gets hit by the tornado. Nice there from Johto. And Template will have to now path towards the bottom scuttle. Oh, look at this. Sparkle's trailing.
Oh, this
Sparkle's
is so cheesy, guys.
There's already Prio in the bottom lane. Isherbo and Osiris, if they can push this cannon wave in, they can push off Template from the scuttle. And there you have it. Nicely done, but first blood solo in the Baron lane. Hitman taking down Suki.
Good luck, Suki. This is not going to be fun now. Hitman is one of the most abusive top laners that we have. And in their play, I mean, we see it already in the match history from their last couple of series, but even in just what we've seen from them on broadcast, Hitman is a player that takes no prisoners. He will just outplay you if given the chance.
Suki did not barrier, did not flash. Nope. I'm very curious what happened in that 1v1 to make it so Suki could not survive that. I feel like you could blow at least the barrier because Ignite was used by Hitman, but maybe it was just like, okay, I know I'm going to die no matter what happens here, so might as well save it. But you were saying you didn't want to see the AP build. Looks like it will be. That's Ignite, or Electrocute rather, plus the Amp Tome picked up early on from Suki, so I don't think it's even going to get much better for this Gragas.
It's probably just Roa. I'm hoping I can pray for a small bit of just one Roa, and the Electrocute is just to match damage. Now junglers are here and has been spotted out on a ward, so Hitman has to play back. The wave is going to crush into them, which is good because we have dragon spawning in about a minute. And it doesn't take that much time. Isherboa, he's dead!
Oh, cold! That was sick. Dude,
we didn't even expect it.
Yeah, Arcane shifts forward, Mystic shots, under turret, and then throws out the ultimate to snipe away Isherboa. This early game is fantastic.
He's dead.
And the dive under turret, Hitman, oh! Knocked away.
Minions?
Oh, is this a ranged minion auto?
Minion!
auto. Man, he's life stealing off the minions. One more auto.
22.
He's alive. Oh my goodness.
He had 22 HP. Minions could not put in work hard enough for that one. Barely is able to survive. Thanks to Safeguard. The fact that Safeguard is not a targeted ability is just sick and saves them. Now OG probably gonna have to blow the flash.
Oh,
Nice use of
doesn't have
satchel.
to. Yeah, the satchel charge, you get away. Karibo roaming in as well to help. Template's here too. Controlling the mid push right now is the name of the game here for the Musketeers. Dragon's up in 10 seconds, Herald as well. We already see Joe do his cuter earlier to the Dragon roam. I don't think they can fight though, because look at this. Musketeers, they're grouping up.
Now, I will say, Kangas, who cares? They've got Yasuo combo. This doesn't matter. You can be here to the objective first. If I get to engage on you with the Yasuo, that could be just game at that point. So, see them, they're trying to stop this, trying to maybe find a pick. Nice hook from Osiris.
Death sentence. I was onto Template though. Kind of a dangerous champion to throw that at. True shot barrage lands, get some more poke onto Isdravoa, trying to reset for the
They
package.
want this.
Yeah, I like this from Musketeers. They're pressuring Joe to his cuter right now, saying, okay, you're trying to get control of mid lane, but we're just going to start with the Dragon already. You will not have your Corki package for this fight. And honestly, at this point, just give it up. So much damage from Ziggs. Suki's down too. Double kill over to Hitman. This Lee Sin is just popping off. Absolutely insane right now. I chase down
Hitman,
Isdravoa.
do it, buddy.
Sonic Wave misses, hits a minion. Johto looking for it, but Cold's here too, so Johto cannot actually take this fight. There's no way you win this 1v2. That is a couple kills and the Dragon going over the Musketeers.
This Dragon feels like it's been fighting for 30 seconds. This Dragon has fully stacked Conqueror. It's trying to get as much damage. And this is great utilization of the Ziggs to try and have these choke points in under their control. As well as, I mean, you just saw the poke there. As soon as they're able to lock certain members down, you guarantee the Super Mega Inferno. Is it? It's Mega Death Roll. No, that's Jinx.
Mega Inferno
Either way,
Bomb.
Ziggs Bomb hurt. That's all you gotta say. Words hard. Ziggs Bomb, big pain.
Ziggs Bomb go boom. Exactly what happened in that fight there. But it was actually Hitman that cleaned up the fight afterwards. Gets the solo kill in lane. Double kill in that fight. 3-0-0 here against the 0-2 Gragas. Yes, it was Rod of Ages.
Don't steal this.
Black Cleaver completed. He's speaking to Hitman.
They stole it.
He's down. Stolen away. The Herald goes over to Musketeers. Hitman is still alive too. Gets a kill on a rampage. Explosive cast back. There's no way he survives. Does go down. Sparkle back over the wall.
Oh my.
Flag and drags to safety. Musketeers, they don't necessarily dominate the fight, but they do steal the objective.
The ultimate from Ziggs steals the Herald, and now the saving grace for all this from Johto is the kill did go over on to Hitman. So there's some shutdown gold going over to you, but still, the fact that they're not able to, we haven't seen their combo really kick off. I respect the play. That's one where you need to have nerves of steel and just say, I'm committing to my recall. If I stop my recall, I'm dead anyway. So just roll dice and pray that you rolled a nat 20.
Back to your point, though, Alk, it's not just the fact that it was shut down gold because it killed Hitman. It's where that gold went. Isdravoa on the Corki. Now has the Essence Reaver, has a Sheen completed as well. This Corki is a big win condition now for the side of Johto. I mean, yes, Johto himself, the Yasuo, it would also feel great to get gold onto the Yasuo carry in this game as well, but like you're still happy with it on the Corki.
He's 0-0-0. That's all that matters for Johto. Johto is still a viable carry. Isdravoa, we've seen it time and time again on Varus and on even Tristana. This was a champion that a lot of people have kind of disregarded as even being playable just because, honestly, she has better versions of her here in Wild Rift. And Isdravoa almost has carried a game back to a victory for Johto is cuter. So I am looking forward to see what he can do with a little bit more gold in his pocket. It's not out of control yet. This is not a game that has been blown wide open for either of these teams, but still available to them. And we need to see one combo. If we see one combo and it goes sour, I think that will give us the taste for the game. But goes well, Johto is cuter. It sits in the back of your mind. You're like, oh, maybe.
And I know that we are saying we wanted to see Tsuki go for the tank build rather than for the full AP, but I mean, if you're going to commit to the full AP, that's where a lot of the combo is, setting up this Yasuo. But speaking of, Johto, way too far forward in this Dragon Lane. Flashes to try and get the Lantern and can't connect to it. Johto's caught out, picks up the Infinity Edge on the back, so does have the 2-item power spike, but with the Herald dropped in the Dragon Lane, Musketeers can get a lot done for this.
Now, this is a little bit of, yeah, you know, like this is really looking for the best possible scenario. It was a fast reset for Johto as he's able to finish his Infinity Edge, which is pretty important for Yasuo. But I mean, Musketeers, they're finding good plays. They're doing really well, and they're accelerating their gold lead now. Trying to put this, that'll be one plate. You see the gold start to swipe on over to who I think it was, yeah, so it has to be Ziggs who dropped it. But you have Dragon spawning in a minute. This is their chance for Musketeers to really slam the door on this game, to put their mark and say, hey, we've won this game one, and let's start getting ready for game two.
But nice of Johto is cuter to get the first turret. They were actually faster on the play in the Baron lane to take that one down. So, I mean, it's still... I mean, I know that it feels momentum-wise like Musketeers have this massive lead, but it's only 2,000 at 9.5 minutes. We've seen 5,000 gold leads at 8 minutes throughout the day already. So this is not even, like, that dominating of a performance. It's just scary to think about the comp that they have and the tools that they are at their disposal to, you know, turn these fights. But you keep bringing it up to the Yasuo combo. All it takes is one Gragas barrel into the Yasuo last breath to turn a fight completely on its head and win Johto is cuter the fight and then the objective. Maybe they find it now. Hitman has to safeguard away. We have package available on Isdraboa. Eyes on the Corki, eyes on the Yasuo in this fight.
This is really important. Look at how they were taking control of the mid lane to try and stop Ziggs from getting in position. If Ziggs and Hitman are able to kind of escort themselves into this river, then Ziggs has so much more influence. The template is now waiting in the wings. You have Hitman and Karibo who can go in with their ultimates. Here comes
for it. Now the Valkyrie right into the back line. Isdraboa just jumps on a Cold and dies.
Oh,
not
no.
the engagement. They needed a double kill to Cold, who is just carrying this fight. Triple kill to Ezreal, going unstoppable. Give him the quadra kill. And Musketeers dominate the team fight and get the objectives.
And that has to feel like it's the last nail in the coffin here for Musketeers. They'll be able to grab so many mid turrets. Look at how much damage Ziggs is able to do thanks to his passive. They'll get the dragon. They'll get more gold in their pockets thanks to that one team fight for them.
Lost a turret.
I mean, there's not much for me to say at this point. Like, Ziggs is doing a ton of damage. Ezreal is literally 6-0-1, and no one can get on top of him. That is supposed to be the job of Yasuo, and with how far behind they are, Johto, they cannot find this carry.
Every single game, Alec, without fail, there's just this one fight at a dragon where it all blows up. Hitman getting more solo kills in the side lane. This time onto Johto. The 0 and 3 power spike for the Yasuo. Oh, that's just misses from Osiris. Trying to make the plays onto Hitman. And I guess there's another kill. Oh, Sparkle goes down as well. Osiris probably falling here to Hitman. We do have backup from Isdraboa, so Hitman has to back away. But look at Baron. It's started up by Musketeers.
And they don't even have their damage member. I mean, Corki's on his way, but Isdraboa's never going to get here in time. This is just their Baron. Suki, maybe you make a three-pointer? I don't know, man. This is
it. Throws out the explosive cast, and it does not land. 7-0 for Cold. Baron secured for Musketeers.
Okay, so Kangas, remember what I told you? When Hitman gets to lead, when he's one of our best Baron lane carry players, this is what I mean. This guy's nuts. He will not let up. And it is because of the Lee Sin. You have so many tools to be kind of a freeform, very, very fluid. You can see how much mobility this champion has between the Sonic Wave and the Safeguard. It's so difficult to get away from him. And you just see it here. Thank you, Observers, for highlighting this player. He may not be as flashy. He may not be the Ziggs that is stealing the Herald or the Ezreal who's just sitting in team fights, pelting out damage. But it is because of Hitman that they are constantly able to find massive gold leads in the Baron lane.
And the craziest part to me is that Hitman's only a Diamond 3 player. And I say only, that's still very impressive.
Only?
Rank right there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm only an Emerald 3 player. It's but okay.
I mean,
My
I mean,
feelings.
Suki's a master level player. Everybody on the side here of Johto is cuter, save for Johto himself actually at Diamond 2, is either master or grandmaster with 3 grandmaster players, Suki masters there. So it's just like the fact that Hitman is standing out in this game, impressive stuff for this player. You do love to see it. And I cannot imagine Hitman getting Lee Sin for a 4th game in a row.
Please,
Popped off
guys.
in the quarterfinals, popping off here in the semis. Johto is cuter, should probably be identifying this, but they want to throw the death sentence. Osiris misses. That would have been huge. Flashing forward, play back. They're just hard committing in the mid lane right now. They got the actual combo, but only onto 1 member, but it will be enough. They can take down Cold. Big shutdown over to the side of Corki. Ishiboa gets it, but now look at the re-engage coming in. Hitman wants it. He gets the Dragon's Rage kick. He takes down a kill. Template diving under the turret as a Wukong.
What are we doing, guys?
Lad. Sacrifices himself for the team. The Ziggs does have the range to follow up and trade 1 back, but at the end of the day, that's a 2-for-2 trade. You take that if your Johto is cuter.
Any even trade, even any slightly uneven trade for Johto is cuter is a win. With how far ahead Musketeers are, you need to be taking that. And to flip it on to Musketeers, they got the health bar super low, so it's still a small victory for them in some sense. The fact that they were low health bars on Johto is cuter means that if things go a little bit different, they end up winning that fight a little bit harder. And actually, they don't even get punished because of it. Yes, they go even, but they get a mid turret while doing it. So drain tanking, losing a little bit of HP, losing your members is okay, but no members that had a outstanding large amount of bounty did go over to Johto. So needs to be very careful here. We have a dragon spawning, and dragon has been the spot of many a failure before, and with all the teams converging on it.
Oof. Osiris
that's good. That's one way to good start. That's
trying
a start.
To check the dragon and gets picked off. So Musketeers 5v4 with the 9,000 gold lead. You gotta imagine that this is theirs. Hitman even jumps over just to keep Sparkle out of the pit. There's no chance at a steal. There's no hope. Third dragon over to Musketeers. Hitman very far forward though. The Lee Sin caught out from the rest of the team. Just disrespecting that Johto is cuter. Do have members here. Flashes away. That's Galio ult. Oh, the explosive cast on the 4. Disrupts the Galio ult, but does not secure a kill onto Hitman. So Lee Sin gets out, but Guardian Angel is popped.
So, look at the trade there. You get Flash, you get the Gallia ultimate, and really you lose the dragon for it. So, Musketeers, they're making out. They're cool. They're like, okay, cool. I came up ahead on this trade. I landed heads on this coin flip, and good for them, because now they're so far behind for the side of Johto is cuters. We get to see Suki here on this AP Gragas. I mean, now Gragas kind of fulfills the same role as normal tank Gragas is, which is you're just hoping for the luckiest body slam and explosive cast combo of your life. But this time it has a little bit of oomph behind it. Maybe you can even try to one-shot someone.
Die to Hitman 1v1 in the in the bear or dragon lane rather. Suki does stay alive, has the wave to help him out, and also teammates nearby, so Hitman does not hard commit to the play. But look at where everyone's situated from Johto, bottom half of the map. Look at where Musketeers are. They're on the Baron, getting their vision down, controlling the area. This is a completely dark jungle for Johto is cuter. They have the package. You're going to have to go for the crazy play
look
right
at
now.
it.
But Jotu's caught out. Yasuo's dead. No combo available from Johto is cuter.
Okay, our combo piece is down, and that means it gives full access again. Hitman playing bodyguard here. Doing a little bit of an anti of his namesake. You're supposed to be a bodyguard, man, but he's doing a fantastic job. Who's going to step up to this level 14 Lee Sin that has solo killed multiple members here?
And the level 14
Suki?
Ziggs. Hard engage from Suki. They catch OGBS. The package is used, Valkyrie as well, but OGBS is out!
Bombs.
The Ziggs gets to safety and can now utilize that range. The
That's
team
game.
will sweep the fight. OGBS is still alive! Are you kidding me? Musketeers just cannot lose with this gold lead.
Send it, boys.
We're seeing his health now. That must have been down to single digits. I couldn't even see the health bar right there. But with Baron not even necessary anymore, Musketeers will just shove in these waves. Probably go back to the Baron now. Ziggs did reset, and they're not going to look to push and end the game. Jotu's back up, and Sparkle's still alive. But that's, I mean, if the back-breaking play wasn't at the last Dragon, it definitely is here. I do not see a world where Johto can come back from this game state.
They invested so much to try and kill this. Now Sparkle's trying to get in here.
Maybe if Sparkle can get into the Baron pit and get the smite down. Not meant to be. Valiant effort, though. Baron is secured by Template, and Musketeers get another double kill to Cold on the Rampage, still with a 15,000 gold lead right now to the Musketeers. 11-1 on Ezreal. Oh my.
Yeah. Musketeers, can we do a magic trick? Can we make it 20k? Can we just make 5,000 appear by making Johto is cuter disappear? That's a cool magic trick in my book. But, I mean, Musketeers at this point, they're looking for a game 1 victory here in the semifinals, looking to put themselves at match point, ready to move on to finals if they win a second one. But, I mean, right now, it is just the finishing touches here as Osiris is caught
yet again.
Put down.
Thresh is down, so 4v5 defense in the base for Johto is cuter. Baron empowered minions for Musketeers, pushing in the mid lane, pushing in the Dragon and Baron, all lanes simultaneously. Johto is cuter need to commit to one, and they got to do it right now. Sparkle looks for a bottom side.
Oh, look at Hitman!
Under the Nexus! Hitman just deletes his Draboa, and that will be game. There's no coming back, as Suki also falls down. GG! Musketeers with a dominant performance in game 1 will move up 1-0 in the series.
That is just an extreme display of talent right there from Hitman GM. Flashes, doesn't even use the flash is the last part of the combo. Hits a Sonic Wave, safeguards in, flash behind during the kick animation. That's hard to do on PC, much less on mobile, nonetheless. So, there is no point in this game where it looked it's close for most of it, and then it just slowly starts to trickle in the favor of Musketeers. Cold gets MVP, and the Ezreal damage numbers are there, the gold is there, the KDA is there to match, but look at the solo laners. OG with this massive lead on Ziggs. Hitman, I've spoken enough about this man. So good. So good. So many talented players, and a lot of upgrades when we see previous rosters from Brawl Star Pros and coming into now as Musketeers. So I like this change, and while it is a relatively new one, I'm excited to see them continue on.
Very rare to see a Lee Sin almost matching a Ziggs and an Ezreal for damage in a game. I mean, the range of the Ezreal and the Ziggs is what allows them oftentimes to get those insane damage numbers, but at least you got to be up in their face. And yeah, Hitman was definitely doing it throughout that game number 1. So, wow, I mean, Musketeers, if anybody was wondering, hey, did they deserve their spot here from just auto-qualifying in their own group, not even having to play necessarily to compete and see if they could make top 2 in a group to get into the top 8 day 2? Those questions are being laid to rest after this kind of performance, because this is Johto is cuter. This is a team that you were looking at going into the series, into the day yesterday, saying, okay, they're a team that we got to watch out for. They have a lot of players that have been playing throughout the qualifiers and have had a lot of pop-off performances, and it feels like they just didn't have an answer. Like, what do you do if your Johto is cuter after that game 1? If you're going back to the drawing board and figuring out, okay, we got to go into a game 2 now and draft another team and try and pick up a win here, what is the angle that you try and take?
Does Suki have another carry? Because Suki's main answer when Darius and Akali are gone is pick up the Gragas and then pick up the AP Gragas. And this time got manhandled by Hitman. So you're going to need another answer, buddy. Either that or you're going to have to ban Lee Sin. Yes.
It was right there.
So
you could have just grabbed it. But
I already said words are hard. Big words, just not even going to deal with it.
Words are especially hard when you're seeing that kind of performance coming out from these players, because it's like, how else do you describe the fact that they're just winning? Like, the Musketeers were just that good in game number 1. But I do want to actually think critically. So you think that Suki playing a carry in the top lane could be the answer, and I gotta agree with that. We've only seen Suki play the carries on the Akali and then the Lee Sin. That would also be a takeaway from Hitman. So if you want to do that, I would love that angle. It looks like Johto is cuter have actually selected red side for game 2, so they won't get that.
They're not getting
pick.
that Lee Sin.
Yeah, I would be very hesitant to leave that Lee Sin up at this point. I think you have to ban it if you're on red side. If you're blue side, I'd say first pick it. But I just do not give Hitman this champ again. This is now 3 games in a row. Because again, like in the quarterfinals, we do have the stats. Hitman went 8-2-5 in the first game up against a Gragas in the Baron lane, and then 8-3 and 6 up against a Wukong actually in the Baron lane. So yeah, I do not let this guy get 8 kills on a champion 4 games in a row.
You cannot be allowed. I mean, and Hitman, this is, to be fair, the games that I've watched have only been on Lee Sin. So unless when this is banned, we may see a new side of Hitman, but I can't imagine Musketeers are not going to have a second or third carry champion at the ready for this guy, because you look at how this team is set up. You have a Wukong that you can play in the jungle. You have a bot lane that can play very flexible. And this is a Galio that we haven't talked about it in a really long time. It's been a long time since you were here and since I've seen it return. But Galio finally being able to return to having the righteous glory is so dangerous. And we saw it there every single time. When you're that far behind, you have this many melees on your team and not enough peel. It is so sick because you just run into you full force. You cannot get away from the Galio. You get taunted. And we saw it time and time again that the team fights just win in their favor. So for when I'm looking at Johto is cuter, in the past, they've been incredibly one note. It's Johto or nothing. But yesterday, we saw something a little bit different. And we need to see it this time again if they want to have a chance of making it to finals and punching their ticket for Major 3.
I just gotta say, where's Isderboa on the carry champions? We saw an insane Vayne pop off yesterday. I want to see Isderboa back on that champion. Try and play through the Dragon lane this time around. That is still dangerous because Cole just popped off. Karibo, the challenger level player in the lobby right now, in support as well. So maybe it's dangerous to try and play through Dragon lane as your primary carry, just given the skill of your opposition. But when Isderboa has that level of potential, I want to see that realized in a best of series, because clearly the game number 1, they weren't able to get the gears turning for what their composition needed to do. I would also again say, if they had just locked in the Yasuo Wukong instead of the Yasuo J4, I still would have been a lot happier then, because they could have found that big combo. It was really up to Suki to set up Yasuo instead, and you can't really do that unless the Baron laner and mid laner are grouping up, which doesn't happen until mid to late game anyway. So they don't have as much of an early game presence with that combo. So multiple options to approach this next pick and ban with. But as we're getting ready for that pick and ban, let's look at it on the side of the Musketeers. They just had a pretty dominant victory right here, Alk.
Yes.
What's your read on them? Because you've already seen all the teams that have qualified for the majors. You've already seen the teams that have qualified for the regional championships. And like, that's the most impressive performance I've seen yet so far in any of the games that I've been casting. So is this the level of play that the Musketeers are at?
I think they still have a few things to work on. I think they're still playing. I want to see them integrate template a little bit more. This is still a new jungle edition and a relatively fresh roster for the Musketeers. So I want to see them integrate them a little bit more. But strong Baron laners is what we saw in Major 2. A Rocky Zoro, a fantastic player on Immortals. We have MTS on Sentinels, who almost carried them back into a win on Riven, putting the team on his back. And that was a game where you're down 8,000 gold, and me and Jolly were just like, wrap it up, we're done. They're out of here. We're sending them to the next major. They're not going to go on. And MTS put serious doubts into the hearts and minds of everybody. So I mean, this is a really tough competition when you're looking at the Baron laners, and I think Hitman, out of nowhere almost, is kind of just immediately at that bar. And I'm hoping Musketeers can kind of continue that role. We'll have to see. We're in game 2 now. We're in the draft, Kangas.
We'll be tracking Hitman. We'll be watching this player's career closely. Musketeers banning away Akali and Darius to start off the ban phase here. Johto is cuter still on that Twisted Fate. They do not want to give OGBS this champion. And Musketeers, I mean, I'm just struggling to even think what they'd need to adapt from that last game. Maybe just take away the Yasuo if you don't want to worry about the headache of that. But like, it really didn't feel like that was an issue at any point.
And they picked it rather late into the draft, right? It was something that was kind of a last minute pivot that they could go for with how flexible they had picked their champions. So I like the idea of it, but I don't know if Yasuo was necessarily, it was more of, they shut it down especially well with what they did in the game. So as a combo piece, you probably don't want to deal with it again if you have a fresh game going into game 2. But if you get a similar draft, I don't know if it's going to be enough for Johto is Cuter to really kind of hit back.
Okay, Varus still banned here from Musketeers. Same bans. So they really don't want Izerboa on that comfort pick. Now, Izerboa does still have the core key that he's got in his back pocket from that last game. Vayne we saw yesterday. And it'll all depend on the bot lane matchup, of course, what they want to pick there. Wukong banned away. Xin Zhao still on the table. I think Johto is Cuter might be pressured to ban the Xin Zhao right now, because if you leave that up, I assume the template will just grab that as quickly as possible. So you're almost hamstringing yourself as Johto is Cuter. But the adaptation of the Wukong ban does make sense. So I still do like that kind of pivot for them. But it's... Wow. It's actually the core key ban.
Okay, Johto is Cuter. You force Musketeers to pick up the Xin Zhao here. And if that does happen, you can respond with a Camille Galio. I want to see Suki play Camille already. It is such an important champion to have in your roster. But no, they're going to pick the Senna. And that means that they can pick Xin Zhao. They can pick Camille. There's a ton of options here for Johto. So if there's ever been a softball thrown to you...
I think you go Camille Galio here if your Johto is Cuter, because then you're taking the Galio away from Karibo, which is a great lane counter with the Senna. But no, okay, they go with the Xin Zhao instead, and they grab this Ziggs, taking it away from OGBS. Okay, so it still is an answer to what we saw in that game number 1 regardless.
I'm okay with taking Ziggs, especially with when you see Senna, it is very difficult. Now it is on Musketeers to adapt. Lee Sin is available and can be very deadly, but this time they want to keep it flexible. They're going to put Galio in the bot lane, and they're going to send OG on this Orianna, still wanting to keep their jungle and solo laners, or their Baron lane out.
I still think Musketeers have one draft off of this. Yeah, I don't know if Diana and Nami are going to do it for me, because Musketeers just go for the Camille. You got the Camille in the jungle right now with the Galio combo. You got the Galio Senna lane combo. You got Orianna to follow up on the engage. And then you can kind of take your pick of what you want for that Baron lane. There we go. Ooh, wait.
Wow.
So is that going to be a Baron laner Olaf, or is that a Baron laner Camille? They still technically
That's Baron lane Camille. I think it could be Baron lane Camille. It could be Olaf. Now, Hitman has been unorthodox.
Yep.
And it could be played. It's popular. I've seen it before.
I know. Like I do strongly still believe that Olaf is a flex pick. So,
let's go. Okay. I wanted to see Suki expand the champion pool, and this is it. You get the Jax in the Baron lane. Did just get a buff on this patch, and against Camille, that is a great matchup for them. Against Olaf, it is not very fun to play Olaf versus versus Jax, but still, either way, we're gonna finally see a matchup between two amazing split pushers. And Kangas, this is one way to go out. Johto put it all on the line for this one.
Suki back on a carry, not one that we've seen in Pilot before, but one that will be exciting regardless. And that is the Ziggs in the bot lane with the Nami. So they're putting Ziggs right into that Senna lane rather than in the mid lane. And the Diana will match up against this Orianna. Okay, you know, suddenly I'm no longer just hard giving the win to Musketeers. I still like their draft. I still feel like they have better tools to work with. But I'm not counting Johto as Cuter out yet, because they did actually manage to put together a pretty exciting comp.
Exactly. They have a lot of AP when you look at their carries, right? You have someone like a Diana in the mid lane, and you have Isherboa on this Ziggs. Should be a lot more range, can play a lot safer, but needs to be able to land the damage. And Johto, last time we saw on that Diana, little shaky. You know, we saw some moonfalls that didn't quite land. So maybe this is a redemption arc. This is the redemption tour here for Johto as Cuter. Are they going to get 2-0'd and have to wait till next week, or Musketeer is going to set themselves up to face against Yan in the finals?
One more win for Musketeers. Johto will need to make it to the finals to qualify for that Major 3. Dragging the junglers, still focus on the mid lane here. Trades as well, as Template takes some health bar trade against his jungle opposition in Sparkle, but the control belongs to Johto is Cuter for right now. Junglers will just go to opposite Scuttle Crabs this time around, but as I say that, Sparkle's actually looking at top lane. Hitman's got to be careful right now. Does decide to back off. Hookshot used, so Sparkle could look to go back up there. That's going to be down for about another 12 seconds here. Sparkle could probably get this and still have a window of opportunity.
It'll be about, this has got to be about 8 to 7
All
seconds
right,
here now.
has the
Hitman.
flash, yeah. I like that play.
They're going
Suki's
in.
still
Whoa,
under turret.
Suki.
Hitman hits the plant, though, just in time. So actually heals up during that. Maybe a little over-aggressive from Suki. Osiris, who's to trade bottom lane. Karibo as well. That is heal out of Osiris.
It's really, really important to try and get this away from the Nami. Yes, she can heal, but look at how much poke damage is coming out from the Senna. Can heal naturally by using that piercing light. And this is a dangerous matchup. You can feel the tension in the laning phase here, Kangas. They are just playing on nice edge, both teams. And they're scared. As soon as you see that first blood come out for either team, it's going to feel almost like the silence will be broken.
I feel like it's Hitman that gets it. Like, Suki is really far up. Contesting waves when you're this low. Yeah, you respect the Camille. You have to respect the Camille, especially if you pick the Jax last into Camille. You cannot afford to lose this lane. You got Flash out of Hitman earlier in the laning phase, and now Johto will walk up here and try and get this wave to shove, I suppose. Maybe even just all in here onto Hitman. Heavily winning this trade right now. And Hitman has to use that hook shot to get away. Go for a reset for himself.
Okay. This is a cool way to offset the matchup because Suki actually had to go for a recall there, Johto moved up to cover the wave, and it makes it so that Hitman doesn't just get a huge artificial lead in the laning phase. Will have caught one wave and now has to catch a second one just because of where they are. Will be missing out on a little bit. If no one caught this wave, it would have just meant that Hitman gets maybe a little bit of chip damage, but no one, importantly for Johto's Cuter, picked up any gold or experience in that trade. So yeah, this is a smart move from them.
I like the attempt, but at the end of the day, Suki is still down 400 gold to the lane opposition. Hitman gets back into the Baron lane. Doesn't even lose out on a wave for that. So I think Suki is still coming out behind in this overall play. 1,000 gold behind for Johto's Cuter at the end of it all. And the Jaxes are spawning. Hitman pushes in the wave.
It's time to fight.
Yeah, I think it's time for Hitman to group up with the team. Look at this dragon. We see everybody converging on this bottom side, but Suki a little bit behind on the play. Honestly, if you're Johto's Cuter, give dragon. I say back off of it and go for the Herald. Play through Suki alone
we can't
in this
do that.
lane, but yeah, I suppose that's just impossible. We have to fight for the dragons.
We must fight. It's a me fight. Every comp is a me fight comp right now. We need to just throw hands at the dragon. It's almost like we can't even trade it for the Rift Trail that spawns it at the same time. I'm being a little
They back away. Neither team wants to commit for it, actually. I think Suki did a good enough job of creating pressure in that Baron lane to pull into Hitman. Fakes a reset. Hitman commits to the reset, and now Suki gets to push in another wave. So Suki's actually doing a pretty cool job of getting back into this laning phase. But now with that Trinity Force completed by Hitman, Camille does have a massive advantage to play around.
She needs to be a really large carry member, right? You've got all these resources for yourself. Hitman, can you do it? And we're seeing they're trying to make a play onto Johto here. Camille, so flexible, can either be a team fighter or a split pusher. And against Jax, this is where the split push is going to have to come in key. Can you get the plate? No. It's a little bit of trade damage now. Both of the teams, we're just drifting across the map. 5v5s at the potential for both of them.
I mean, if you're Musketeers, I still think that you're pretty happy with this current map state. You have the scaling of the Senna, scaling of the Camille and the Orianna, and you are still getting these small incremental leads, whereas Johto is Cuter. They haven't gotten this Jax to a state where it feels like he can actually win the side lane push. I know it's still early in the game, only not even 6 minutes into this one, but this top lane matchup is so volatile that if one thing goes wrong, you're suddenly now pretty much locked out of the game as the Jax. You really want to beat this Camille earlier on and find a lead for yourself. So the fact that Johto's Cuter have not found a way to play through that Jax could make things difficult for them later on. But speaking of, Suki goes in for the trades, getting aggressive on the Hitman.
Wait a minute.
Bait out, actually just hard winning that fight. Later, the Ruin King putting in work here for Suki. Nicely done. Cold and Karibo also struggling in the 2v2, losing out on that trade as well.
They're going to go for this. They're going to dive.
Turret. Hitman has to flash away. Hook shot to safety. Sparkle pushes him so far back. That's first turret. There we go. That is what I wanted from Johto is Cuter. A sizable lead for this Jax to start off the laning phase. But it is traded for Dragon. Musketeers do not just give that play for free.
And what are they losing off of this? Because now that Jax has a nice lead to be able to match here.
Johto with the engage! Nice Moonfall setup there from Johto, just finding a kill at the end of it. And the team gets the Rift Herald.
Okay, you know, the cool thing about the 1v1 here, I'll hold that as I think Hitman is just going to be a nuisance to
Hextech
Sparkle.
ultimatum's
Lock him
available.
down.
Sparkle pops the ultimate, trying to stay alive for as long as possible.
Uh-oh.
But not meant to be. Hitman finds a kill for himself in the river.
Okay, that's good. Finding more kills and trying to keep yourself in the same lead for Suki. I was going to say the Grandmaster's might. You don't even have enough mana, Karibo. I don't know what you're doing there, buddy. I don't know if you could go for that. Hitman!
Suki chasing down Hitman yet again. No flash. And an auto attack will get the kill. Suki now is able to put in some work in these side lanes. And Hitman, I'm not even sure what you were doing there, but does not work out.
Wow, and now Suki has taken control of the matchup. The gold is dead even between the Baron laners. And you just see it now. This has got to feel really bad at this point when you look at the side of Hitman having to go into the Merc Treads instead of picking up the Ninja Tabbies for the lane. Just means that Suki is going to continue to keep getting further and further ahead. Even got to invade and take the blue buff in. There's now just a quadrant of jungle that's going to start to be cannibalized by Johto is Cuter thanks to Suki. And I think this is a marked difference from what we saw now here in Game 3.
Hitman! All right. Wasting Suki's time,
buddy.
I suppose, but you also trade a lot of your health bar. I was about to say, I think Musketeers at this point, you accept you've now lost the Baron lane matchup. You do not continue to try and win in this 1v1. Instead, look for the combos. You still have the Camille Galio. You still have the Orianna to follow up, but speaking of Suki, on top of Hitman yet again. Hook shots away. He's not dead. Suki cannot follow up on that hook shot. But look at the jungler here. Nice setup from Template, gets the kill, does go down, but the follow-up from Karibo, heroic entrance in, Osiris keeps him alive. Johto still alive under the turret for the double kill. Johto turning it around, and Osiris playing bodyguard.
That was so close. You saw Johto playing with a lot of patience. I was wondering, can they find the kill utilizing the Moonfall? But that's not enough.
Oh, no.
Another good trade here. Wait a minute, Hitman.
Hitman turning it back around. There's no ultimate available on Suki this time. Doesn't get all that extra armor, but Hitman, I don't know if you still have it. Suki, the flash from Hitman, but no, cannot find it. Suki with another solo kill.
Just amazing job right there from Suki, playing off some more carries. And I'm glad we get to see his Jax, because honestly, if your team is like, hey, can you play a little bit of Gragas? Personally, I'm going to say no. But this time, finally, it feels like Suki Unleashed gets a good counter matchup now on red side. And they're poised, killing Template.
Oh, Template! He didn't realize Johto was on the Raptors and Sparkle was on the other side of the wall. Just gets collapsed on.
Kangas, we're 10 minutes into the game now. We have 30 seconds before the Drake spawns. And I think Johto are kind of primed to win this game. They're in pole position here.
I think we're going to Game 3, Alk. Like, based on how this game is
Game 3.
It looks like we will, in fact, have a series on our hands, everybody. Karibo locks down here. Osiris hitting multiple knockups. The Senna shields come through, but Johto under the turret yet again. Will not allow Karibo to escape. Falls for it. Cole just barely survives through the Mega Inferno bomb. 1v1 in the Baron lane yet again. Suki says, I'll take this 9 times out of 10. Hitman made him into it. I don't know if Hitman can. Wasn't in range of the turret, so Suki dodging around on the edge of the ultimate stays alive.
This is why I love this Baron lane matchup between these two players. I mean, they're playing on knife's edge. Hitman, who's 1 and 2, is not afraid to play in the face of danger against Suki. And the Rift Herald here that spawned, I don't think it gets a crash, so that's a small mistake coming out from Johto is Cuter. Their team not really executing as cleanly as maybe we would have expected, but constant finds onto Template and constant utilization of Johto on this Diana.
Suki and Hitman are fighting again in the Baron lane. Oh, like their health bars are just always this low, and Suki is always winning. 3 solo kills onto Hitman. When will it end? Jotu jumps back in here on the Cold.
Goodbye,
just
Cold.
blows him up. A complete one-shot from Diana. Rest of the team joining in now. Karibo, Template, they tried to turn the play. Double bubble from Osiris. Setting up the plays for Sparkle to now follow up. Trying to get onto OGPS. Big Orianna Shockwave turns it around, gets one. Can they get another? Guardian Angel used by Sparkle, and he gets out. But OGPS somehow turning that play, but it doesn't matter because Suki gets the tier 2 and the inhibitor turret.
Oh man, it's the shockwave that makes it so much easier for them, but they're gonna lose a Drake here. Jotu is cute. I mean, it doesn't even matter at this point. Like, they have 10,000 gold, and you have to look at this top lane matchup. He's not only cannibalizing the jungle, it is making it so much harder for someone like Template, who, as Olaf, your only choice is go in. You don't have you could maybe play back, you can maybe cover your carries. No, you are a fight champion, and we haven't seen them mix up on all 5. I need to see it from Musketeers. Can we get a team fight, a 5-on-5? Even a 4v5, since Suki will be splitting, since there's now super minions in the Baron lane. We need to see this Galio and Camille combo. Otherwise, it feels like Musketeers, they're just, I mean, at this point, they're quite out of the game right now.
I can't
find it.
I hate to bring attention to the player, but they're not utilizing the combo because Hitman is not grouping up with the team. Hitman is just constantly looking to 1v1 Suki at the point of the game where you've already lost. You've already lost that Baron lane. You need to be willing to just sacrifice the lane and say, okay, we're giving this up. Jotu, just 1v1 in Hitman, I suppose, because sure, why not again?
Why not?
Hitman getting caught in a side lane now on the Camille.
Okay,
Jotu could be in trouble. Does fall down at the end of it, but Cold also picked off your Osiris, and Idris Boa looking for the kill. Can't quite find it onto Cold, who does get the safety. But man, Hitman, come on, group up with the team. Use that ultimatum. Let Galio combo off of you. You need to take down Boa and Jotu in these fights.
Man, now everybody's killing Hitman right now. Suki's killing Hitman. Jotu doesn't even need to land his ultimate correctly for it to kill Hitman. Everybody's doing it. Everybody's taking pot shots at the king. You can do it while he's down, but you just wait until that game 3, okay, guys? You just wait until that game 3. Hitman will come back. I promise you guys. We're selling Hitman figurines in the store, but yeah, they're not grouping up. Hitman is trying to resolve some kind of lead in the side lane, but Suki and the rest of Jotu's Cuter is matching them tit for tat.
I think we're seeing now the potential weakness of Musketeers. Jotu is Cuter have exposed the fact that if they are not winning top lane, they look like a very different team. This is not nearly as clean from the Musketeers as we saw in game number 1, or as the record would indicate from their quarterfinals matches. Jotu is Cuter, start up the Baron. They're spotted out here by Cold, throwing down the center ultimate, so pushes Jotu's Cuter away from that. Karibo looking for the engage here onto Boa, gets flash out of the Zig, still lands a taunt. This is massive if they can actually take him down. Boa does fall. Massive pickup, as Temple gets the kill. Can they also take down Sparkle? They do! Redemption snipe, though, as somehow Osiris picks up 1. The 1-for-2 trade. Cold does get out. Karibo gets out, barely, but Musketeers do find a couple of picks.
That is good for them. The fact that they're finding an uneven trade in their favor. And Kangas, the only team to have won on blue side is Yon. And right now, it's looking dangerous here for Jotu's. They've got red side again. It is such a dangerous... And we're looking at match 3 right now, I think, Kangas, for the side of Jotu's Cuter and Musketeers, where if Musketeers, they have side selection, they're going to have red side, they can counterpick the top lane matchup. And I don't know if we'll, again, see a matchup here for Suki. So, Suki, revel in this matchup as long as you can, because this next game is going to be hard.
Karibo's, he's spotted on a ward. But Hexagon
doesn't matter.
It's not the Galio Camille combo I was expecting, but it's still working. Making the play onto the side lane. Suki just sees, okay, well, there's an 80 carry right in front of me. Let's just go right onto Cold. Kited back. Suki's still alive. Jotu with the Moonfall. Karibo goes back in, but they cannot kill this Jax. He's still alive. Life stealing through all the damage with that Blade of the Ruin King and gets to safety. Meanwhile, Dragon had spawned. That's a big dragon. This is massive for Jotu is Cuter. They're even teleporting in, resetting. That's Suki playing bouncer here, preventing the sides of Musketeers from getting in. They're also teleporting in Johto, who picks up the teleport enchant into
Oh,
the pit. Teleport
Camille.
is that template. That's Camille coming in here. Over the wall, Johto looking for the engage, keeping everybody out. Meanwhile, in the pit, oh, template goes down. That's the smite steal potential. Johto falls as well. It is traded back. Shockwave, massive from OGBS. Might be enough to trade the fight, but Hitman will go down.
They're over the wall. Wait a minute.
Cold's doing the damage. Cold over the wall has so much to work with here. Sparkle will fall. Hitman gets out. Objective secured for Johto is Cuter.
Run!
Suki's trying to chase down Cold down the Mega Inferno Bomb. And Cold will fall. OGBS.
Good.
Flashing forward with command attack. Will find another one. What a strange series of plays. But honestly, Musketeers, they're back in it. Like, they're only 5,000 gold behind off of that play.
They were down 10,000, and after losing an Elder Mountain Drake, they are only down 5,000. That is insane to think about. Like you had just said, Kangas. We saw that over the wall, utilizing their range advantage, they're able to do so much. Senna, with not only rapid fire cannon, but the amount of souls that she has. If we could actually, once she respawns, if observers, we can see how many souls Senna has. That's such an important thing to track. She will have so much more range versus essentially 4 melees and then Ziggs. And we saw that the Ziggs bombs there actually end up kind of getting the kill thanks to the slow, but still, Kangas, I don't know if this is comebackable, but it's at least looking a little bit comebackable.
It feels a little comebackable. I know that's crazy to say after an Infernal Mount or Elder Mountain's picked up rather, but I still feel like Musketeers cannot be left out of this one here. Johto looks for the engage onto Karibo. Tankier member, so cannot blow that Galio up. Karibo's back out to safety. But the Baron is the focus here. Johto goes very far forward. I think that was a mistake from Johto.
He's dead.
Picked off to start off the fight. As now Template just running rampant onto the back line. Osiris and Izherboa in a lot of trouble. Osiris barely survives. Gold can't get the kill.
Hitman,
Suki,
no.
1v1ing Hitman yet again? Are you kidding me? Hextech ultimatum onto the turret. Hitman survives, flashes away, still goes down. Suki picks up that one, but can Suki get away? There's a turret, has to tank it up on the way out, but the mountain shield is back on the table. Karibo, I don't know if you catch him. The taunt misses. Suki's out. Oh, but Sparkle.
Wait, they're gonna kill Sparkle!
Back into the mid lane. Oh, Sparkle looked for it out of OGBS, but not finding it. That's Jungler down. Johto's up in 14 seconds, but Sparkle's down for 45. Do Musketeers look for Baron? I don't think they can. Suki's still such a threat in the side lane.
Kangas, we're down to 4,000 gold!
This is
What
insane.
is this game? It's comebackable, boys!
I cannot believe that Musketeers
man.
are on the verge of coming back from this deficit.
Oh my god, this is, again, I mentioned it earlier, this is giving me the Sentinels game versus Immortals. They barely were able to come back, and while Immortals still ended up winning that game, it was off of the play of certain members. They caught out in a late game situation, and Kangas, this is the longest game we've had today and yesterday. We're about to hit 20 minutes. We've got Baron, and oh my god, this is getting tense now, Kangas. It's almost 3,000 gold, and I think Musketeers are looking for it.
Musketeers want this. Suki's still pushing the dragon lane. The Musketeers need to make something happen quick, or else Suki's just going to destroy their base again. Keep in mind, Musketeers have been doing this with Supers pushing in Baron lane for the last 5 minutes. It's been 5 full minutes of absorbing Super Waves while staying in this game and ahead in gold. Suki does get the tier 2 turret. Hitman has to stop the push now. That means Suki can actually just teleport into the Baron. They're going to hard rush it. All right, watch for the Orianna.
Hey.
This shockwave can be massive if OGBS can find it. Johto zoning away the Orianna. Baron's below half health. The engage comes through from Suki. Nami throws out the ultimate as
Johto
well.
Can't find
the engage. Johto gets out of cold, but the stasis prevents it. No way! Suki jumps on OGBS. Johto might go down here. Look at Karibo doing the damage here. Template as well. I don't think it's going to be enough because Suki's still alive. So is Johto. Hitman being chased away through the
minions right into the game.
Boa triple kill over to Johto. Hitman's the only one left. He lost track of the fight, trying to be the hero in the Baron lane, but the team was shredded through by Suki, and Johto might still take down Izherboa, but gets outplayed! Izherboa gets a kill to close out the game, and we're going to game 3.
Oh my god. Kangas, we were complaining earlier, man, when one team gets a gold lead, they tend to just win the game, and it's not very close afterwards. Well, Johto is cuter. I told you they had a little bit of, they're not as, they're just not as consistent in being able to hold a lead, and look at this roller coaster.
Wow.
It goes almost 10,000 gold, almost over that, and then it starts to slowly dip back up, takes a spike after they get the dragon, and then the massive dip going into that last Baron there. 20 minutes in, only 8,000 gold to end the game. But game 3, it is now a best of 1 to get into Major 3 between these two. And you have to feel it, man. If you're one of these teams, you're a little bit trembly. It's gonna get that sweat down your back. We're going into game 3, man.
But man, Johto, again, primary carry on the team. Tsuki shutting down Hitman in the Baron lane, and is your Boa
Look at
also
that.
silently outputting 34k damage. These three members, the three carry threats on the side of Johto is cuter. Keep them in this game 2. Keep them in this series, Alk. Going to game 3 after that game 1 performance for Musketeers, I thought it was over. I was like, this is probably gonna be the fastest 2-0 that we've ever seen in the semifinals. But Johto is cuter saying, no, we're gonna make this potentially the longest series that we've ever seen in a semifinals. We will be sending it to a short break here while we get ready for game number 3 to decide who is going to the finals and who is auto qualifying for Major 3. You're gonna want to see it. So stick around. We'll be right back after this. Hello and welcome back, everyone, as we prepare for Game 3 of this best of 3 for the semi-finals between Musketeers and Johto is Cuter. What a Game 2, Alk. The longest that we've had so far. It felt like Musketeers were about to mount the comeback, and they just couldn't pull it off. But Johto is Cuter, bringing us to Game 3 now. What do we expect to change here as we're getting into pick and ban?
Ooh, I mean, I'm expecting with now Musketeers on the red side, they need to have something ready for Hitman to play. We see the bans. Musketeers have stuck with Akali, Darius, and Varus, while Johto's Cuter have been willing to adapt some of their bans after their loss. So what is their answer? Are they going to drop this? Or, I mean, they're on blue side now, so they have to be the ones to pick up the Wukong here if they're going to be able to take it. But I think we've been seeing it time and time again.
I think if you're Johto is Cuter, you don't ban the Lee Sin, you grab that blue one. If I'm them, that's exactly what I'm doing. Because first of all, you're getting in the head of Hitman then. You're saying we're taking away the champ that you've been popping off on. Second of all, it gives you more bans for yourself. You can ban away the Wukong instead if you just want to take that off the table. And I do want to, again, point out the fact that Hitman did not look nearly as dominant on the Camille as the Lee Sin. Now, yes, was countered by that Jax, but still just continued to try and take these 1v1s even when you're down like 1,500 gold. It's so hard to actually outplay the Jax in those instances. So I think eyes will still be on Hitman going into this game now that we've kind of seen that, okay, it's not just hard stomp over and over again. Suki can hang in a carry versus carry matchup.
They've gone ahead and banned the Diana, which is really strange to me. I think OG has gotten a handle on Johto both games now, even in the loss.
The damage charts, like the damage charts were insane from Johto in that last game.
Yes, the Diana did look good, but I still don't think Diana is Johto's best champion or even close to his best champion. Like, OG was still a relevant Orianna in that game despite what happened, and was one of the maintaining factors as to why that game was even close to begin with. So now they're the ones to ban the Varus. Musketeer, what is Johto is Cuter? What are you looking at for mid lane? Are you going to try and pick up another kind of scary style mid laner? But how many AP junglers? So you're going to have to kind of focus AP somewhere else. And we saw what happened last time. There was an AP Gragas in the game.
Yeah, true. Honestly, at this point, Johto is Cuter, maybe do ban the Lee Sin. Honestly, like, I still like the first pick, but Akali's on the table. If Musketeers don't ban that away, okay, so they're leaving up the Lee Sin, they take away the Ziggs instead. Let's see if Musketeers ban away the Akali, because that's been the big ban against Johto is Cuter, because it's a flex pick. Suki and Johto can both pilot that champion to great success and carry games. So maybe they go for that if it's up instead of the Lee Sin. I'm so hesitant to give Hitman Lee Sin. Like, if it's up, I think you have to take it away from him, because otherwise you're just giving him back onto his comfort pick, and that's what he's been popping off on so far.
Maybe. I was wondering if Ziggs was going to be the first pick here for Johto is Cuter because of how flexible it can be. It can be played for Johto or Istraboa. And it allows for them to play an AD mid laner, being like, hey, you know, like we don't have Diana in the mid lane. We can take the Ziggs, still offers that flexibility. What do they prioritize though, right? We were talking about Camille. You can take the Lee Sin. Camille, I mean, I'm still looking at Camille, guys. Like, this champion is not. There's so many things you could do with it.
If I'm Johto is Cuter, I think I lock in the Lee Sin still. I think I still go for that because Sparkle, I also trust to play that champion.
Okay.
And then I would say hope that you can get the Akali second round to still flex up between Suki and Johto. Maybe pair that with a support or an AD carry at that point. If I was going into the draft phase as the coach here, that's what I would be focusing on, because you're taking it away from Hitman. We have not seen Musketeers pilot the Akali, I don't believe. Let me quickly check up on their quarterfinals matches. Yeah, I'm not seeing Akali picked.
I don't think so.
I don't know if it was banned in those games because neither team had it, but maybe Johto is Cuter has a better read of Musketeers champ pool than I do, and Akali's a bad champion to leave up for them. But they're waiting out the timer as long as they can here. Johto is Cuter clearly taking their time to decide what they want to do in this kind of instance. There's a lot of decisions to be made.
You could be, all these champions, Gragas or Corki has finally made it through the ban pool this time. Johto, look.
I mean, is your
if there's
brother
ever a
played that game
champion,
one too? And
yeah, look, you can play it mid lane. Johto, the carry performance, we could see it, but this is definitely still a safer champion to be able to execute on.
Musketeers lock in Lee Sin right here. 9 times out of 10 they do it. I think that Hitman's gonna go back to this champ, and maybe
Galio
Johto's
Lee Sin, give it to us.
Oh, the Galio Senna.
All right.
Okay. Now they're really pressuring Johto's Cuter to pick up that Camille, because if they leave that up again, that gives Musketeers the Camille Galio combo yet again. Now, of course, they didn't really use it at any point in that game too, but it's still the looming threat of that existing in the game. So Johto's Cuter could still take it with the Lee Sin, or they can go for that Camille angle instead. They're opting for the
There
Lee
it
Sin.
is.
Okay, finally, we do see that Lee Sin locked in. And
Now,
still, Akali's on the table. Like, they can still go back to that too.
I think playing Akali into Lee Sin is really unplayable. It is just not play.
No,
like,
no,
he
for
presses,
Johto. For Johto,
Oh,
they
for
can go with the
Johto.
Akali still. Yeah.
Sure, there's. Oh no! No! I need a life alert. I'm a zoomer and I need life alert. No!
The
Musketeers!
blind pick Ari to tilt Alk. What a way. Game 3, everybody. We had to throw it in there. I believe Ari has a 0% win rate so far between yesterday and today's games that we've seen on stream, at least. I don't know. Maybe some of the other games off stream she's picked up wins. Hasn't looked that great so far. And whoa. All right. Johto is Cuter. Is this again the Darius into Ari matchup? We saw that earlier in the first semifinals match with Team Yon. Maybe they go for it. Otherwise, it can be Darius for Itsuki and then the Akali into that mid lane. But Musketeers going back for that Camille. Yeah, I like that still. Camille for the Galio combo.
Okay, thank God. I did not want to
All right.
see Darius mid lane again. And those are one of those things where I'm like, it's cool I saw it one time. I don't think 2 times in
worked.
1 day is...
Got a quadra kill. I mean, why not?
Results-based analysis did say that it did work, so it is good into the matchup. It has a 100% win rate. Actually, maybe it isn't so much the Darius pick as the Ari pick is what's making the stats look as good.
Yeah, potentially. But either way, it will be the Darius versus the Camille. So still carry versus carry matchup at the top line. We get to see Tsuki pop off, or potentially pop off, have the opportunity to do so on the Darius now. And at the end of the day, it wasn't in the order I expected, but I am liking what Johto is Cuter did with their draft. They get Akali for Johto. They get the Lee Sin away from Hitman. And again, Hitman did not link up with the Galio once for that combo in that game too. So maybe in the post game, they're like, okay, we have to actually go for that play now. Like, if we're going to draft this, let's utilize it. But based on game 1, I don't know if that's their play. We'll see if they're able to find it this time around. So this is it. This is it, Alk. 1 game, 1 win, and you're going to finals. You're going to the 3rd major. If you lose, you're going to have to compete again next week.
And look at how defensive the summoners are. Remember the first time we saw this team for Johto's Cuter, we saw Ignite Barrier. Well, now it's triple barrier. It's fleet footwork in the Baron lane and heal for supports. It doesn't get much more defensive than this.
They do not want to lose early on. And again, Musketeers did draft a fairly early game comp. They have scaling with the Senna. And, you know, a kind of minor scaling with the Camille as well. We'll throw her into that pool. But outside of that, like the Ari, the Olaf, known for just being a little bit better earlier on. I think that this is Johto is Cuter, identifying, all right, let's just survive. Let's survive the first couple minutes. Not throw at the first dragon. Maybe go for that second dragon when we really come
Still
online.
waiting for that one. We can't call that quite yet. We've been asking for teams, guys.
True.
Drake is not to lose the game, but Johto even gets a turret shot taken on. So OG looking pretty good for themselves, but oh man, it's tense here, especially when we thought, hey, Musketeers, they look like such a deadly team in game 1, and now here with what we have seen and what I have called a handicap in having your mid laner play Ari, this is like putting on the weights for the training. You're trying to put on like the extra like arm weights, the leg weights, and say, all right, come at me, bro.
Alk, how poetic would it be if the team that qualifies for the 3rd major does it off of an Ari pick? I don't know. I like that timeline. I kind of wish we could live
It's
in
good.
there.
That's a great storyline.
We see Template go for an invade in the bottom jungle here. No answer from Sparkle. So I want to take some time here in the early game since there's not a lot of action, already 2.5 minutes in, to give our kind of read on what the tools are early game for these teams. Are we favoring either of them for that first dragon fight? Are we favoring any of these leads, or any of these lanes rather, to get a big lead and then carry the team through into the mid game?
So realistically, nothing early should happen between any of these lanes, considering how protective and defensive they can be. The big thing to watch here is on the first Drake, what do Johto do with this first gank? And I say that we're ganking Suki.
Hextech ultimatum to start this off. Suki's down. Nice setup there from Hitman, just hard committing to the ultimate. There's nowhere that Darius is going.
That is a good start here, and we still have to wait. We still have about 45 seconds before that Drake spawns, and it is going to be on Isturboa's Corki package. We've seen game-defining ones before, and let's see if we can add his name to the list for this one, because if that is the case, then that means that it gives them a kind of early game vehicle. They got first dragon, they set themselves up with potentially what looks like to be a few kills afterwards, you have to assume, and it lets them scale. We're looking at Senna, who's going to still have to pick up a little bit of steam, and same thing with Camille. So this first Drake should be in favor of Johto's cuter, but I could be wrong, and I have been before.
We'll see what happens in that lane. The good thing for Suki is that Hitman did not get the kill. It was, in fact, Temple to pick that up as Suki goes aggressive onto Hitman. Forces the plant usage. Objectives have spawned, and resets came through for Musketeers, all posturing towards the Herald. We actually see a hard committal of 4 members on the top side of the map, so it might just be an objective trade.
They've learned. They're learning, Kangas.
Oh,
they
Suki.
learn they don't have to flip for it.
Suki's winning this, but look, he's not alone. Karibo's here, pops a Righteous
Good
Glory,
flash.
chases down, flash to safety, Suki gets out. Now in a very vulnerable position in the Baron lane. Dragon is traded for Herald. The teams are not going to fight for objectives. Oh, but you got to be careful of
This
your
just brings a
Suki.
tear to my eye. Yeah,
Yeah.
he knows. He said, look, I'm not doing this. They're popping the Rift Herald. They want to get gold right now into their pockets. They know they're going to lose some health from the Dragon lane, so 5 minutes in, Kangas, they get their first turret here and cashing in.
This feels personal for Hitman. He's like, all right,
Yes.
guys, we are not letting this happen again. We are hard committing to the Baron lane. We're shutting Suki down. And I'm not going to die soloed him 3 times in a row this time.
Oh!
OGPS gets 1v1 in the mid lane.
This is terrible.
As now the defense comes in from Suki, gets the reset. 1 kill, can't find a
Johto.
second, but Johto gets it. Hextech ultimatum on to this. Suki onto the Darius, does pick up 1 more kill. The Senna just being a nuisance with the
They're
heals, with the
living.
shields. Johto
Sparkle.
still lives, Hitman's out, but Sparkle's now joined in. Sonic Wave lands, Cold in trouble, doesn't have the summoner spells, should go down here. Tries to get 1 more auto on Johto, but can't find it. Hitman gets out, but only for now. Tries to hook shot away. Osiris is here. Sparkle
dead.
just needs to hit 1 Sonic Wave. Flashes,
No!
misses! Under the
Go!
turret, Dragon's Rage will go down for this. The
He's
turret
dead.
has the damage, so it's traded. But what a series of plays. Multiple kills in multiple lanes.
And all of them going in favor of Johto is cuter. They kill OG in the mid lane, and they get this kill where they are outnumbered. It is a 2 versus 4 play against Musketeers, and Johto is cuter. The solo lane say, sure, no problem. We'll take the numbers disadvantage. That just makes it more fair. That makes it more fun for us. And they come out ahead. The fact that they're able to find 3 kills there is huge for them. So now the gold in their favor. This turret going down. This is incredibly long lane. You see now Camille is in such an awkward position. At any moment, they can return to this.
Getting
And,
collapsed.
I mean, Camille's dead.
Sparkle's up here too. So is Isturboa.
They're all
Hitman
roaming.
Has the Hexacle Lane coming off in a couple seconds, but jumps up the wall into 3 members. Will go down. Phosphorus Bomb from Isturboa. Trying to get some more damage onto Karibo. Doesn't find it, but they did the damage. They got their pick.
And this is the consequences of extending or ending the laning phase so early on. It doesn't allow for Camille to really finish a couple more items or continue to extend her advantage. It means that now Darius can always have their friends here. They're going to grab potentially this top turret, and it
Going for
forces
another
more
play.
resources necessary.
Tempest is up,
Suki-
or Template rather, is
Ooh.
up here, but doesn't commit onto Suki. Has the Ragnarok pop, was looking for the 1v1,
Galio's
but
here.
Sparkle's there. Galio as well. Hitman has Hextech ultimatum. Are they going to finally use the combo? Galio
Nice
doesn't
kick.
actually ult in, but still kill regardless.
Good kick. Kicks them out of the Hextech ultimatum, means that they're not stuck, but Or just helping at this point, right? They get a kill back for themselves, and Hitman trying to put in the carry pants right now, defending under turret. Watch, Joe2.
Hard commits onto Cold, looking for the damage, looking for the kill. Perfect execution, not enough to actually execute. Mid turret now focused down here. OGBS hitting some damage. Turret's still alive.
30 seconds, 45 seconds until this dragon spawns, and now everybody has to take resets. If you have blinking health bars, if you're missing out on some mana, you need to pick up your items as soon as possible. But Joe2 recognizes we can't give a mid priority. There's 2 people here. They're going to take a plate. They're going to get maybe some more thanks to Camille's Trinity Force. Dangerous thing to play with. Package has to be coming up in the next few moments here for Isturboa. And with Dragon on the table, this is a dangerous fight still for Musketeers, but I think one that they might have to be forced to take.
My goodness, how close can you get here in a Game 3? Both of our semifinal series have been absolute treats. This is some great Wild Rift, everybody. Joe2 is Cuter have the lead for now, but it's not insurmountable. There's a good chance the Musketeers can still come back in this game state. They do have kills onto this Camille. Has struggled a little bit in the side lane since taking down that first turret, but now everyone's grouping up for the Dragon. And package available here on Isturboa, so we gotta keep our eyes on Corki. Gotta keep our eyes on where the carries are positioned, because Cold hasn't quite scaled yet on this Senna. Isn't really ready to just blow people up yet. Needs some time in these fights.
They're gonna lose mid turret, I think, here for the Dragon. They're just gonna go for it. Make the trade, guys. Joe2's Cuter. Let's see what they can do.
Ooh, Osiris throws out the Nami ult to try and clear the wave. Dragon's focused down and claimed, and the... Okay, turret's still alive. So Tsuki maybe a little far forward. That's a flash away. Double top from Karibo, but no follow-up. As Isturboa throws out the package, still worth. No kills come through, but that is objective secured for Joe2 is Cuter.
Big game there for Joe2 is Cuter. It felt tense. You can feel both of teams kind of just posturing aggressively, not wanting to make a mistake. They're going to get a turret of their own. Here comes the fight.
Isturboa just blown up to start the fight. Do they have the damage to clean up now? Joe2 jumped onto the back line, flashes over the wall, still goes down to OGBS. Reset not there for Suki, misses the execute on the ultimate, and even Sparkle can't find anything more. Low health bars for Musketeers, but they're alive. They haven't lost anybody.
They're going Baron. It's spawning in 2 seconds, and they want to start this immediately. Look at the pings coming out. They're going to grab mid-tier 1. It looks like they may have called off the aggressive play thanks to Template having about 120 HP.
Yeah.
But still, a huge turnaround here for Musketeers in Game 3, where they're looking like they're behind. Joe2 went somewhere, man. He was diving under it. He's in the middle of 4 members. He's like, okay, if I can stay in the shroud, but they see him the entire time. I don't know, man. This is getting close, Kangas. We are at basically dead even, locked gold between the two. This turret top lane in the Baron lane is literally 1 breath away from being knocked down. And Baron, they have to be feeling the pressure of both of these teams wanting to go for Baron, not wanting to lose the objective. But Musketeers may be feeling that much more comfortable.
I feel like Joe2 is Cuter have an option to play through side lanes that they haven't fully utilized yet. Joe2 is looking for assassinations and team fights, but isn't really looking to side lane against this Ahri. Like, even now, groups up yet again. Joe2 is Cuter just keep grouping up as 4 rather than trying to push in these side lanes, but it might work if they can catch Hitman right here. Camille's all alone. Hook shots under turret. Link survives because of this, but Joe2 commits to the dive right now. Charm lands. Disaster as Sparkle will fall. Joe2 as well, and now it's the chase down for the Musketeers. They'll pick up 3 kills for free. I guess they lose Temple for it. 3 kills for 1.
Oh no, but Kangas, this was their dive. They were trying to find the kill onto Hitman, and that could be their Baron started up. You see they're TPing in. They want to start this. Suki and the squad. Isturboa.
Yeah, Isturboa can just throw out rockets the entire time, but Hitman can hard commit.
But can he live?
Isturboa. Valkyrie's away. Guardian Angel in. Isturboa's kiting out perfectly. Flashes away as well. Gets a Guardian Angel out of Hitman. That's a Summoner Flash, but Isturboa had put in the work there.
Oh my god, it's so close from him. And Suki, they may have just found Hitman. What are you doing, buddy?
Gets the honey fruit. Wait for the hook shot. You need to come off cooldown. But Sparkle gets the kill. Man, this is descending into madness right now, Alk. Players are just getting caught out left and right.
And it's gotta feel incredibly stressful, right? Like, after that dive, I don't even get to talk about the dive. Who cares? They're starting Baron now, Kangas. And with Hitman down for 15 seconds, can they delay this? Look at Isturboa, has the package. ready and waiting.
They want to
Actually, I don't think
this.
that's the package.
Nami ultimate
Wait a
goes
minute.
out. It hits. I think it is the
Three-man route.
package here. Is your boa? Maybe not. It's hard to tell with the skin, honestly, but I think it is. He's looking for it. He's got the little rockets below him, so is your boa? Can he find this? Dragon's up in 25 seconds. They want control over that. Maybe a little early, though. They don't have control over the ball.
Oh, look at this death push.
They have a death
Oh,
push
that
set up
charm.
here. Musketeers go for it, but is your boa right on the goal in the back line. Gets Hex.
What are we doing?
He's going down. He's going to just get destroyed as Johto on the back line as well. Trying to find the assassination. Gets one. But perfect execution, wanted more. Hitman can continue the plays. Gets a slow onto Osiris and Sparkle. Osiris is traded back so Sparkle can get away. Suki's back on the map, but I don't think that they can contest this Dragon. Musketeers, they just keep winning these 5v5s.
And it's up to Hitman to die after it happens.
No, he's out. He's out. He's got the hook shot. But Dragon's already secured. Musketeers, they get their first drag of the game.
Wow. Every single time, the 5v5s are going in favor of Musketeers, but it's the plays afterwards where Johto is cuter, is able to find the punishment, is able to do something. Hitman getting a little spicy, wanted to pick up the honey fruit there before going back to the wave, but definitely could have been punished there by Suki. This is insanely close, Kangas. We're under 3,000 gold in favor of Musketeers.
We're under 2,000.
It still feels, yeah, I mean, it could be anybody's game at this point.
14 minutes in, very even game state. Again, in the game 3 to determine who's going to finals and who's going to the major 3. This is a high pressure situation for all 10 players right now on Wild Rift. And I mean, honestly, I think we're seeing some nerves. I think we are, and some of these players getting caught off, but we're also seeing some incredible play and some incredible dedication to just start these fights and go for these plays. Wow, everything's on the line right now, Alex. So let's take a look at the objectives available on the map. Baron's available. Dragon won't be up for another minute or two. How are these teams going to try and set up? Let's take it from Johto is cuter first. What are the pros of their comp right now? And then what are the pros of Musketeers?
Well, if they can find a pick, it's really nice. And honestly, they've been doing a really good job all series long of trying to punish Hitman for his over-aggressive tendencies and for trying to be kind of be a little bit greedy, which you've seen time and time again. Sparkle did just reset. I don't know if Johto can try to find this 1v1.
Yeah,
that shield
doesn't
is
seem
huge.
like he's winning it right now, but still goes for a perfect execution forward. Hitman flashes.
He's dead.
Johto with the solo kill. Sparkle gets hit by the root, but he's out. Cold can't catch him. That is massive for Johto is cuter.
And we were talking about, hey, can we play on side lanes? You have a Kali, you can try to go for it, and they're doing it now for Johto is cuter. They're getting to push in this dragon lane. They get to slam this wave in mid lane, force Musketeers out of the river. And exactly as we call it, punish Hitman. He wanted one more wave, but it's one more wave that cost them control of the Baron pit for his team. This has got to be a tough situation right now. It's been 5 hours since the start of the day 2 of the qualifiers. So not only is the nerves of this situation where one loss, this last loss sends you home and you have to wait till next week, but some of that fatigue could be kicking in as well. And you have to imagine these players, every single mistake feels like the whole world is crashing down.
Johto is cuter had a 3-game series in their quarterfinals. Now they're in a 3-game series in the semifinals. All streamed games today have gone to 3. They've gone the distance. I think this is a reward for having a quick day yesterday as we get some actual Wild Rift this time around. But you're right, the fatigue can be setting in for players. Their thumbs, they've been grinding for a while now. Can they hold on strong? Baron is on the table here. Musketeers have the inside track of it right now. They're controlling the vision, but it's tough because the Scuttle Crab was secured by Johto is cuter. They're not too pressured to walk forward.
There's a problem here.
Okay.
Not only did Johto just solo kill the Ahri, OGVS, this is such a small thing, but it's incredibly important. Why do you have 2 Infinity Orbs? You just sold 1. But come on, man. That was 2 Infinity Orbs. It's wasted gold. Did now just pick up the Leandri's Torment, but still, that is important. These are small mistakes. They're starting to creep into the game now.
Pressure.
As Johto is cuter.
Pressure's
They're finding
mounted.
kills, man.
It's a tough game. You're in game 3 to determine a lot of your competitive future. You don't want to go into another qualifier next week. You'd rather win now and just auto-qualify for that 3rd majors. Control over the mid lane, focus of Musketeers, whereas Joju is cuter. They're on the Dragon. This would be their third. This is Soul. This is Mountain Soul. Massive for this team composition. It's already close to half
Joju's
health.
on flank.
Everyone's going for the engage right now, but Ari's
Suki
not up.
miss.
OGBS isn't there. The engage comes through here from Joju is cuter. Can they find it? Darius frontlining. Hexagon ultimatum onto the backline, but they don't have enough damage. Template's about to go down. Joju looking for the assassination. Goes into the stasis.
Suki
chasing down 1v3, but Template will take down Joju. Suki's buying a lot of time, though. On the front line here, all alone. Osiris trying to keep him alive.
Dragon's
but
dead.
It's not going to work.
So
Dragon's out
close.
of 1400. Who's going to get it? It's secured here by Joju is cuter. But they have to get out now. Can they win the fight afterwards? Isherbo's
Oh my
going down.
God.
Snorkel's the only one left alive. Flashes away. And Musketeers, do they have the health bars to take Baron? I don't know if they can get a trade.
I don't know if they can do this, but they may have lost the Dragon, but they won the team fight there. They
they're
split
gonna
up
get an
multiple
inhib.
members. They're going to get the inhibitor, I think, 20 seconds before the next member spawns.
Oh,
and Spark
nice
with a four-man
Dragon's
kick.
Rage. Gets
They're
OGBS
low.
to go into the stasis. Hitman committing in with the Exec ultimatum stasis for Sparkle, and he's out. Do
They're
they
gonna
go for the
end.
end? Musketeers, they want it. They don't have a wave, though.
Sparkle.
The Nexus is doing damage. Karibo's down.
No.
They can't do it. A triple kill to Sparkle, but it was the Nexus doing the damage. And Cold has to retreat. I respect it from Musketeers to try the Hail Mary play, but without a wave, there's just no chance.
And that has to be just Baron now. Everybody has respawned from the side of Joe2 is cuter. And so they have two options. They can go for the Baron, or they can just go for the correct play. Not correct play, but the best play for them at the time, which is push mid and look to try to end themselves. It is 20 seconds before Hitman is up, before OG is up, and they're trying to save this as much as possible.
Diving the turret.
Joe2.
Joe2, the hero! Catches Cold. That might be game. That's 50 seconds on the AD carry.
10
Underneath
seconds.
The inhibitor turret. They'll take down Template. A double kill to Joe2. And
Oh
from
my
Nexus
God.
to Nexus, Joe2 is cuter are going to finals, and they are going to the third major.
Oh my God, so Jan and Joe2 is cuter, man. They make return visits both from Major 1 and Major 2. Two of the teams coming in will be qualified automatically for Major 3. Look at this gold graph! It's all over the place! It's even closer than the last game. This game should have been in their favor. You saw, as you called it, Nexus to Nexus. Every game has been 20-5, 28-3. We have a 17-17 game with a Baron on the line, with an Elder spawned at 20 minutes. Kangas, you wanted more Wild Rift. Well, welcome back to the Summoner Series.
What a treat for everybody watching that game. An absolute banger of a series.
Yes.
Another 20-minute game. Nexus to Nexus. I can't think of a more exciting way to end a game of Wild Rift. And wow, Joe2 is cuter. Clutching out Isherboa with the damage chart right there. 27k. Hitman close behind at 20k. Wasn't able to clutch it out though. Man. Joe2 is cuter though, Alec. You were right. They're the team. They're the team to look out for. You said that at the start of yesterday, and look at this. They're all the way into the finals.
I'm not going to lie. I was kind of sweating my prediction there. When we saw that game one, I saw Musketeers, and it's sad to see them go, but it was a well-fought victory from Joe2 is cuter. And honestly, I don't know how else to end it. They're going up against Jan. This should be a rather close match.
Alec, I don't think we have to say anymore because the games will speak for themselves. We will be sending it to another short break before we are back with the grand finals. Both of these teams already qualified for the Major 3, but seeding is on the line. We're sending it to a short break, but we'll be back right after this. Welcome back, everybody, for the grand finals of our first qualifier for the third major. These two teams are already qualified for that third major, but now they're fighting for seeding going into it. A big moment for both of these rosters. Already qualifying feels fantastic, but now they have a chance of at least getting that top 5 seed here as well. So they get a little bit easier path forward in that third major. And Alk, what a path to get here. It's been a fun 2 days. A lot of Wild Rift games. Every series so far today has gone the distance, and I hope that the finals do as well. But let's catch up. Remind everybody how we got to this state again, because these two teams had very different paths to get here.
Yeah, I mean, we looked at you can see in Group 1, Yan, they auto-qualified thanks to their seeding. But Johto is cuter. They had a little bit of a tougher group. They went up against the Nyavan Hua group, where this team was looking on fire. They 2-0'd the group. They had to face Dojo's Ninjas again. Well, the second time around, they played a little bit close to chess when it comes to some of the more fun picks. They still got out as the second seed into the group. And when we look at the top 8 for today, their path has not been easy. Chili X Midnight took them to 3 games. Musketeers took them to 3 games. And now here, Yan and Johto is cuter here in our finals. This is such a fun matchup to think about when both of these teams have taken part in majors before, and now both of them being able to be included is, I mean, just awesome.
It's fantastic. Jan's literally blitzed their way here. Looking at that bracket stage, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0 into the finals. And now they're up against Johto is cuter, who has had to 2-1 their way here and coming in a second seed from their initial group. But it's all on the line now. One more best of 3 ahead of each of these teams. Yan with Dawn in the top lane. Tony, as we call him in the jungle, 0810. Asami in mid with Joey and 9 rounding out the dragon lane.
This is a much different roster, by the way, than what we saw from Yan earlier, right? Yami and 9 are their subs. 9 was previously the mid laner for this team. They had Nam and 9 playing in different roles. And now Johto is cuter. They've been sticking with this roster all of the qualifiers. Let's see if Yan can put up a fight, because, I mean, like you said, they've been blitzing their teams, but that second game versus Nanvan Hua got a little bit dicey. And so far, I want to see if Johto is cuter can push them to the limit, or if they're going to get run down. They have been playing full 3-game series every single time. And it's a little scary for me if I'm looking at it. Yan has had time to rest. They've been waiting. They got to watch the games first instead of the other way around. So fingers crossed if you're a Johto is cuter fan.
And just talking about the day itself, because all these teams have been playing multiple best of 3s. When you're Johto is cuter, you've had an additional game for every best of 3 that you've played. There is a physical aspect to playing video games. Anybody who tells you otherwise is just completely false. Your hands, your eyes, even your body, your posture, how you're sitting, it all factors into your performance.
The gamer posture right here.
The gamer posture. Yeah, as I say that as I try to straighten my spine a little bit. Make sure you're doing your stretches at home, everybody.
Posture check.
Especially if you're playing 3 best of 3s in a row, because that is putting a toll on these players, where you're right, Team Yan, they've had over an hour now to hang out, relax, watch the series. Johto is cuter was just in and now come in. So I have to say that if we're picking a favorite, I'm giving it to Team Yan, not just for the factor of like how they look in game, but all the outside factors on top of that. Johto is cuter. It's a lot of pressure to have to do that intense of a best of 3, reverse sweeping it in back-to-back 20+ minute games, and now completely mentally reset and go into another one of the grand finals. If they're able to clutch this win out, this is going to be an insane storyline for these 5 gamers.
They have already done it twice now, right? They've already lost. They've won these 2 best of 3s now. I'm sure they're used to it. They're getting into that game 3 comfort zone. They're just like, oh, usually this is supposed to be a spot of pressure. Don't worry about it. This is exactly where we thrive. But into this matchup, this is going to be really interesting because the junglers have been so key. Sparkle has had a much better day, but Tony is still an incredibly aggressive player where I don't think they're going to try to let up. They're going to try to run them down at every opportunity. And Johto is cuter, if they can survive the onslaught, if they can survive, that first wave of aggression, they can find their mark.
And I mean, what a gauntlet for Tsuki to run. Going from Hitman in that last game, very strong top laner, popping off.
Now Dawn.
Now you're up against Dawn, who's literally solo killing Aurelia as Gragas. Like, okay, Tsuki, you are going through the ringer right now when it comes to Baron lane opponents. And I don't want to oversell this as like a David versus Goliath, because I don't think it's actually that big of a skill matchup once you get in game. But I'm just setting the stage of what to expect from these teams given what we've seen on the day itself. It's going to be a fun match, but I am still leaning onto the side of Team Yawn here. The 2-0s make them look scary. The fact that they've had a little bit of a rest. Let's see what they bring and pick and ban, because we're ready to go here, Alk, for the grand finals best of 3. Team Yawn will be on the blue side. Johto is cuter. They get red. We've seen a lot of red side victories so far on the day, so maybe a good start in the series for Johto.
They have counter pick that they can do for Suki. They can set up Johto for success. They can do a lot of things here, and I think this is an important game one to see coming out from Johto is Cuter with the substitutions that we see from the side of Yawn. With Asami and 9 in the roster, I think this is an important game for Johto that even if they lose, this is important just for scouting, just to see what exactly the feel of this team is with these players on the roster.
And I'm sure that all the teams that have already qualified, right? Because remember, we have 2 teams that are already qualified for the regional finals, but we have 4 teams that have already qualified for the next major 3, that being Immortals, Cloud9, Sentinels, and Grilled Cheese. I'm sure in Twitch chat, maybe they're not chatting, but I'm sure that they're going to watch these games at some point. So there's a lot of eyes on this specific finals, because these 2 teams will be going into that 3rd major, so the teams that have already qualified need to be doing their scouting as early as right now. So let's see what the teams have prepared for us today. Yawn banning away the Akali. Again, this is pretty much the go-to ban against Johto is Cuter. They play this in multiple lanes, big flex pick for them. But the Corki ban against Joey. Joey's probably the best Corki that I've seen yet in any of these qualifiers.
They recognize they're going to have to get rid of it, but Kangas, I think that's a saving grace for us. We don't have to see Corki first pick. We don't have to have that, no, clutching the pearls. You're like, not you. You're not supposed to be here quite yet.
It worked.
It worked.
Yeah, it's results-based analysis. The Nami ban. Finally, we're seeing that. Osiris has been playing a lot on Nami, and I was wondering when they would have a target ban against them. Finally, Yawn is identifying that as something they don't want to deal with in the Dragon lane. I do like this. I think it makes sense. Just get Osiris on something else. Maybe throw them for a loop.
You mean just give them Thresh? You could just give up Thresh. They could have the Varus Thresh. Sure. They could do a ton of different things here. From Johto is Cute. Wonder if, obviously, since they are on blue side, does Yawn pick up the Wukong? We saw that trend get a little bit broken in the last series as Wukong fell a little bit off of the bandwagon in terms of priority. And now with Camille gone, does Galio still get picked up? Does Asami or 9 take this? As 9 played a lot of Galio as the previous mid laner for this team. So I wonder if that kind of will start to bleed over into the support play.
Interesting ban from Yawn. I don't think of Izurboa as a big Senna player, at least not that we've seen so far in the stream games. And keep in mind, we've seen a lot of Johto is Cuter. This is now, what, the 4th best of 3 that we're watching of theirs throughout both days. That's just kind of what happens when you run the gauntlet through the bracket stage. But regardless, Izurboa will not get that champion. So 80 carry pool pinch a little bit. Varus still on the table, though. That is the big premier 80 carry. And honestly, if you're Yawn, you might still consider grabbing that first. Xin Zhao's banned away, so Wukong is at the table. It's got to come down to those 2, right? Wukong or Varus here for blue 1.
True. It could also be Ziggs. We've seen both of these teams kind of hover at this a little bit. Could be Ziggs, could still be Gragas. Especially after what Dawn did. I would not be afraid to be picking that up, but taking the Rakan, an interesting champion who we've seen a little bit play today, and I still think is the best engage support in the entire game.
It's a very strong engage support, especially when you pair it with the Xayah. So picking it first does an interesting mental game to Johto is Cuter. They already see, okay, Senna's banned, Corki's banned. Do we go with the Varus, or do we take the Xayah away from that Rakan lane? No, they go for the defensive AD carry, the Ezreal.
Okay, and Lee Sin is super flexible, like we've been talking about all day here. So getting the Ezreal, it does kind of neutralize the laning phase a little bit. And I think that this means that Osiris is probably going to be playing Galio again So Yon can prepare for that, and I like taking the Jarvan away. So many different combos. You can do the Jarvan Galio. You can still do a bunch of things with Galio that are available. So Yon taking that away, and again, we've been talking about this. They get the Zyra Khan pairing.
I'm seeing Wukong Yasuo available for Johto as cuter. You can put Suki on the Lee Sin. That's a lot of AD that you're opting into then. So no, instead they go for the Diana. Still can work with the Yasuo. So Johto, keep my eyes on you. What are you planning right now? Giving the last pick counter to the carry mid laner. But the Braum paired with the Ezreal, not the Galio. So they don't want to go for the big global cross map plays. Instead, they want to go more defensive, answering that Xayah damage in lane.
Oh, Dawn is taking up the Aurelia and Asami with this Orianna. I like this combo between the mid jungle. I mean, it's not the most amount of damage, but getting that ultimate really early on. Oh my, it's Vayne top lane. Please tell me this is Vayne Baron lane.
It has
Suki.
to be. Because Johto is the Diana player on the team, so I was a little confused with that. I was assuming that I was going into the jungle as an option, but I forget. Yeah, no, this is Joji's comfort, so this has to be Suki on the Vayne in Baron lane versus the Aurelia. Game 1 of the finals after 2 3-game series in a row. That last series was close to an hour of total in-game time spent. And what does Suki say? Put me on Vayne versus Aurelia. I love this Baron lane matchup.
Okay, this has to be Suki throwing down the gauntlet immediately, right? Saying, give me the carry champion. Aurelia can definitely still find a kill in this lane, and Dawn has been one to do it in harder ones. So when I'm looking at this, Suki needs to play the typical range champ. No. Okay. Wait.
The
still winning.
Through auto attacks.
Still winning for
Suki.
Dawn. Still winning for Dawn.
Like, that's just what
There it
Aurelia
is.
can do, but there we go. The range now coming through from Suki, so does get the health trade advantage in lane.
Okay. Well, this is exactly what Vayne likes to do, especially in Baron lane. You're just being mean. You're going to poke them out, and level 2 is where it gets very dangerous. You can do a ton of max HP damage. Maybe not expecting, but we'll have to see how it turns out. Is a volatile matchup, especially with jungler intervention, and with Jarvan pathing it to the Baron lane. It can get a little dicey there.
And you got to be careful right now if you're Tsuki. Dodges out on the flawless duet. Already doing a decent job at level 2 here. Dawn dealing with the pressure and the fleet footwork as well, so the healing. The movement speed from Vayne. Look at Sparkle in the mid lane. Might look for an early gank here. Hits the Sonic Wave. Just getting some trade of health onto Asami. Forces out that plant. Dawn forced under turret. Very low health bar here. Suki is in danger though, because look at the J4 coming up.
Yeah. Suki needs to crush this wave immediately, and that's one of the problems with Vayne is she can trim a wave, but she can't clear a wave very fast. So needs to get this wave under the turret. But with the wave coming in here, the minion wave will be past the halfway point, and Suki needs to be incredibly careful here. The ward will also expire right about now.
Oh, no.
The ward in his inventory is coming up, so we'll be able to potentially spot this, and I like this. Just waiting in the wings. Sparkle here. Gonna actually get across the top side.
Oh, and look at...
Look for something?
Oh, looks for a Sonic Wave, but doesn't find it. Hard committing onto Asami. And honestly, I don't hate that because Suki's basically just saying, hey, look at me, I'm the big target. So they assume that Tony's looking at the top lane. And that opens up Sparkle to go for this. But now Tony's right into the mid lane here. Johto in trouble. Has barrier. Needs to pop it. Flashes the Cataclysm. Johto gets out, but that's
Wait,
both
he's dead?
runners down.
Oh.
No, he's good. He's good.
I see Jarvan with flashing HP bar. I'm like, oh god. I was really worried there. Not only just for the mid lane matchup, but if that goes to plan, or if y'all are able to get away with neither just the Jarvan having more HP or something goes a little bit better, the Jarvan gets access to a lot of jungle camps now, because now can move in a bot lane uninhibited, whereas Lee Sin, they know exactly where Sparkle is. He's trapped in his top side quadrant for the time being. So a nice play from Yon, and very close. Gets the heal out of... I think Osiris thought they may have had Ignite or something, because they're full HP.
Interesting. It helped out
That's one word for it.
Sure. You know, you do it on a cooldown. It's all about maximum healing stat. Cyrus cares a lot about stats at the end of the game. Not quite sure. I'm just
yes.
conjecture. But
yes.
Johto in the 1v1 against Asani. Moonfall not leveled.
Does he doesn't?
Just
He didn't
levels
have it.
now.
Yeah, he did have
if
it level
Johto was
5.
if Johto was fast enough to level that, oh yeah, so just his level 6 and levels it. That is bizarre. Might have been a fat figure missed level. You know, it's grand finals. Again, high pressure situation. Gotta give these guys some slack.
Yeah, it has also been a long day. We are approaching 6 hours almost, or 5 hours on the broadcast. So
he wasn't spotted by that Scryer's Bloom. Tony's here, but Sparkle knows it because of the Reaper under the turret. Asani goes down. First blood to Sparkles. It is traded back, but Johto is cuter. Drop first blood in finals.
What a wonderful call. Sparkles gets first blood. That's just great. I mean, just awesome. I don't know. Still, an amazing play. That Sonic Wave finding its mark onto Asami is pretty cool, but...
Nice play, though,
they might just kill Johto here.
Nine just hard locking down Johto.
Barrier.
Used again. And Osiris is here to keep Johto alive.
He went
Under the
in.
turret goes
Tony.
Tony. You're an absolute madman. Sparkles is here. Johto flashes. Tony might get away. Nope, not enough movement speed. Johto picks up that kill and survives. That's another kill over to Johto is cuter. Now they're up 1,000 gold at 4.5 minutes.
I did say Tony was a little bit of a very aggressive jungler, but I didn't think that aggressive.
It's the second
I thought
time
maybe they had
Cataclysm
toned
on
it
the
down. Oh, man. It was so close, too, but I think that's really, really risky, because now you're in this awkward position where you're as Jarvan, you're kind of having to sit back, and you're constantly diving under turret when there's a Lee Sin in the wings. You're getting punished by Johto is cuter. So they'll have access to this. You see the pings come out. They know, hey, they're doing this Rift Herald. Let's start up this Drake. And Osiris will be the one to check this out. There's constant push thanks to Joey, who's, I mean, just been one of the better dragon laners so far in the event.
I think Johto will get a plate off of this, though, so I'm actually fine if your Johto is cuter. Yeah, Dushap Barrage was close. Not quite. Johto almost got a plate off of that play. If that was a plate, I'd say definitely worth it for Johto is cuter. Now it's going to come down to the usage, but one go on top lane. Suki in trouble. Dawn with the outplays.
I was just about to ask observers, because Suki was only up 300 gold,
here.
which is basically nothing. Dawn,
you do it.
Let's see it,
Dawn
buddy.
doesn't have flash, doesn't have Vanguard's Edge, doesn't have a chance. As Sparkle lands the Dragon's Rage, follows it up with the damage, so it is a trade of kills.
Still, this is huge for Jan. The fact that this matchup, nothing really happened. Vayne is scaling, yes, but Aurelia is matching that. Just a little bit ahead in gold, but they're basically even right now in this Baron lane. And unless something else can happen, unless they can try to blow up this lane matchup a little bit more, Aurelia into the rest of this team is super dangerous. Braum is her biggest threat, but other than that, there's not a lot that, he
doesn't have instant CC. Like, his ultimate, if you can hit it, but kind of hard against the mobile Aurelia. And even if you tag her with your passive, it's not guaranteed. You need backup to proc that.
It's the Winter's Bite is his biggest enemy. And if that's it, if you're there as Aurelia and you can dodge one skill shot, that's it. I mean,
Tony?
you're reigning free. Tony being a little bit aggressive, wanting to try and see if they can catch out Osiris in the river here, but
this has got to be the most aggressive J4 I've ever seen in my life. Like, every time the camera goes to Joey, he's doing this.
He's going it.
Oh, okay. That's just the Arcane Shift, not the Flash. So your bow just gets out with a regular ability. Vanguard's Edge misses. Dawn. Trying to get cheeky with it.
Okay, well, that's good for Suki, because that means that there's a few moments here where Dawn is not guaranteed to kill him.
Flawless duet. Oh, it misses? And the Condemn into the wall. Dawn.
Good trade.
Hard outplayed there.
I was a little bit confused as to why I saw Jan sitting 4 members in the river. It felt like they wanted... I'm going to hold that. Suki.
Turret. Okay.
There it is.
All right. I don't even know if Suki needed Sparkle right there. Just had the damage all alone. Johto now 1v1ing Asani in the mid lane. Tony's nearby. Needs to be careful and respect this. Rift Herald is still actually in the pocket of Sparkle. So the Baron turret will go down, as we did see Jan also get the Dragon turret.
Okay. A little bit of gold, but still... an even game, all things considered. And when I'm looking now, we're seeing how aggressive they can be with this mid jungle. They need to be able to control this mid lane. Now with tier 1, tier 1 is the most valuable turret now when you look at these teams. The outer turrets will continue to fall, but when you're looking at this now, if they can break open this mid turret, they get not only the other turrets, but they then start to starve the enemy of jungle camps. And you're looking at this Diana. the team fights need to be huge if they're going to get anywhere in this game.
What? Who's piloting the Diana, Alk?
It's Joe2.
It is Joe.
I don't know if that's a good thing. I don't know if that's a good thing, though, because the Nightfalls have been coin flip a little bit.
Really? You know what? How about this one? Let's see if Joe2 wants to go for it right now in a 2v2 situation, but not even a fair one, because here comes 9, engaging as the Rakan. Moonfall from Joe2 doesn't even go out as the dunk comes through. Asani gets the kill. Sparkle, Dragon's Rage. Tony away from the turret, maybe just saving his life.
9.
Safeguards away. Safety. Osiris trying to get the stun.
Oh, Suki!
But here comes Suki. The Vayne. Oh, can't get on anybody. Has to flash towards the J4. Commits onto that, but Vanguard's Edge lands this time. Flawless duet. Lands this time. Dawn wins this time in the 1v1 after the plays. But Sparkle will go on a killing spree in the mid lane. Joey's joined in as well. A chaotic set of events here. But Yawn do come out slightly ahead for it with 1 extra kill. Oh, but wait, 9 actually went down. I think that was a trade.
Yeah. Yeah. This is looking even for them, but I mean, it's small shutdowns here and there. It's back and forth play, and Joe2 is getting punished yet again on this Diana. It's only 1 death, and is now the Rift Herald spawned for Joe2 is cuter. They want to push this wave out. If they can find this pick on a Joey,
this would be huge.
You'd force
Joey
the ult.
Pops the ultimate, flashes back, feather recall with the roots, and now the join in from 9. Re-engaged, but only hits Osiris. They got to get onto Sparkle. Dragon Rage kicks away. Guardian Angel pops. 4 members waiting for him to come back up, but safeguard over the Dragon Pit wall. You got to assume Flying Drag not used correctly there from Tony. Doesn't time it well.
Wait a minute.
Almost goes
Mr.
down.
Ball.
They lose their 80 carry. Joey's out. Joe2 joins in with the move ball, catches 9. That's 2 dead. That's a double kill over to Idriboa. Can you make it a triple? They can. Asami will fall as well. That will earn Joe2 is cuter the dragon.
Oh, I was so worried there, Kangas. You saw Joey laying down the feathers, and the blade recall potentially could have turned that fight, but Idriboa arcane shifts forward and finds the kill onto Xayah, turns the fight in their favor. 5,000 gold, a dragon to boot now. They're going to start to drop more and more of these turrets. The mid lane fell in their favor. The Rift Herald is about to crash. The line of events here for Joe2 is cuter could not have been much better than this. They're starting to line up, and they're knocking them down like dominoes against Yawn.
And the team that had to play 2 best-of-3s that went to all 3 games, and the longest recorded best-of-3 that we have in that last semifinals match, and then got about a 10-minute break before going into this one. They are up 6,000 gold right now in the grand finals against Team Yawn that swept their way here. An absolute incredible performance from Joe2 is cuter. The heart of these players cannot be understated right now, as they're on the precipice of greatness here. They just have to play a clean game from this point out, and they will be favored to win this game number 1 with this gold lead. But Yawn, not a team to be slept on, no pun intended. They still have options to get back into this one.
That was a good one. I'll give you that one. I'm glad we could get 1 sleep joke in before the end of the broadcast. Yeah. I respect it. It's a one that is easily fumbled, but a good one nonetheless. And now Dawn condemned into the wall.
In the 1v1 top lane, Suki dodges out on the Vanguard's edge again, flashing forward, gets the solo kill. That's now 2 out of 3 solo kills going in favor of Tsuki, as Osiris does fall in the mid lane, but traded right back. Idriboa putting on his sniper goggles. Sparkle dives way past the front line, catches out the 80 carry, will be traded, but now here comes Joe2. Oh my goodness, one after another. They just keep joining in. Tsuki roams all the way from the top lane. Oh, condemn! Stopping the flag and drag mid-animation. That is an ace for Joe2 is cuter.
All right, great job. Tsuki, you gained my trust on this Vayne pick. It didn't look as clean in the 1v1s for the most part, considering how often y'all were trading. But another turret, 4 more kills to your name. That is just incredibly impressive stuff from them. They killed almost all, I think they killed all of the members there, no?
That was an ace, yeah. That was literally an ace.
That's an ace. They killed everybody, and it's just cross-map plays. It's hard enough to get the team to do one play in one side of the map and play weak side, but after an engage from Yawn, they kill in the top lane, then moves into mid lane, and kill them all again. Impressive stuff from Johto's Cuter. Set themselves up with a huge advantage now. Ballooned from 3,000 to almost 9,000. It's insane.
And look individually at this Baron lane. Suki 2,000 gold ahead of Dawn right now. Suki.
Yes.
What a gamer. I mean, my goodness here. Sparkle invading onto the blue buff. Looks to steal it away. Is actually confirmed by Tony. Smites it. So, gets the blue buff. Does not have it stolen away here. And Yawner trying to stay in this game. 10,000 gold behind, finding any way in. Dragon will be spawning in under a minute, but Suki alone in this Baron lane right now. Hard shoving in. Nobody actually there to answer. I mean, honestly, Tsuki might be able to stick around, but okay. Has drawn pressure, drawn the attention of Team Yon. We now have to go that way, but Dawn all alone here in the Dragon
Goodbye,
lane.
Dawn.
Johto and
make it
Sparkle
happen?
can just chase him down. Dawn just has to buy time. There's no way that you're winning this one. Just buy as much time as possible. And it's not that much. Still goes down.
Suki's
Suki
behind,
has a
killing the
flank
Jarvan.
on the Tony right now, but knocked up and taken out. All right, little aggressive. Doesn't get the stasis off in time. And Baron started up here by Yawn. I mean, they have the shred of the Xayah. There's a chance. There is a
Jarvan's
small
pretty
chance that they
low.
can take this fast enough. Jarvan is taking the damage. Sparkle's there into the pit. Can you kill Tony? Can you steal this?
He
You
got
can! Sparkle with the Baron steal! And that might just be game. Johto is cuter if they can win this fight. Jojo's here, takes out Tony with the help
Mr.
of Mr. Boa. He's knocked up by 9. He goes down to the Orianna. Big feather recall from Joey, but it's not enough. That is one member left alive in Asami as Dawn will respawn, but Baron secured by Sparkle.
Sparkles, go get your MVP for the game, please. You did it in one of the games for this series. You can do it again earlier on. I mean, what else is there else to say about Sparkle? This guy has been time and time again on the Lee Sin, putting out MVP level performances and showing it again here. He's able to rotate from the Dragon lane, makes the Baron, it gets them the Dragon, it gets them more kills in their back pocket, and Johto is cuter. I mean, they're lining themselves up with a game 1 victory here to start off.
They got the momentum, the anime protagonist buff, everybody. We set them up as the underdogs, and now this is the performance they're giving us. Catch Dawn again, why not? Make it a fun time for him in the bot lane. Oh my goodness, Johto is just too good. This team, what a set of gamers, what a team. Johto on a rampage!
Oh.
Straight up 1v2.
Tony's just standing there.
Tony's giving up. This is demoralizing. This is decimation from Johto is cuter here with a 16k gold lead right now. There's only inhibitor turrets left alive. Only 2 left alive now. They're going down. This will be game 1 secured right now for Johto is cuter. Walking the Baron empowered minions in. Nexus is down. And Johto is cuter is up game 1 in the grand finals.
It's game 1, and we'll have all of the stats coming up on the screen soon enough, but immediately now, Kangas, we need to start thinking about game 2 here. It's a best of 3 in grand finals, and all we are is determining seeding. Who will be the 5th seed? Who will be the 6th seed? Important to note. And you get to see it on your screen there. It was close. And then it wasn't. And then it took one dragon fight, turn it on its head.
It's always that second dragon. Literally, anytime you look at the bottom of that screen, just look for the second dragon, and that's where you see the gold drop off, because it's just consistently. It's crazy.
Johto had a fantastic performance this time on the Diana. And the top matchup, look at Dawn. It is pretty low numbers, but you have to think you're playing into a ranged matchup. It is not the most fun. It is definitely a hard thing to pull off. There was no jungle attention, not a lot anyway, that we saw in the Baron lane. And just being able to free scale like that gave Suki avenues to carry his team.
And I really cannot talk up Suki enough right now. We've seen Suki be willing to play the Gragas, be willing to play the tanks in the Baron lane, eat that ego, swallow it, play for the team. But also popping off on these carries, playing Vayne into Aurelia and winning the matchup even after having not even the most successful lane phase. You even said that at one point. It's like, okay, well, like, you didn't really get much done in the first 5 minutes of the game, so is it really going to work out for this Vayne pick? And clearly it did. What a performance here from Johto is cuter. They're up 1-0 in the series. Now, they have gone to 3 games every time. So if I was a betting man, I'd say Yon can come back. They're still a great team. They should be able to look at that series and say, okay, we weren't expecting the Vayne counter into the Aurelia. We need to respect that Tsuki is also getting counter picks in these solo lanes. And I have to guess, I don't know if we have confirmation yet. No, I am not seeing it yet. Well, so we'll let you know as soon as we do. But I would guess that Yon also wants red side. Because red side has had such an extreme win rate, that counter pick at the very end, very important for a lot of these teams. And I think Johto Scooter is maybe one of the best teams at utilizing that counter pick.
When you look at how it is, when you're looking at try to play around your Baron laner, just R5 pick is cream of the crop. It's exactly what you want. And especially now that Lee Sin is a flex pick available to you, use it.
Yeah.
Look good while doing it. I mean, Suki has had carry performances, and I think this opens up the champion pool a little bit more. I was asking, what else you got other than Gragas? We got the Jax. I asked, what else could we get from you? Suki now performs up with a Vayne. He's a great matchup, but still, now if Johto Scooter is on the blue side, they're going to have to blind something. It's probably going to be Camille if it's open. Maybe a little bit of a Gragas. We'll have to see. I don't think Lee Sin is first pickable because there's just so many other champions that are big. And when we look back at that draft, it was Rakan first pick, and we didn't see too much roaming from 9. I like the engages. The charms were great. But up against basically a full melee composition, Rakan should thrive in this kind of scenario. We just didn't see it happen.
I felt like the fights were so isolated. Katsuki on the Vayne drew all the attention to the Baron lane. And, I mean, maybe Rakan just runs all the way there, but it's tough to just leave that Xayah alone in lane as well. Like, I understand as a support wanting to stick by your AD carry, but you also need to identify Ezreal Braum. You don't need to stay on top of Xayah the entire time. She has ult. She can peel for herself a little bit if they do try and go for any kind of crazy dives. So, yeah, I think I can get behind that a little bit. Like, if you're in the coaching room, you're in the locker room right now talking to this team Yon, talk to Nine, say, hey, look, let's get you around the map if this kind of draft happens again, because there are avenues where we can just say, it's not worth it to stay in that dragon lane and stick next to your AD carry when instead you can get around the map and impact. But to his credit, was going mid lane a lot. 9 multiple times was going towards the mid lane. It was just the Baron lane that kind of got left out to dry at a certain point.
I am okay with this. I like this strategy of trying to punish Johto because Johto does have a small chance, does tend to play a little bit aggressively. We saw with the Diana, he's allowed to do that. One of the cool changes between Wild Rift and League of Legends PC is when you're playing Diana, usually on League of Legends, when you use an ability after attaching Moonlight, all of the procs of Moonlight in that area go away. But here, you can put it on a mini wave, dive at them, and come back, because it doesn't proc all of your Moonwave stacks. And it's so cool. I had to test it out myself because Smax showed it to me, and I was like,
interesting.
That doesn't sound cool. And we got to see it multiple times from Johto abusing that mechanic, but that right there, when he dives in, that is a chance for if your jungler, if your supporter in the area, that's a kill there, or a summoner spell at most. So
True.
I want to see them punish Johto, who still has a pretty small champion pool. Yasuo, Akali, which we haven't seen played all that much anymore. It's been Suki who played the Akali last, and Diana. Those are 2 champions, essentially, that we've seen from Johto.
I'm trying to think, like, diving back even into yesterday's games. Yeah, it really was just Yasuo Diana, wasn't it? I'm trying to think,
yes.
I feel like we've seen at least one other one from Johto, but it's not coming to mind right now. I mean, at this point...
That's Production's problem now.
Yeah, that's production.
That's Production's problem now.
At this point, do you think it's a legit strategy for Yon to just say, all right, ban the Yasuo, ban the Diana, and then, I don't know, maybe just a third mid laner as well? Like, at least those 2 should be on the radar for them here.
I think Senna could probably go away. I think Senna's just like,
yeah,
we can.
I felt like a ban for Musketeers, not a ban for Johto.
Yeah, we can put that back on the top shelf. We don't have to take that one off the shelf quite yet. I like Nami. Take that away from Osiris, but Osiris has had so many different looks, right? We've seen now the Janna, the Nami, as well as the Thresh, an engaged support that could still play kind of as a blocker almost for their team. So I want to see what that kind of looks like now in the support pool, just because Now we've seen Rakan here for 9. I'm also wondering if we get a different set of players from Yon, because they do have a ton of subs. And I think that is what is going to be the case. If information is correct, we're going to see a new set of players playing different roles.
That would be interesting. In the grand finals, bringing in substitutes. I mean, it's a strategy, something that you can employ. A lot of the rosters, actually, that we've seen throughout this set of qualifiers have had, very deep rosters with academy teams, with third string teams. I'm looking at you, Tilt City Banditos, that have like multiple players to pull from. And I think that is actually kind of cool to utilize in these kinds of scenarios. But is it going to be enough? Because just thinking momentum-wise. I'm just thinking momentum-wise. Johto is cuter. Are coming in here, and I expected them to be... I expected them to be on the back foot in this series because of the fact that they just played a long one earlier. But if you think about the importance of momentum, this is now 3 games in a row that they've won. They just need a 4th. They just need one more win, and they're feeling it right now. Like, they are in there.
You say that, and then they win game 1. We're like, we've got the hopium out that Johto and Q is going to close out a 2-0. And then they get stomped. And then they lose game 2.
If you
and we get sent to a game 3.
I was trying to give us a quick night here. I'll try to get us to our dinner. I don't know. I feel a little hungry. I didn't finish all my lunch yet, but
I guess it is 7 p.m. for you. I'm sitting at 10 p.m. Okay, man. We're East Coasting.
Oh, our Florida man. Everybody, just pour one out for the Florida man resident. I am liking the completely dark background behind you, though. I can tell because like the natural light has died down now. I still got a little bit behind me. But regardless, it's been a long day. A lot of fun games. We're waiting for the players to get ready into pick and ban for game number 2. So let's start thinking about that pick and ban here, Alk. Again, getting predictive. We talked about potential bans here from the side of each of these teams. But if we bring our attention to Team Yon, we haven't seen too much of them. Obviously, we only saw on stream the semifinals and then this finals. So what are we identifying as kind of like the big threats that Johto is Cuter needs to keep in mind for them? They've already been banning away that Twisted Fate. I think that is absolutely the correct choice to do.
They didn't ban it last game.
Oh, right. I'm still thinking the Musketeers
yes.
Series. Correct. Yes. So what are the other ones that we need to be looking out for? If you're Johto is Cuter, again, kind of in the locker room thinking, we just need one more win. What do we need to keep our eyes out for?
Big thing. It has been the thing that I've complained about, and the one thing I want to see from Johto is Cuter is keep control of mid, because if you can move out level 2, get some vision down, track the mini jungler, Tony becomes very predictable. We saw it in the last game. It is, I'm coming mid lane, off cooldown. If my flag and drag is up, I'm coming mid lane and I'm getting something. I'm going to fight you to the death for it, Johto. I'm going to get something. And if you can track that, you can have another jungler. I don't even care if it's Lee Sin again. You can just keep finding kills on a Tony being over aggressive. Something that, I mean, even Nyavan Huang found some success getting a little bit of kills onto this Tony when he was playing stuff like the Olaf. So
true.
I keeping control of mid, making sure it doesn't get out of control, and making sure that Johto and Sparkles are off to a really good start.
I still also want to see Tony go back to the Wukong, because I was surprised that wasn't prioritized in that last game. He did play that, I believe, in both games of the semifinals that we saw. 4-2 and 10 the first time around.
No, he went Olaf. It was Wukong and then Olaf. He like swapped the matchups for them.
Oh,
where they played. Yes.
Okay, all right, I'm getting those confused as well. We have had a lot of games of wildrift here. But
True.
Regardless, I still think that it's a good, powerful pick in the meta for the player, for the team compositions. It just checks all the boxes that you want from a jungler. So maybe more priority from them. That can also help out their draft a lot going into this game too. But if you are Yon, you have to win 2 in a row now. So talking about momentum, you got to ramp it up, man. You got to bounce back and find the strength to bring us all the distance. We've had 3 series go all the way to 3 games, and I would like a 4th. I don't know about you, Alk. I'm not quite ready for my dinner yet. Not sure about the people at home, how they're feeling about it. Well, they're probably eating their snacks as we speak.
I mean,
you're staying hydrated too.
I would like a best of a full series, but I would also like the pizza that is sitting in my fridge. That is awaiting me. So I think I'm a winner here, either or. I can get pizza earlier. The pizza is always going to happen. So maybe the correct answer is a full best of 3 because the pizza will always be there. The full best of 3 will not.
The pizza is inevitable, everybody. It will always be there afterwards. But I feel like Johto is cuter. If they're hungry too, they're probably looking to close this one out. Depending on if they're West Coast or East Coast, I'm not quite sure where their roster's primarily located, but definitely hoping to close this one out. Maybe that's what's taking so long. Maybe they're just kind of chilling.
Oh, they're getting all of the water bottles filled up just for you, just because they know hydration is the enemy.
True. Yeah, everybody, let's do a quick water break right there.
This is the part of the show where I wish me and Kangas were nearby so we can do like that cool thing that like a bunch of bodybuilders do where they like cross their arms together and they like drink with their like biceps like curled around each other. Have you seen that, Kangas?
I mean, I don't think I have. I've seen that in like weddings where you do it like with a champagne glass, but
I guess
never for bodybuilders.
Some gym bros have done it. I've seen some gym bros.
All right, I'll have to add that to the bucket list then, I suppose. But yeah, what I always wanted to do is one of those things where like I pass the hand over to you and then somebody else's hand goes forward. One day,
oh wait,
one
it's gotta
day
be this way.
I will prep that. But I am here and we are ready for Pick a Ban for game number 2, everybody. So let's hop right into it and see what these teams have actually decided, what they've prepped for. Yawn on the blue side, Johto is cuter on the red. So Johto will get counter pick again. Bold move here.
Ooh.
Let's see how this works for Yawn. What do they want to ban away? My brain is again thinking potentially Jinx, but I just don't know if that's necessary. But now it's
new
gotta
players
be on the radar.
too. Genghis, we've got Zenith in the top lane, we've got 9 in mid lane, and we've got Huang back in support. They're playing with the full bench right now. The entire rosters are just like, okay, plug and play, move this person here, move Zenith back into the Baron lane. 9, you're being upgraded into the mid lane again. This is a roster that we've seen some parts of. 9 and Zenith on Yawn before. It was a little bit questionable. They got swept pretty hard in both in the majors that they showed up in and in the qualifiers for Major 2, but this is a comeback moment for them. I mean, at this point, I think the most important part is just get practice in with all these players because you've already qualified for the major.
True, you are already in, so I guess that does take some of the pressure off of them. But I'm trying to remember, I believe that they even played with some of these players on the roster for their semifinals match. Yeah, they had Huang, they had Zenith.
Yes, they did.
Yeah, so this is back to their kind of more focus on what we saw in the semifinals, just without Dawn, I suppose. So
and Zenith instead of mid lane, top lane, which is just like, it's like we're following the lines here. There's a lot of them going everywhere.
But Yawn are banning away the Akali. Of course, makes sense. You pretty much take that away from Johto Scooter at all times. Staying on the Senna ban. Interesting to note right there. For Johto Scooter, still taking away Joey's Corki. All respect to Joey's Corki. I don't think you should ever let that guy play that champ again.
That champion was not balanced. He makes Corki. I did go on a pretty big binge of playing Corki just because a lot of teams in solo queue like to play 3 ADs in like top jungle mid, and I'm just sitting here like, I guess I just gotta do some magic damage, and I have like 20 games with an 80% win rate on him. Champion is pretty busted. Champion's pretty busted.
It's one of the better macro AD carries that you can play because you know, that package, you can just do a lot of cool stuff with it. But Grai gets banned away by Team Yawn. Interesting read. Don't want to give Suki the blind pick champ that Johto Scooter often draft for Suki when they don't want to give counter pick there. But Johto Scooter still take away that Camille. Can look at the Wukong.
Wow.
Yeah, that's it's surprising. I feel like Yawn's read of what happened in game 1, maybe they got something crazy planned for Blue 1, because like, I'm still just not convinced that this is the correct adaptation in a best of 3 series based on what Johto just showed you in game.
They have to be protecting something. They take Diana away from Johto, which is cool.
I like it now.
Force Johto onto something else, but with this Gragas ban, this has to tell me that they're preparing for a very specific matchup for Zenith God. They want to protect this. They want to get rid of something from Suki. They want to force a carry matchup up here.
So you know what I'm actually realizing? Every time Johto is cuter, or when they do play the Yasuo plus the Wukong, they have the Gragas for some AP damage as well. Corki's banned away, that's other AP damage. So now I feel like Yawn realized Johto's cuter probably wouldn't play the Yasuo Wukong because they're not going to have any AP in their composition then. Unless you have another AP champion that they're willing to play in that Baron lane. But either way, it's Ezreal and the Lee Sin locked in. So Sparkle back on that lane.
They want to try it again. They've got Nami this time. Nami was the replacement here. Nami was taken off for Gragas. So getting that for Huang and Joey, I think is really nice. It gives you a little bit of priority in the Dragon lane. Johto goes for the Fizz.
Okay. Fizz and...
Saw this early.
And the Thresh. We got Osiris back on that Thresh pick into the Nami. We had the Fizz pick into the Diana. So Assassin's AP in the mid lane here. Let's see if Jojo's got it. What can he do here? Because the Varus and the Garen rounding out the composition from Yawn. Some front-to-back options. A lot of burst damage coming in from the Diana and the Varus. Okay, we're back to it.
Oh, boy. Well, there is a couple of tanks. Vayne and Vayne versus Garen and Olaf isn't the most fun, just because you can get run down. But when you're looking at these champions who are trying to stack as much as HP as possible, Suki is in paradise trying to kill them. So as long as there is able to be frontline, as long as Sparkle and Osiris can provide peel for this champion, I expect this to go in the favor of Johto is cute.
In lane, I actually like this even more for Vayne versus the Garen. I feel like there's less that he can actually do to answer you. He doesn't have a dash. He doesn't have a stun. He can run at you, sure, with the movement speed increase and try and stat check you, but you can just tumble away and then try and kite him out. So I like it from Suki. Back to that Vayne in the Baron lane. But you got to worry about this Diana too, because now 9 can absolutely assassinate you, blow you up with the low-range Vayne if Diana gets on top of you. And 9 will get the advantage of the early push in that mid lane. Can roam around, drop a ward somewhere else. Suki, meanwhile, starting in the Baron lane, gets the push onto Zenith God.
We'll have to see also what Osiris is going to go for, because in the game one, we saw pretty, what Smacks called a pretty greedy build in both of the games that we saw him play this champion, where, you know, Protector's Vow as well as the Guardian are picking up some just, you know, defensive things. Aftershock is pretty greedy, it protects you, but Font of Life is just way too broken. Too many champions apply this incredibly easily, especially if you're an engaged, you're a little bit more of a tankier support and you're not an enchanter. All of the pros have been swearing by this rune as to be like just kind of a 1v9 almost.
Interesting pathing here. As an aside from that point you just made, just because you're talking about Tony always being the one to pay a visit to the mid lane early on. This time it's Sparkle that actually goes for it, making sure that Johto gets that early push there. That will net the first river scuttle on the bottom side too here. We'll have to keep our eyes, of course, tracking that dragon lane.
I'm doing Jaws music only because we know the jungler is pathing up here. And what happened last time is you got spotted on a ward. They weren't able to do anything. But this time around, Suki does have the wave coming into them. Because they know they can't really move out to check anything, I like this change from Tony. Just taking away the Krugs. You're looking for a dive.
This could be a full-on dive. Suki has exhaust, has flash available, gets the plant right away, but will go down. Doesn't even get the flash off. Nice first blood from Team Yawn.
Good use of turret juggling there on the aggro, so making sure that nobody takes too much damage, nobody ends up dying. And we see this time and time again, where Suki, something happens in the laning phase, causing an early reset, and now Johto has to move over and cover for them. So close to the death sentence there.
If that had landed, that was probably a kill, especially with Sparkle being nearby. But now Tony goes from the dive top lane straight down to these Krugs and pushes Sparkle off. Also knows now that the Lee Sin is down here, which gives more information for Zenith God to play with in the top lane here. Ishier Boa also needs to be careful. Very low on health here. Not winning the trades against the Varus. Early game going very well for Team Yawn.
Doing exactly what they need to right now. Punishing Suki for this pretty greedy pick. Because you're recognizing, hey, Garen's not going to be able to punish me as Vayne. And the more kills that I can get onto myself, or the more gold that I can get for me, the better. You see right now, Suki is not having the most fun right now, especially that Zenith God has picked up the Bramble Vest. It's hurting.
Got the Vampiric Scepter, but the Grievous Wounds that Bramble Vest applies helps to kind of prevent a lot of that healing. Even gets the plant back. And with Zenith God having Ignite coming off cooldown and the ultimate available, Suki needs to be very careful right now, because Garen can actually, at this point, go for a kill. Has some backup here, as Sparkle is now looking for a lane gank. I don't think Zenith God has seen this yet. Oh, now we'll spot him. Okay. Oh, flash forward from Sparkle. What was that?
It was
Looking
to
for
get
the
the
play.
Ignite from Zenith. Oh, we're tracking the Arcane. It's just a true shot barrage, not gonna be able to do anything. They wanted to crash that wave. Suki needs to get back, and Ping's going on to the objectives. Kangas, are we gonna see what I think we're gonna see? Are we gonna see the time to fight for Dragon, or are they just gonna move out?
It's
look for a
gotta be
Rift Herald?
given. There's no possible way that Joe2 is cuter actually go
Well-
for this one right now. I mean, they can throw some pot shots over as Ezreal. I don't
They're
hate
coming. They have Lantern.
that. No way.
They're
No
here.
way you're actually going to go for that. Maybe Chum the Waters is enough.
Chum the
Joe2
Waters.
throws it, but it misses. Now 9 gets on top of Izherboa. The Dragon secured here by the side of Yawn, and they're going to win the fight afterwards. Why do you take it, Joe2? You can just walk away from the Dragon. You don't have to contest the objectives. 9 will go to...
Oh!
the shield!
The
Guy's
barrier!
alive!
Why? Oh my god, guys. Oh, he got the kill. All right.
Okay,
Hey,
that was
true
a
shot
true shot
barrage.
barrage. Let's go. Now Sparkle's
Sil,
in the
that
mid lane
was-
right now, but the turret still goes down.
man.
Yeah, this is just...
guys.
Oh, boy.
All right, PSA. I didn't think we'd have to do a PSA in grand finals, but you are not legally required to fight the first Drake. You can do something else. Suki, trying to live against this Olaf, has to pop the final hour. And Sparkle just here to try and protect this, trying to get this wave under
Tony's
the
looking
turret.
for
Olaf
it. I
going
think
in.
this is good. Sparkle can actually win this now. Flash away by Tony. Doesn't have the Ragnarok yet. If Suki gets this kill, this is massive. It's traded! Tony actually turns it around.
Wow.
Now Sparkle's in some trouble, waiting for the Dragon's Rage to come off cooldown. Joe2's here. Osiris is here. Can they take down Zenith God? No flash, no ignite. Ultimate's available.
Oh, the hook's on a minion!
Juan's here. The bubble lands. They're going to take him down. Mid-lantern. Joe2 falls.
Can we just talk about how Oh, 9? I don't know about that one. There's a hook.
Ooh.
Nice use of the Zonias. I'm going to push them off of this turret, but Olaf's Ragnarok in this game is a dash, by the way. If you didn't know... Oh, wait. Izherboa just got soloed. Okay.
Okay.
There's just a dead Ezreal on the floor. So about the game, about the 2-game series you were going to see?
Yeah,
Candace,
the
that you
momentum, Elk. The, 4 games in a row for Joe2 is cuter. I forgot. It has to go to 3 anytime that they play a series. And we're on the precipice of 4 best of 3s going the full distance, everybody. Strap in! Because Grand Finals is no different. Joey?
Joey's dead. Joey. Oh, no.
No Chump the Waters. Joe2 doesn't have ult.
If you're Joe2 right now, this is... Oh, wait. Final hour just got procced topside. Are they killing Zenith?
Might try and go for it.
Zenith?
Osiris, very low on health here. Let's look
Zenith?
at the Baron lane
Flash?
if we can. Flash used. Suki might just have it. Oh, Zenith's healing up from the plant. That's big. Might be enough to keep him alive. Now in the Dragon lane here. 9 looking for the dive here. Tony as well. Osiris. Izherboa in some trouble. The Nami does a lot of damage with that ultimate. Shot barrage the wrong way. Izherboa does not hit anybody. Tony gets out with a sliver of a health bar. 9 going aggressive as well. And the plays just keep going into the favor of Team Yawn. They cannot be stopped right now.
They get a turret there. Are they going to try and make a repeat
Chum
play?
the
There's
Waters.
Chum the Waters.
Huang's
Sparkle.
in trouble. 9 as well. Huang will go down first. 9 hits the Moonfall. Sparkle taking
Oh,
damage.
the shield.
9's alive! No way! Joey turns it back too. And on a rampage. Oh,
Oh, no. No.
Elk! This game, this series, this day, it cannot get any more fun. I am loving this gameplay right now. This is a wild rift. Both these teams have already qualified for the majors. Again, they are fighting for seeding right now, but Yawn are not out of this series yet. They have a 7,000 gold lead at 8 minutes in the game.
Production must have rolled a nat 20 on the dice today when we were doing during the tech rehearsal. That's all I gotta say. They must have rolled just natural crit for this. All games going to almost full 3 except the Yawn series versus Nanhua. That was a 2-0.
True.
But
True, we did have
I mean,
one
we're just
2-0
getting
today.
there's just extended series all the way. And
Oh,
Joe2
okay.
is cute. Goodbye.
He's dancing around.
I mean-
He's going to try and spy some time. Sparkle can't buy enough, as both the mid laner and the jungler will go down for Joe2 is cuter. I mean, we just had one of the longest best of threes in the semifinals, and now we might have one of the fastest games in the grand finals. Not even 9 minutes here, and we're already to the tier 2 turrets. Okay. All right, 9 misses the Moonfall, but that is exhaust down. Zenith's gonna go down to Suki. No! He can't catch him.
Thumbs up. I mean, this game's over.
Tier 2.
Yeah.
It's essentially over, but at the same time, like, the players are playing it out. So let's see what happens. The Rift Herald's going to keep walking forward here. Dude, typing onto the back line. And looking for any kind of play, any kind of fun. Sparkles over the wall. Boa just dies straight up to Tony. The inhibitor turret's going to fall. Is this it? Do they push with the Herald here for the Nexus? They have people grouped up. Look at Zenith God grouping up as the Garen 2. They don't want to go for it, even with Redemption. I feel like they might have had it with Boa down for another 5 seconds, but no, they'll just take super minions pushing in, and the game will continue.
You do have to play with your food, just a little bit, if you're on the side of Jan. Savor the win. Demoralize them as much as possible. Now, if you're on the side of Johto, just have fun with this game. Because, like, you can come back. It's 13,000 gold. I wouldn't recommend it just because of how you have an inhibitor gone now. But for competitive integrity reasons, play it out, boys. Try to win this one. Maybe flip it for Baron. Baron will buy you like 4 minutes into this game, but that's about it.
It's on the table right now, and already on are earlier there. Zenith is just straight up stat checking. That Jump the Waters did not a lot of damage to Joey, but I like the attempt, Johto. Will the Baron be started now by the side of Team Yon? They can honestly just dance around this and let the super minions do all the work for them, because eventually Johto is cuter will have to back and answer that. Johto chunked out here by the Varus arrows. Oh! Joey! Let's go! And a nice Namiel to follow up. Chasing between the turrets here. 9 misses the Moonfall, but bought space. A true zoning ultimate indeed. Sparkle trying to buy the distraction for Suki to get onto this back line. The final arrow is popped, but Vayne just does not have the damage. A 0 for 5 and an ace for Team Yon. They'll go for the Baron rather than the end of the game, but this game is over.
So on the Wild Rift, we've seen it time and time again. Save some players, keep them in the game. They're gonna get Baron here for Yon. What do you think that the honey fruit tastes like?
Oh, we're doing this. We're at this point in the cast right
yeah,
now.
we're doing that. Yeah.
Well, I would assume probably like honey-ish. Honey.
So let me give you a description of the honey fruit. It is a type of edible plant native to Summoner's Rift. It has healing purposes, as we see in the game.
Naturally.
And it grows across shores of rivers, lakes, and other bodies of fresh water. It is a semi-aquatic plant. It is green in its color. So what tastes are coming to your mind right now?
Well, what's the honeydew melon? That's kind of what I'm thinking.
That's true. There's a honeydew. That's true.
Yeah, as Zenith guys chasing down Johto. All right, just casually dies Tsunami ult. No worries. Let's talk about fruit more, Alk. As they're diving onto the tier 2
they're going for it.
Yeah,
they just want to fight.
Gonna be game. They're catching Osiris here too. Unstoppable for Tony. And you know, as much as I was loving that conversation, Alk, let's give some justice to Team Yon right now, because they are absolutely decimating Johto is cuter in the clapback in this series. Going to game 3, Yon will not be shut out, and they will bring us to game 3.
They said, oh, we're playing for seeding. Well, let's make it a little closer from what we got in game 1. Yon, with just an insanely sick performance. After a while, it just felt like they could do no wrong. And you'll see the stats come up on your screen. I mean, like,
wow.
They have over 15,000 gold. And by the way, that was a 13-minute game. So there is more gold in their pockets, in their advantage, than there is time there. 29-4. Going back to a little bit of normalcy. Not as close of a game like we saw in game 3 from the semifinals.
Look at 9. The gauntlet's been thrown, Johto. Who's the better Diana player? You got some pride on the line here. As Joey also on the Varus. I mean, talk about the Corki. Talk about the Varus. 9-0 and 13 here. The lethality build coming in huge. Impressive stuff from Team Yon. Got a little fun at the end there. Cast got a little loose as well once we start seeing Johto dive in 1v5 onto the back line. But you can tell Johto is cuter. They were having fun with that one. When you're that far behind at that point in the game, you save mental. You save
Send
mental
it,
for the
boys.
series because you know you have a game 3 on the horizon. Have some fun with it and get prepared for that game 3 as we are about to as well. We'll send it to a short break here, but we will be back with game 3 to decide who wins the finals and will win the seeding going into Major 3 right after this. Hello and welcome back, everybody, for the final game of the evening. Finals is going all the way, everybody, and we're at that game 3 here between Johto is Cuter and Team Yawn. Back and forth series so far, but if you weren't aware, not only are we watching the grand finals right now, but we're also doubling as a podcast about fruit for some reason. Alk, you had a very important point that you wanted to finish from that last game.
Yes, so I found out that in Thailand, they actually let players taste real honey fruit, and apparently it tastes different every time you have one. Each of them one of them can be spicy, it could be fizzy, sweet, chocolatey, a little bit of like a herb taste in your mouth. So it's kind of like the lottery of the fruits.
It's like a Birdie Bots every flavored beans ripoff, but in nature. You know, it's a natural.
Yes.
You know what that makes Birdie Bots? The ripoff of the honey fruit.
True.
There we go. But you know what that also tells me is that they probably just don't know what it actually tastes like. So they're like, oh, let's just make this a bit then and make it taste like everything. But regardless, now I know. Thank you, Alk, for sharing that wealth of knowledge with me and everybody else in Twitch chat who's watching along. But let's talk about what the people in Twitch chat probably actually expected us to talk about here. Game number 3 between these two teams. Johto and Cuter have gone to the vein in the Baron lane twice in a row. Do we get thrice, Alk, or will they finally move Suki onto something else to carry within this line?
I'm okay with the so far. It's been good responses. It's not like they're just picking Vayne into any matchup. I think these are okay matchups to do it in. Again, Suki's like on his own island for most of these games. The only ones where we've seen Suki really get integrated with the team was in the top 16 and a little bit of the semifinals. But most importantly, what I want to see, Johto, man, the Fizz did not work. He got shut down pretty early, and we got to see a really fed Fizz earlier today, and we got to see now the opposite coin of that. So what else is in the champion pool? Because that one didn't work.
I think you got to get Diana. Let's see if Johto can get Diana again. Oh, Jan's on blue side, so they can first pick it if they want to. Yet again. And that was the gauntlet throw from 9, because going 9-1 on that Diana after Johto had popped off on it in game number 1, it's almost like it's an ego battle now. So Johto is Cuter. Do you respect it? Do you ban away the Diana? Or do you allow Jan to pick that first pick on blue one yet again? Let's see. But honestly, I mean, at this point, we didn't really learn much from game 2, if we're being honest. That game kind of turned into a bit of a show match in the second half of it, just based on how ahead Jan got early on in that game. So it's tough going into a game 3 to really say game 2 mattered too much. But okay, I guess it did. I guess it did. The Diana ban comes through.
Oh, man.
Respect.
Okay.
You have to give respect to 9, who absolutely popped off on this pick.
The Senna pick is still there.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, why?
So, well, first, okay, no roster swaps. Good. We're starting off a good foot there. When I'm looking at this now, you got to look at what they've been prioritizing throughout the series for Jan. It has been getting rid of Senna. They got rid of the Gragas in the last time around for the last band set. So what else is on the table here? They've been kind of waiting on Xin Zhao, but now that they're on they're on blue side and they don't want to pick Xin Zhao. That is a little strange to me.
I mean, maybe still it's the Wukong pick, because we know that Tony loves that champion as well, or at least can pilot that champion as well. It's also a takeaway from Sparkle, who can play it, and then Johto can pair with that Yasuo, so I don't hate it. Akali first pick. Notable that Akali's pretty much always banned against Johto's Cuter because it's a big flex pick, but now Jan are grabbing this. This is the double gauntlet. Alk, first you take away the Diana, and you pop off on it. Now they get a chance to pop off on the Akali too. Ooh.
Thank you. We get Twisted Fate. Akali's should be weaker in lane just because of the nerfs that she did receive on this patch. Twisted Fate, still a very strong, competent laner. And anytime that Akali tries to make a play or tries to do something with her Shroud, boom, Destiny Gate, you're on site now.
Yeah.
So for Jan, their action is going to be picking up a Lee Sin, so a super, super deadly mid jungle 2v2. And what do they respond with? An even, we get Rengar. I've been having a lot of Rengars in my game. This champion it was already kind of terrorizing solo queue, but it's now even better.
It just feels out of left field like that. If I'm being honest, we haven't seen Sparkle on this champ yet, I don't believe, unless maybe yesterday, if that was pulled out. I think that we might have had a Rengar played, but it's locked in here for Sparkle, and the answer, defensive AD carry and an armor scaling tank in the Baron lane here for Zenith God. But we got a singed.
I'm trying to do my best. I'm trying to do my best like Pog Wait impression right now. Just.
Oh, I'm excited. You know what? I didn't love it, the Rengar pick. It was exciting, but then I saw the Malphite. I was like, oh, I'm no longer excited for Rengar. But I'm excited again because now Malphite has to decide, am I itemizing armor for the Lethality Varus and the Rengar Assassin? Or am I itemizing magic resist? Because I have to deal with a singed proxy in my lane constantly and have to be the one to engage on him and actually stop him from running around like a madman. What a draft here from Joe2 is cuter.
So Suki has decided to go from carry to ultimate lane, just like degenerate. This is
no. This is the true carry. This is the ultimate carry Baron lane. You don't understand. You have the wrong read of what the Singed is all about. Yeah. He does damage. He runs around. That's what carries are meant to do.
He does only that.
hey, he's strong enough to flip a giant mountain over his shoulder in this lane. You think that's not strong enough to carry? Come on.
He slings, he pings, but most importantly, he dings too.
He flings. Oh, what?
Fling and sling are basically the same action, if you think about it.
Fair enough.
Like slinging and flinging something, like throw another rock. Sorry, this champion's not even in this game.
Let's think about critically what the goal of this composition is. Because again, actually, I might have to come back to that one here. Joe2 getting ganked early on. Level 2
Blue
here.
Card
Tony
salute.
loves this play. Blue card does not save him. Sparkle's here, though. Gets into the brush and then over the wall. Sparkle gets a double kill.
All right, Sparkles. That was just insanely good mechanics. Knows I can only really get to them if I flash into this bush, gets the leap using the passive. That's just good gaming right there. That's just good gamer tendencies coming out from Sparkles. And such early level 1s, level 2s coming out. That's honestly incredibly impressive when you think about what just happened. I mean, Sparkles now very much accelerated into the jungle matchup. It's not reflected in the gold, but the experience is going to be there. Early game kills tend to matter a little bit more, and now we'll get double scuttle as well. Gotta feel pretty nice in game 3 of the grand finals here.
Double kill, double scuttle. Great start for the Rengar. Again, we were hyped about this pick, excited about it, and now it's off to the races here. This reset will feel great for Sparkle right now. And honestly, like, Joe2 dying and, Tony getting that kill, not the end of the world either. It's just a twisted fate. Even if he's behind, he can still use that Destiny Gate. He can still get around the map. Meanwhile, Baron lane.
He's level 5 already.
This legitimately might be a kill, but it's definitely a kill in the Dragon lane. Suki chasing him down. Does find that. 9 will trade it. But straight up Suki getting a solo kill on a Zenith God. While Joe2 is cuter, also get the dive bot side. But now Tony back into the mid lane. Joe2 hits a gold card, but under the turret, 9 dives and grabs another kill for himself.
That's good. Keeping it even. This game feels a little weird to me. It's very wonky when you have a Rengar who's so far ahead and every other lane, specifically the mid lane, is now being attacked. Can Joe2's still not level 5, by the way. Huge, especially when you're looking at this Akali. Looking back at the Baron matchup, though, I know we have a little bit of time before the dragon spawns in a minute. Singed does this weird thing where he can go damage, and it looks like he will be picking up the Rallies, but when you look at the rest of his team, Malphite is like, well, there's not much of an AP threat from Twisted Fate, especially now that he's so far behind, and you have some pretty immobile carries on your team. Malphite's just going to slam the unstoppable force and can really turn the fight. So even despite all this action that's happened, despite the small gold lead that Johto is cuter has, it is on these team fights and what Zenith God is able to do on this champion to determine this game.
And not just Zenith God, the one going forward, but also Huang, the one going back. Making sure that you're seeing this Rengar that's going to try and jump on top of Joey, jump on top of Nine if possible. And, I mean, there's a lot of champions that can try and dive in for the side of Yon, but it's cool that they have the defensive tools. But speaking about diving under the turret, 2 easy kills picked up. Destiny Gate used, but where do you even go? Honestly, Johto decides it's not even worth it. Just let them have the kills for free.
Rengar using the ultimate.
Okay.
I don't
Sparkle
know if
jumping
you got
in.
the scuttle.
I don't know if this is worth
He
it
did
to
not,
try and go for
no.
this. Yeah, it doesn't get the scuttle, but they do have the Singe joining up, linking up with the rest of the crew. So even though they lose 2 members, everyone spawned back up. 5 members of Johto is cuter here. Are they actually going to get this dragon?
I think they are. Lee Sin can get their look. They're
Watch
even
for
making
Zenith.
pings.
Watch for
They're
Zenith.
just going for it. They want to go for the Herald now.
Really? Giving up the dragon fight when you have the Malphite Janna team comp. Interesting calls here from Team Yon. So Dragons picked up. Johto's cuter get that, and now they can actually contest at the Herald. It's going down fast. I don't know if they'll make it in time. All right, secured by Team Yon.
That's good. Getting that kill for them, getting that Rift Herald for them is worthwhile in the end. Just because, look, you'll lose out on some extra stats thanks to this Infernal Drake. That's not the worst thing that could happen. Oh, you flung the minion. That's gotta suck though. When you're looking at it, the Rift Herald will be able to turn into valuable cash that you could turn into more objectives. Look at what is the weakest right now. If you want to get Johto back in this game on this Twisted Fate, you could use it mid lane. Better yet, you can look to do something with Istra-Boa.
Watch out, Osiris.
But they're just
Tony's
running
here,
for it. Holy.
running straight at Osiris. Gets the respect flash out of the Nami. You kind of have to at that point, but look at top lane. Sparkle's here. No realization coming in here. Has the unstoppable onslaught, but rooted in place. Uses it. Flashes. Might be down to the poison. The dot, not enough. Sparkle with the bola does pick up the kill.
That's good. Good for them that they're able to find that kill, but it takes a lot of time for them to do that. And the fact
flash from
this
Nine?
might just Sparkle's dead.
Oh yeah, 9 gets this 9 times out of 10. There we go. Rampage for the Akali.
And a shutdown as well. So a lot of gold here for the mid laner of Yon. This is the kind of gameplay that we saw from them in the first series.
Idriboa.
Istra-Boa.
Close. Long almost gets the kill, but Tony slides in behind. Destiny
They're ulting top lane.
Again, going into the top lane here. The gold card doesn't actually hit it. And that means 9 might just get out right now into the smoke, but still taking damage from the poison. Singe will get the kill.
Nice. And now they use the Rift Herald to try and assault this bottom lane. This is going from bad to worse here. It looks like 1-for-1 trades, but slowly but surely, Yon are coming out ahead. I say that Sparkle is about to find some kills.
Throws down the ultimate, jumps right in on top of Tony, and picks up that kill there. Meanwhile, Suki cracks the turret in the Baron lane, so 1-to-1 to the turret trade. Gold is dead even. Turret's dead even, and the kills are dead even as well.
Oh.
Very close game 3 in this finals.
This is fine because Twisted Fate is basically a helper minion at this point. He is there. Johto's not even landing gold cards, so I don't really know how much of this is a blue card saluter right here. Johto is an avid watcher of some of the popular streamers for this champion. He is not really being as effective as maybe he could be, and Rengar now going for this incredibly bruiser build. We've seen a little bit. Solo queue, it's just build lethality, build a Duskblade into Trinity Force, do all that, but in competitive to have a much more tanky and way tougher to kill Rengar that can still one-shot you, this is your build to go for. Sunfire with the Conqueror, with the Black Cleaver. You're basically like a roaming death machine without the getting one-shot part.
You get all that extra HP, you get the armor shred, you get the damage over time just from standing near somebody. I like it. It's a cool build. Adaptation coming in from Sparkle. Tony here going for an invade as the Lee Sin. Sparkle finds Joey.
Look at Sparkle.
The Monsoon keeping
Red
him
card.
alive, but he can't get over the wall. Tony's joined in, hits the Dragon's Rage right into Zenith. Sparkle jumps over the wall. Zenith still has the ultimate.
Sparkle.
Watch out for this Malphite, but he can't do it. Sparkle with the Conquerors healing up way too much. And this build is actually working.
Sparkle's 1v9ing this game. He's like, okay, Joe2, calm down. Maybe I'm the cuter one on the roster right now. But he's just doing everything. And this is not to put down anything that Yon are doing, because Tony on this Lee Sin, especially with Youmuu's, which has received constant buffs and is one of the best assassin items, which is how much movement speed it gives you. This is insane what he's able to do. They're finding flanks onto the dragon lane. And what does Sparkle do? He finds a kill in the Baron lane. He finds another kill. He finds, some other objective to grab on the other side of the map. Joe2 is cuter. They're staying in this, but it is all on this, on basically not only Suki, but also Sparkle. Because everybody else is kind of waiting for table scraps here.
And Sparkle also picks up the Merc Treads, picks up the No Magic Mantle. So more magic resist now on top of the armor that he already had, on top of the HP. Now Dragon's Kick. Can Sparkle survive this? The tanky build keeps him alive.
Oh my.
Oh yeah, lethality Rengar dies there. But Tank Rengar apparently does not.
Tank Rengar is pretty cool. I would hate to play against this champion. To be fair, no. Sparkle just has a lot of magic resist, and that's it, and a lot of HP. He has a Merc Treads. Sunfire only gives you HP.
True. And
Black Cleaver, same thing. So it is on Joey. Joey's playing Ezreal, and Ezreal's not really known for a lot of AD. A lot of, just raw
especially
attack
not with
damage.
the tank Ezreal build. So you know what?
Yeah.
And nobody wants to die in this game, but somebody's got to, and it's probably going to be Huang right now. As the Janna does go down, Joey makes it back to the turret. Osiris keeping everybody healthy, keeping everybody safe.
Sparkle's
Tony
full
both go
health.
straight in onto Sparky, but they can't kill him. They literally cannot kill Sparkle. Pops the ultimate. Oh, and 9 just jumps right into his death. The shuriken flip, not what they needed. Joey has the slows here, but Sparkle still gets on top of him regardless. Cannot go down. Finally locked down. The Malphite ult is all it took, as Tony will be traded. That shutdown gold feels really good for Joey, though.
Getting a bunch of damage, but still giving gold over. And Joe2 is cuter. They come out massive on that trade. They kill so many members thanks to how tanky not only how tanky Sparkle is, but the sustain that Osiris is bringing to this squad. Redemption alongside this tier. The tier of the goddess build is basically just saying, hey, I'm going to just spam as many abilities as possible, and that'll override maybe some of the missing heal shield power that I would get from some of the enchanter items added to the game. Plus, I mean, I think Sparkle's going to pick up a Spirit Visage, and we need to start looking at who's picking up Heal Cut. Akali doesn't apply it very well, and Ezreal is now getting it, but Ezreal can only really hit one target at a time, so needs to be on point with this.
You only need to hit one, man. Just hit Sparkles. That is the big threat. Although, as I say that, Suki, the full AP build on the Singed 4, 1, and 2, has the most gold in the game, too. So is actually a pretty big threat right now as well.
I've already seen one Singed game that I didn't really want to see this week, and now I'm getting a second one. So, honestly, props to these teams for putting out cool champions, Rengar and Singed, but let's see what Suki can do, because Suki on the Mad Scientist needs to kind of be a pretty big nuisance, like force Joey to Arcane Shift out, make Huang's life pretty miserable on this Janna. He's gonna have to, that's basically all Singed is. Singed is, how much can I annoy your backline before something bad goes wrong for your team?
Ooh, gold card comes in here. Oh, is your boa not landing the arrow follow-up, though? Joey gets out to safety. And we have an ARAM going on right now. 15 seconds for Dragon. That's a big true shot barrage from Joey. Says, you think you got poke? I'll show you some poke right now. Hits 3 members with that. Dodges out another arrow. 5 seconds till Dragon and Team Yon are here earlier. They're grouped up as 5-2, whereas Tsuki still pushing in the top lane. Teleporting
They're TPing in. They want to fight.
Now. They're going to have to walk straight at it, but the Destiny Gate used by Joe2, and hard collapse, but he gets out, has the flash available. Now Malphite re-engage, hits onto multiple members. Idribo is in a lot of trouble, has to flash as well. 9 chasing down the back line, might just get him, but the front line is the issue. Sparkle literally just carrying this entire game, and Suki joins in as well, chasing back 9. The Akali goes down. Tony has to back under the tier 2 turret. And this is third dragon over to Joe2 is cuter.
That is such an amazing fight. We see right there that the Destiny Gate was on top of a ward for Jan, and Johto is cuter. The real big problem here is that they weren't able to kill they killed one member, and it was Istroboa. And I think this is not going to matter just because of how tanky Suki is. Potentially even walk back in and try to kill him. But the fact that they weren't able to kill Johto, they invested Dragon's Rage, they invested almost the entire kit of everybody else. And with that, the team is really spread out, a little too thin. All of your resources in many different places means they can't focus one member. What did we say? Put it into Sparkle. Try to, lock down this Rengar. Look at how tanky he is now. He's going to pick up a GA as well for his 4th item. I don't know if we'll get to that point, but if they are able to get a GA, good luck killing this champion, man. Like, it's just going to be ridiculous.
6K in the lead at 14 and a half minutes into this game. 3 dragons up, 3 turrets to 1. Massive lead for Johto is cuter as they group up as 5 around this Baron. They can take this objective pretty much for free because Sparkle can just do this. Like, he literally jumps on Elise in his no jungle with 2 teammates nearby, and there's just no repercussions. He just walks out. Full health.
And one thing that's really bad for this game is Johto is cute. When you're looking at Sparkle, they've got a Mountain Drake. So not only do they now get an out-of-combat shield, but an increase to the resistances, where you're looking at Sparkle's tank Rengar build. You're like, oh man, he has Conquer, Black Cleaver. How do we ever get away from this guy?
I mean, I don't think you do at this point.
Sadly.
You have the Janna to knock him away, and then you have the range of the Ezreal, and then also engage of an Akali, Malphite, and Lee Sin. So there's tools, but and they actually utilize them here. Johto finds a gold card here, trying to engage onto Tony, who gets away. Re-engage with Cyrus taking the poke from this Ezreal. Joey doing a good job staying alive here, as now 9 will join in as well. But somehow Tony just like got chunked. I didn't even see what hit him. But down to
They've just been a Sparkle auto,
a single one. But still has a Guardian Angel because it looks like that aura is around him, so that was not popped there. No kills happen across the board, but still Baron control for Johto is cuter. I mean, if I'm them, I just start this, honestly. Like, you can force Jan to walk into you at any stage of this game now.
I don't think they're just fighting mid lane. Joey's just dead!
Okay.
It's just a solo kill, man! Oh, the humanity you're facing against
Legit.
literally tank Rengar with
tank.
GA.
And he just did that. And Joey has Iceborne Gauntlet. And now just picked up a Death Stance. I think it'll still work, but nice Dragon's Rage coming in here from Tony. The follow-up from Zenith God. They still can't get Injured Boa. What? The Varus is still alive? That just should not happen. Maybe Tony can get it. He can't.
Nope.
It's disaster. It's gonna be a victory for Johto is cuter. There's no way you come back from this kind of team fight. 9's gonna go down. The ace will come through here for Johto is cuter. They don't have a minion wave. They need another one to come in right now, but they've taken out the inhibitor turret. They have a cannon there as well. They're on the Nexus. It's just Joey that hit everybody. Okay, that True Shot Barrage might just keep him in this game. Sparkle trying to tank up the Nexus, but they can't. Johto is cuter have to back away. And this game will go on.
And look at what he's forcing out from the enemy team right now. You have Jono with Dead Man's Plate. You have Death's Dance with the Ezreal, and I mean, right now, even Zenith God is having to pick up some really unique items here with the Abyssal Mask. It's pretty good. It breaks the team. They're just gonna get this, Baron. Is this this better not be an Immortal's steal? Okay.
Oh,
okay. Way too many globals.
I thought maybe it would have hit, but not quite. And
Sparkles
goes back in. What? Oh my goodness! He's got the GA. He's fine. He's gonna get popped here.
Walk it out.
Right?
Walk it out.
Sparkle! Double kill, and GA's not even popped. This is not fair. How do you deal with this champion?
Walking out like a true G right here. Oh no, Tony!
Suki, he gets the root over the wall. Sparkle's got him. Tony under the turret, trying to use Suki as an escape tool, but still goes down. 9 even falls in the mid lane. It's just Zenith left alive. Another ace for Johto is cuter, and there you have it. 3 best of 3s going the distance in a row, but the anime protagonist will take the victory and they will be the higher seed going into the third major.
That's your 5th seed and 6th seed in Johto is Cuter against. Oh man, wow. I don't even know what to say, man. Like, Yon, they weren't even like. Do you remember the beginning of that game started with Johto just repeatedly dying on spawn with this Twisted Fate? That is how this game started, and it ended with Sparkles playing a literally MVP performance tank Rengar play. This is the kind of thing that, I mean, we were expecting from some of the teams in our first circuits to try out, trying to just be like as disrespectful as possible. And here it is, Sparkles with the most damage in the game, man. Like, we've been talking about it all game, but this is seriously a sick team to watch. And I hope the teams that have already been made it into the majors are watching, because this is good VOD review, like good film to practice on.
Is this good VOD? You're like, imagine being Immortals right now. Imagine being Sentinels. You watch this series, you're like, do we
if I'm Sentinels, I might be a little bit scared about this team. But if I'm Immortals, I have to maybe play against Tank Rengar, dude.
Yeah,
like,
that's what I'm saying. Is like, dude, do we need to ban Tank Rengar? Like, is this actually something? Do we need to ban Sin? Just like, these are now champs that they legitimately need to be thinking about going in. And that's just hilarious to me, because this one got a little fun, obviously. I think both these teams realizing that they're in the majors already. It's just fighting for seeding right now. But this was still, game 1, very competitive. Game 2, not as much. But this one, it felt like Yon were still trying. Like, they were still going for plays in this game, but they just couldn't find it. Congratulations here for Johto is Cuter, winning out the whole thing. Alk, you said it yesterday. They were your team to win it all, and look at that. They did. We will be sending it to a short break while we're getting our post-match winners interview ready. You won't want to miss it. We'll be right back after this. Hello and welcome back, everybody. As we are prepared for our winners interview, we got the superstar Tank Rengar player himself, Sparkle, joining us here for our winners interview. Sparkle, first of all, congratulations on the victory there, going the distance. How you feel? How tired? How's the mental state? How are the thumbs doing after 3 best of 3s going the distance?
It was pretty rough, honestly. I'm a little tired, but game 3 comfort zone. We kind of knew we would pull it through.
I told you it was game 3 comfort zone every time. They were like, it's fine. We can go to game 3. It's cool.
Yeah.
Oh.
I was hoping that you would close it out 2-0. But I mean, obviously you had to give them that game 2. Talk me through game 2. Because that was one of the faster ones that we've had. What was going on your team's side there in terms of comms? Because obviously the early game went a little awry.
Yeah, we got pretty behind pretty early, and it was kind of lighthearted. We knew we already qualified going into the series, so it wasn't too stressful in this one. But honestly, we started thinking about game 3 like 5 minutes in. So
same brother, same.
Yeah, but
that's cool. I know we were talking a little bit before this, but why don't we talk about like the formation of this team, right? Because Johto is cuter, formerly known as Apex is cute. They've been kind of fielding some new rosters, but give us kind of the background for this team coming into this event.
yeah. So a few days ago, or like a week ago, I started scrimming with them, started playing a little bit with them, but I didn't know who I was teaming with until Sunday night or Saturday night. I didn't know who.
Wow.
And we hadn't played, I think we played 1 scrim with Suki before deciding to sign up with him. We really, kind of a last minute decision for me and him. And then them 3, Osiris and Ishiboa and Johto, they've been together for a minute. So it looked like the best way to throw together a roster in a short period of time.
I mean, it looks like it, right? I mean, you and Suki even were playing on free agents in the first major. I wanted to ask, like, what happened in major 2 that I guess kept us from seeing you again?
Well, I was on vacation. I don't know about Suki, but
okay. Well, that makes it a little bit easier to not show up in major 2 if you're if you're taking a vacation.
Where'd you go? What was the vacation destination?
South Carolina. I went to Myrtle Beach. A little bit.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay.
What we got?
Down in the south. Okay.
All right. Well, I want to bring us to the future because obviously you've qualified for the 3rd majors. Now, there's some stiff competition in that majors. We got Immortals, Cloud9, Sentinels, and of course everybody's favorite org, Grilled Cheese. And then also Johto's Q to your own team, and then Yon have qualified. So looking at the field right now, we still have 2 more teams that we have yet to decide. But who are you most excited to play against in that major 3? Who do you have your eyes on? Are you painting the target on, throwing the darts at, throwing the daggers at in the action movie montage leading into this majors 3?
It's got to be Sentinels. After our major 1 loss to them, it felt like it was in the grasp of our hand both games when I was on free agents, and I don't think I'm gonna let that opportunity fall out of my hands again. So,
all right,
I'm excited
there we
to play.
go. I like it. We got a rivalry brewing here between you and Sentinels. That's fantastic. You'll have to remember that on production side going into that majors. But thank you so much, Sparkle, for coming on for this post-game interview. It's fantastic having you. And I guess now we have to consider Tank Rengar going into
I really don't want to, man. I never want to consider that game ever again after watching that champion, dude.
But thank you for your time and best of luck going into your preparations for that 3rd major.
Thank you so much.
All right, and there you have it. That was Sparkle. What a gamer. What a game, Alk. I mean, jeez. That level of performance in that game 3. He said it himself. I mean, low stakes. Both teams had already qualified for that 3rd majors, but still great performance from the roster regardless. And a fun set of games throughout the last 2 days here. Let's take one last look at the teams that have qualified, though, for that 3rd major, because that's what we were competing for today. 2 more slots. We started off Immortals, Cloud9, Sentinels, and Grilled Cheese, and there you have it. Johto is cuter, and Team Yon will join them.
I like how they entered in. It was just like, survey says, boom, Johto is cuter, and Yon. It just means that now we're looking at a team. Remember, this is a major without tribe or enemy, and with Immortals being the first seed, it just gets more and more dangerous, Kangas. They're sitting, waiting in for a seed, and if the seeding is the same as last time, whoever is the second qualifier or 8th seed will be going up against them. So just the bracket is being built out, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
And keep in mind that there's 2 more slots that will be going to the regional finals from this major before the last chance qualifier. So a lot is on the line here for this 3rd major. The teams are going to be bringing their A games for this. But Alk, as we're closing out the day, final thoughts on the event. I mean, obviously, you're the big brain. You said Joju is cuter was going to go all the way. So do you want to do a victory lap? I'll give you the space to do your victory lap.
So I'm going to do my run while we're going to do a little bit of a jog for this victory lap. I want to thank my mom for giving me this big brain. I want to thank production for totally believing in me, and Kangas for doing a great job coming back once again for the qualifiers. And I definitely never doubted them. I definitely was not sweating for the Musketeers. That I was kind of sad. I was maybe predicted Musketeers to win that series. Definitely didn't happen. And I'm glad that I stuck with my prediction. It feels good to be right.
All right, well, now that I've given you that space, it's probably the best time to let everyone know that it wasn't like Grace that said they were going to win. Yes. Was just copying his dog's prediction. We all know your secret, Alec. But thank you, everybody, for tuning into the show. That is it for the first qualifier, seeding 2 more teams into the 3rd major. It's been a great week. We have more action next week, though, where the next qualifier will happen to find the last 2 teams. Thank you to production behind the scenes for keeping the lights on, keeping everything rolling throughout the day. It was a pretty good stream, if I do say so myself. Thank you, Alk, for being a fantastic co-caster. Thank you, everybody in Twitch chat, for tuning in, watching the games. We do this for you, and a special thanks, of course, to the players for competing and putting on the show. We couldn't do this without them. More wildrift action coming your way next week to find the last 2 teams to qualify for that 3rd major. We'll see you there.